for Friday, February 14th. Welcome. Alrighty. Yeah. Oh, excuse my allergies. I'm live. I think John's here somewhere. John's John's here. I'm here. Tanner just left, and we're uh, we're really short-handed today. I hadn't really got to talk, and I realized how bad my voice sounds. Alrighty. Here we go. Um, Here, I think it's these. Yeah. Alrighty. Here we go. Do I sound that bad? Welcome everybody. We are here, and let's open up Facebook. Let's hit the like button, the copy link button, the group button, and let's share it in a whole lot of records. Hope everybody does the same. You don't have to share it in a whole lot of records. I just need y'all to hit the like button. Okay. And then let's close out the apps. All right. Now let's go over here to Facebook again. All righty. So welcome. And I'm not sick, everybody, okay? I'm not sick. John's going to come walking through here in a minute with his can of defectant. All right. Um, um, let's turn down the volume so I can open up YouTube. Well, I'll give you the I'll give you the rundown first. To get this shared. Everybody's cracking down on me. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Okay, I might be sick. Let me get all these links shared. And so now our story. We're almost there. Let's see here. All righty. Welcome, everybody. I think I've got everything shared. We'll get this show on the road. We have 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. Thank goodness John's here pricing stuff. We have no Paul today or no Laura. And we essentially have an entire show here to do on the wing, on the fly. So this should be interesting. I will have new vintage and new vinyl, so we got something there. But as far as our auctions, I'm going to have to completely come up with them on the fly over here. They did bring me 2 entire crates of sealed records. So we got 2 entire crates of vintage sealed records, which always make for great auctions. I think John found those for me today. I stayed here. I stayed here sort of this morning until Tanner got here because they unloaded our trailer today, which was full of books, and now our back room is completely full of books. Oh my gosh, this looks like a library in here. I mean, y'all wouldn't believe it. I'll have to snap some pictures and bring them over here. Hold on, let me do that right quick, actually. So we just moved out all of our leftover dollar records. We just moved out all of our leftover $1 records, right? So we had all from the last show, all of our $1 records stored here in the back, and we had to get them out. I told you I did a deal with my cousin. And then the trailer out in the parking lot was full. So that looks like a lot of books, right? That's all from Fred's collection. Look at all that. That's what we unloaded. That's what's been stored in our trailer for, I guess, 3 months now. That looks like a lot. And there's posters there. There's posters. There's 45s. There's a lot of 45s. There's a lot of stuff there. But look, there's even more. Those are all full of books, miscellaneous, and posters from Fred's. 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess as high as 5, and those are 3 deep. And y'all know how big those black and yellow lid tubs are. So that's an entire 18-foot box trailer full of books that we just unloaded. So I'm not for sure what we're going to do tonight. Like I said, we're going to have to wing it. I have no Paul. I have no Laura. And I think I'll be able to come up with a pretty good show as usual. But things will be on the fly. And we have 4 crates of new vinyl, and I'm sure John's about to deliver 4 crates of vintage. Let's go ahead and get started. I told you I had a lot of sealed stuff. Here's the first sealed item, Carl Douglas. Everybody was Kung Fu Fighting. This is a sealed copy. I'm going to put it up for a $15 start. It's a sealed original. It is a cutout bin record. It is going up for a $15 start. Everybody was Kung Fu Fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. And then we have Albert Ayler, Don Cherry Vibrations, which is a Record Store Day turquoise vinyl, sealed record, $15 start on that. $15 start on that. So that's our first 2 auctions, $15 starts. Welcome, everybody. And as y'all know, I sleep during the day, and when I get here, this is kind of like my morning, and I'm really just talking out loud for the first time, and I think I realized maybe I'm starting to get sick. My voice is not 100%, and, you know, so I hadn't really got to talk much, and I'm starting to realize that I don't think my voice is all there because I don't think my immune system's all there right now. So let's see how this pans out tonight. If I stay healthy after we go through all the vintage stuff, we'll go ahead and start going through John's stuff, okay? Or we'll start going through Fred's stuff again. So same thing all night, same thing we've been doing all week. I think for about the next 4 hours, we'll have plenty of new stuff to show and discount bins, and then we'll get into Fred stuff, okay? Let's just hope my immune system will hold up for the rest of this show. I've got a few rare records. Like, I have 2 of the rarest records we've ever owned I plan on auctioning tonight. I did advertise I would start them between 7 and 8. I got 2 air horn records for sure. One should be like a 7 air horn if the right people's on. We'll see what happens, okay? I will be muting my mic a lot to cough and sneeze. So if the mic goes out, I promise I'm still here. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I'm actually going to open with something a lot different. Actually, you know what? We'll go through this bin here. This has some, I think this has some of that stuff that Paul originally ordered, plus some stuff that I ordered, and some soundtracks. So let's go ahead and open up with this crate here. We got 2 records back there, which is Kung Fu Fighting and Vibrations. Those are $15 start. And let me see what's left over here. Give me 1 second. I still need to tag followers and get going here. All right, make sure you've hit the like button, please, on Facebook. And my health is lagging. Yeah, evidently. All right, here we go. Let's see what some of this interesting stuff in here may be. We have Jessica Pratt, Quiet Signs, $33.99, new and sealed. Carl Douglas has a bid for $15. Albert Ayler and Don Cherry's a $15 start. Both Carl Douglas and Albert Ayler are up for auction. Here's another Jessica Pratt. That's her self-titled album, $28.99. Black Meaty, Schlagenheim. Black Meaty is $33.99. We have Godspeed You, Black Emperor. That's the 2 LP, $34.99. I think it's technically self-titled. Also, we have the OC's, Floating Coffin. The OC's is $33.99. Also, Black Meaty, Hellfire. Black Meaty is $33.99. The Wu-Tang Clan. That's 36 Chambers, Enter the Wu-Tang, $29.99. And then Mad Villain, Doom and Madlib. Mad Villain's $36.99. These are all new and sealed. And then Phoebe Bridgers. This is called Punisher. Phoebe Bridgers is $29.99. Any punky piece. I'll try to mix in some like I did late last night. We sold almost, actually, we sold 2/3 of a box last night during part 2. Carl Douglas has 2 $15 bids. Jason, you're technically out. Patrick bid first at $15. We have Puberty. This is Puberty 2, $29.99. Metiski. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I've got to be close. Mississippi John Hurt. Mississippi John Hurt, the 1928 sessions, $33.99. Massive Attack, Mezzanine. Massive Attack is $49.99. That's a 2 LP. Also, Karugabin and Leon Bridges present Texas Sun. That's $26.99. And then we have Caesar, $33.99. $33.99. That's a gatefold 2 LP. Glam Rock Collected. Can't believe this is still laying around. Limited edition 2000 on silver vinyl. That is $34.99. It is what it says it is. It's a Glam Rock Greatest Hits Collected. If anybody wants Albert Ailey and Don Cherry, that's a record store day. And that's a $15 buy it now, much less than what it was originally priced. It can be purchased. It's sealed. Record store day turquoise vinyl, $15. We have music from the Batman trilogy, the London Music Works. That's $33.99, a 2 LP. Last copy of The Tattooist of Ostwich. That's a Hans Zimmer soundtrack, $49.99. Fritz the Cat soundtrack. Fritz the Cat soundtrack. That's $33.99. Cheetah Girls 2. That was $36. And then Home Alone Christmas was $29. And then The Breakfast Club, $34.99. Any idea how many pre-orders you'll get through when Chapman is released? Are you asking how many will I order? I will order however many pre-orders we have, plus probably about 20 or 30 extra copies. I recommend pre-ordering it whenever you can in our private group. I was going to announce those later, but 2 of the biggest pre-orders of the year so far have been posted in Whole Lotta Records. Tracy Chapman's live and Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes is live. If you want one, I would pre-order it for sure, without a doubt. I would get in on that. And I usually, something like that, I'll order 20 or 30 extras. And I would recommend doing that right now. This is sold to Jason Boxel for $22. Thank you, Jason. Anybody on that? Some random stuff there. Got to take those up front and put them out in our bins. Some stuff here I've only ran through a couple times because a lot of it's stuff Paul ordered, and I mean, not that I know everything about every new LP that I order, but usually I can tell you more about it. So that's some stuff he ordered back in there. So a large pre-order. Oh yeah, we'll have plenty. I don't think we'll hit. I don't know. They'll make a lot of those. I don't see that being an allocated record. They'll make plenty of Tracy Chapmans and then some. I think that's Rhino. So they'll make plenty. Rhino always makes plenty. They do not limit much. They're Rhino is going to make plenty. They're in it to make as many as they need to make money off of it. They're going to make a lot. Tracy Chapman. Yeah, I'm going to do that later. But we'll, whoever's watching the sale, we'll go ahead and start taking down names now. I normally don't do that for pre-orders, but because these are so big, I'll have I'm going to take names. So if you want the orange indie exclusive Tracy Chapman, I'm going to order a lot, probably a couple hundred among my distributors, even if we only have like maybe 100 pre-orders. That way I know I get plenty. So if you want a Tracy Chapman, they're $33.99. I'll show it and tell all the details, but let's put down Amanda Bennett and anybody else. So, all right, here's our next auction. This is the Platoon soundtrack. This is sealed with hop sticker. John just handed this to me. The Platoon soundtrack. No, it's in shrink wrap. It's not sealed. Shrink wrapped, but very nice in shrink with hop sticker. And that is a $20 start. Platoon, $20 start on that. But the indie exclusive we're getting is orange. So, but here's how the pre-orders work. We never know what we're going to get until they ship it. It's not like they tell me, Chad, you can get 50. Chad, you can have 100. They usually tell me when they ship them. They don't let anybody know. So if you order 100, you don't know until that week if you're going to get 10 or all 100. They never let you know. They never tell us. There's no way to guess. There's no way to know. Metal Church has been bumped 1 week. They've bumped Metal Church 1 week. Yep. Okay, let's get to selling some records. There's Platoon for a $20 start. That's up for bid. We have sold the Carl Douglas first auction there. Platoon, I'm still trying to actually clean some stuff up and see what we have over here. But Amanda Bennett down on that pre-order, and I'm going to do that a little bit later when we have a lot more people watching and take down all the YouTubers that don't have Facebook, okay? Did we miss the Breakfast Club? Teresa, TBC. I guess that stands for the Breakfast Club. Teresa on the Breakfast Club. Teresa, I missed that. Teresa wants a Breakfast Club soundtrack. I have one left if anybody else wants it. Tom, I saw your message. The Cure must have got bumped because they didn't come in this week. Was that supposed to be due out? 9.5 times out of 10, if a pre-order don't show up, that means it's been bumped. That means they've changed the release date, which they do almost half the time. They change release dates. I'll check that right quick. And let me see what I got here. The Cure. And I know they're not coming in this week because today was the last day for vinyl delivery. And Songs of a Live World is due out on February 28th. The Cure is due out on February 28th. What did I post in the pre-order? I probably need to go comment on change that if that's not what I posted. The Cure was due out on February 28th. That's in 2 weeks. It was posted, it was due out on February 28th. Tom, that don't come out for another 2 weeks. February 28th is when I posted. The Cure is 2 more weeks from now. 2 more weeks from now. Okay, Platoon is a $20 start, and we have a bid with Donna Mitchell for $20. All right, let's go ahead and go through. There's no flip video. I don't have Paul here today. I don't have Laura here today. I've just got John, and he's been pricing vintage. So all of our auctions are going to come from these crates that Tanner and Ed have, or Tanner and John have come up with, which is just a lot of randomness. I mean, there are great records in here. There's Zeppelin and Beatles and Stones, and there's bootlegs, and there's Beatles, and I see bootlegs, and I see Beatles and bootlegs and Zeppelin records. And then over here, which I'm trying to get to, we've got a ton of sealed records. Lots of sealed records here, and they're like sealed OGs, and that's going to be a lot of our auctions. About the best thing I can do is probably just put these up for a $10 start, or $15 or $5, and just see where they go. Okay, but there's a lot. So unfortunately, I am already short-staffed this week, and then we have 2 of our main record preparers out this week as well. So we have Ray Charles, Have a Smile with Me. This is a sealed copy. Ray Charles, Have a Smile with Me. That is going to go up for a $10 start. It's sealed. It looks like an ABC Paramount vintage OG. Ray Charles is a $10 start. Nobody else on Platoon. I just want to make sure everybody knows that this is about to sell. Donna Mitchell has it for $20. It's in shrink with Hype, The Doors, Aretha Franklin, Otis Redding, The Rascals, Jefferson Airplane, classic Vietnam soundtrack, $20, final call. We're about to sell it, or I might have to bid on it. And then right now, we have one no bid, which is Albert Ayler and Don Cherry, $15. Let's go ahead and go into some new stuff over here. I'm going to go ahead and knock out a crate of new vinyl right now. I'm not even going to start going through old stuff again. Let's just go straight into all the new stuff, because better now than later. I don't know how I'm going to feel in 3 hours. I know how I feel right now. I got to get caffeine in me, and hopefully my sickness gets knocked off. If not, it may be the show may be over by 10 o'clock. There we have it. And Ray Charles is a $10 start, okay? First thing I have is my waiting list for these. Give me 1 second. All right. Let's get into the zone here. I'm ready to get into the zone. I'm ready to get into the zone. I hope y'all are too. First thing we have is Rush Presto, which is a waiting list. And let's see what we have here with Presto. Not Preston. I searched Presto and it came up with Preston. Here's the waiting list for that. And thank you as always, John. And I'll see you Monday. Or tomorrow. Saturday. Yeah. Tomorrow. This is Friday. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I need you tomorrow. Please be here. Definitely need you tomorrow. Okay. So, Rush Presto. Here's the waiting list. This is back in. This is $33.99. Rush Presto, the 1989 album, remastered, back in stock. The waiting list is Autumn Betts, Adam Bullock, Debbie Winstead, Darren Wortman, Brandon Johnson, Paul Brothers, Andrew Phillips, and Roads to Madness, okay? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 copies. Autumn Betts, Adam Bullock, Debbie Winstead, Darren Wortman, Brandon Johnson, Paul Brothers, Andrew Phillips, Roads to Madness. All those are done. If anybody else wants one, I've got 2, 4, I've got 5 copies there. All right, let's go back up to the top. And the last thing that I had was Jason Boxell asked, did I see, what was that, the OCs in the last crate? I'll go check, but I don't think so. And then I answered Carol's question, and then Ryan R., and then Queued Online for Black Sabbath, another source. I'll update you on Black Sabbath tickets in just a second, Jason. Ray Charles, Jason bid $10 on that. Platoon has bids for 20, 21, 22, 22, 25, 25. And now Jim Davis wants a Rush. That is sold to Jim Davis. Thank you, Jim Davis. R.K. Tucker wants a Rush. Andrew Phillips says he doesn't need a Presto, so let's put one back. So let's not give one to Andrew Phillips, okay? I'm putting his back. There actually might have been a note. Ed may have given me a note for that, Andrew. I apologize. He may have told me a long time ago to take you off. And then Christopher Dean wants our extra Rush Presto. So let's give Christopher Andrews that he put back. And now there's 3, okay? Now, Platoon is an OG soundtrack. Platoon is an OG soundtrack and Shrink with Hype. And this has a high bid. This has a high bid with Amanda Bennett for 25 and Bob Utider. So Amanda has that for 25, Bob Utider. Ray Charles is at 10, a sealed original. Ray Charles, Have a Smile with Me, $10, final call on that. Darren Wortman already got a Rush Presto, so let's put Darren Wortman's Rush Presto back. So I've got 4 copies. So the only people that got one from the waiting list then is Autumn Betts, Adam Bullock, Debbie Winstead, Brandon Johnson, Paul Brothers, and Roads to Madness. And then over here, the Prestos that were claimed live was Jim Davis got one live, and then R.K. Tucker got one live, and then Christopher Dean. All right, that should be good to go then. That should be a total of 6, 7, 8, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yep, we're good to go. So I've got 4 extra Prestos there. Bob's out on that. Thank you for letting me know. And now Platoon's a final call for 25. Next is, I've got 1 copy of Gorillaz. This is self-titled. It's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Gorillaz. Self-titled 2 LP, $39.99. The Big Lebowski soundtrack, new and sealed. Black vinyl, $34.99. The Big Lebowski. Brian DeLeon wants a Rush Presto. Thank you, Brian DeLeon. All righty, Big Lebowski, Gorillaz. I think there is a waiting list for the Pink Floyd Delicate Sound, or The Sound of Philadelphia. Let's take a look at that right quick. This is Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia, which is a 2 LP bootleg. And the waiting list for Pink Floyd Philadelphia is Aaron Jolie and Brandon Johnson. Aaron Jolly and Brandon Jolie. I made that. I got that backwards. Boy, my brain is going to be struggling tonight. Aaron Jolly and Brandon Johnson. Thank you and thank you. That's on the Pink Floyd. That's a 2 LP live in Philadelphia, and that's essentially a 2 LP. It's a Dark Side of the Moon live and Echoes. Okay, I've got 2 extra copies of that. Ryan R. on the Big Lebowski. Thank you, Brandon Johnson. Ray Charles is sold for $10, and that was sold to Jason Boxell. And Platoon is sold to Amanda Bennett for $25. All right, thank y'all. And thank you. Let's put up some new auctions, but let me go ahead and show the next record, which I haven't had in stock for a while. It's one of Chris Cornell's solo albums, Higher Truth. Higher Truth is a Gatefold 2 LP, and yes, that is Chris Cornell. And that's going to go up for a $39.99 buy it now. Let me bring these sealed records. Boy, if we sell all these sealed records tonight, that'd be great. I don't know what kind of titles are in here, but I mean, I guess the best thing to do is bring them over and put them up for $10 starts and see what happens. And I'll try to pull some of this other miscellaneous stuff up for auction as well. So first, we got Bing Crosby's Greatest Hits, which includes White Christmas. That's a sealed copy, $10 start on that. And then we got Jim Croce's Greatest Hits, which is a sealed copy from K-Tel. Those are $10 starts. The Pink Floyd boot is a 2 LP, $44.99. $44.99. We have 2 copies of Muse, and this is Black Holes and Revelations. I haven't had this back in stock, no waiting list, so Muse. There is 2 available for $33.99. And we did get a restock of the Led Zeppelin Dallas bootleg. Dallas is $29.99. Let's check the waiting list for Dallas, Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin Dallas. And I'm sure I have to have at least one waiting list for one Led Zeppelin record. Let's see what I have here for Dallas. Leslie Silvley and the Montana Project. Leslie Silvley and the Montana Project. Those are sold and sold. Leslie Silvley and the Montana Project. And that's Led Zeppelin live in Dallas, 1975, $29.99. Rock and Roll, Sick Again, Over the Hills and Far Away, Kashmir, Song Remains the Same, Rain Song, and No Quarter. That's $29.99. $29.99. Bing Crosby and then Jim Croce. So let's go back to the top. And Jim Croce does have a bid for 10, and Adam Bullock wants Chris Cornell. Is this a gospel album? This is not a gospel album. It does have some bonus tracks on it. $39.99. Adam Bullock gets one. We have one left. Lonesome Loser said Pink Floyd sounds awesome. He got one last week. I was curious how some of these were going to sound. I mean, most of these, you know, if they're source them and they press in the vinyl, they're going to be pretty good sounding. So I was curious. And we have a positive review on that one, okay? And we have Muse Absolution. There's the other Muse record. Muse is $39.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. $39.99 for Muse. And Pink Floyd is $44.99. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. And then we have Gang Starr, Hard to Earn. Gang Starr is a 2 LP, $39.99. So that's a lot of new vinyl there. Most of that stuff I haven't had in stock in a long time, or there's a waiting list for. Jim Croce just has one bid. It's sealed for $10. K-Tel Greatest Hits, Operator, Time in a Bottle. Nobody bid on Bing Crosby's Greatest Hits, so that's a buy it now for $10. That's a buy it now for $10. Michael Nath wants Pink Floyd. Ernest is working on his stand-up comedy routine. Ernest is a funny guy. I will say that. Ernest is a funny guy. He's known for being a funny guy. He got in a lot of trouble when he's in school for being a funny guy. Jim Croce, $10, final call. Here's what's left in here. Rush Presto. Rush is $33.99. That's new and sealed and remastered. And then we have one copy of Gorillaz left. This is their self-titled album. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99 for Gorillaz. The Big Lebowski, the original motion picture soundtrack, $34.99. Kenny Rogers, Bob Dylan, Captain Beefheart, Nina Simone. I have one left. We sold one. And I have Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia, which is a 2 LP, $44.99. Jim Croce is sold for $10 to Donna Mitchell. Thank you, Donna. That is sold to you for $10. And then we had Chris Cornell, Higher Truth. We sold one. We have one left. Chris Cornell, Higher Truth, Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99. We have Muse, Black Holes, and Revelations. Muse is $33.99. I have 2 of those left. Also, Led Zeppelin in Dallas, a Zeppelin bootleg being left behind, $29.99. 1, 2, 3, 4 copies there, it looks like. Reed Gregory wants Muse Absolution, which is this one right here. That was $39.99 2 LP. Now we have one of those left. And the other one, we have Gang Starr, Hard to Earn. Gang Starr is $39.99. $39.99. And then Chris Kirkley, Muse Black Holes. That's so to Chris Kirkley. That's true. Seth, that I fire every day, Ernest was in Seth's mother's class, and he got in a lot of trouble on a daily basis. Seth's mom sent Ernest to the principal office quite often because he was a heathen. Next auction is going up right now. Let's see what else we have over here in this box of sealed stuff. And let's see here. Focus. I like that. Mother, Focus. Focus is sealed. And then we have, what else do we have here? Mike Oldfield. Let's do a couple of these for $10 starts until I can come up with these other auctions I want to do. We have Mike Oldfield, 5 Miles Out, and Mother Focus, which I think is Focus. Mother Focus by Focus and Mike Oldfield. Those are sealed, $10 starts. Anybody else on anything in here? Anybody else on anything in here? If not, I'm going to go ahead and possibly bring over, I might go ahead and do one of John's new vintage crates, okay? We have Gangstar, Muse, Led Zeppelin, Muse, Chris Cornell, Pink Floyd, Big Lebowski, Gorillaz, and Rush, Presto. Fantastic. Let's put these right over here. If anybody changes their mind, just let me know. Those two really high-end records plus the Led Zeppelin RL that I posted, those will be for sale about 7:30 tonight. I'm going to run a Led Zeppelin RL. We have a Led Zeppelin RL. We have a, what else do we have? We have a, we have the Dirty, whatever it's called, Party, what's it called? Dirty Music? What? It's that really rare 10-inch. Probably one of the rarest and most valuable records we've ever had here, honestly. I don't know if we're going to demand the kind of money I've seen it bring before, but we do have one of the rarest and most expensive records tonight for sale that has ever come through this store. And we're going to have that tonight, probably around 7:30 or 8. So I don't think it's going to bring the kind of money I've seen them bring before, but it could. It could. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't, if the right couple people's watching. This is like a grail for a lot of people who collect seriously rare records. So, and you probably have never heard of it before. It's like one of these like kind of deep cut kind of things. Now, we did buy a collection today. We had somebody walk in today with a collection of records, and we bought those, and John's marked most of them. So here we have it. First thing we have is new vintage stuff. Let's go ahead and do this right now. New vintage being shown for the first time. We've got 3 more crates of new vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and knock out all the new stuff early. Probably within the next couple hours here. 1 crate after another. One thing, I don't have a lot of auctions. No Paul and no Laura today. And 2, I guess if, I don't know. We'll just keep showing records. I love when we buy new collections, though, because it's always this brand new, fresh stuff. We have Elvis for Everyone. This is a 65 Hollywood press, VG condition, $14.99. This is Elvis and mono. This is a 65 Hollywood, VG condition, $14.99. Also, Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World Beware. That's VG plus $14.99. VG plus $14.99. Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World Beware. And Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. VG condition, $9.99. This is Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. New check condition stuff here, priced and put out for the first time. Steppenwolf Live. This is in VG condition, $14.99 for Steppenwolf Live. It is a Gatefold 2 LP. VG condition, $14.99 for Steppenwolf. And Conway Twitty's Greatest Hits. That is VG plus, $9.99. Conway Twitty's Greatest Hits. VG plus $9.99. Ryan R on Stray Cats. If anybody wants Focus or Mike Oldfield, those are $10 buy it nows. I'm going to put them over here. Those are sealed originals. $10 buy it now on those. Let me see what else I have over here in these crates to put up. See what I can come up with over here. I see a Woodstock soundtrack. Let's take a quick look at it. Should be a 3 LP. That looks like it's not in the best of condition. Let me skip that right quick. See what else we have in here. And let's see, what is this? That looks interesting. And then here is Led Zeppelin 2. Interesting. Okay, there's that. Interesting. Okay, I'll come back to those in just a second. Ryan R., you were second on Stray Cats. I have Pyramid, the Modern Jazz Quartet, a 1960 mono, VG plus, $19.99. Pyramid, the Modern Jazz Quartet, VG plus, $19.99. Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Gas. What a cool cover. Has all those old gas company logo kind of spoof-looking titles, logos. VG plus $14.99. Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Gas. And Pink Floyd's Adam Hartmother, a 1970 OG Los Angeles press, VG condition, $24.99 for Pink Floyd. That's Adam Hartmuther, a 1970 original. All right. Also back here is Toulouse Street by the Doobie Brothers, EX edition, $12.99. $12.99. That is Doobie Brothers Toulouse Street. And big hits, High Tide and Green Grass, the Rolling Stones. And this is actually a red label mono. It is in VG condition. Mono, $19.99 on that. And yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans. Yes is VG Plus, $29.99. Tales from Topographic Oceans. Do you still have the Elvis poster you showed me? Would you take $250 out of the frame? I would take Gas also. Okay, so you want Gas here by Edwin Starr, or excuse me, by Junior Walker. That's sold to Tim Graham, and let's sell him this Elvis movie poster, and I will take it out of the frame, and it will come shipped to you folded, which will be just fine. And that's how those original one sheets came. And the poster we're talking about is, let me find it here. I took a picture of it yesterday. Right here. We're talking about this one here. He's talking about this poster. So let's get that. That's up front. I'll take that down and bring it back here tonight. We'll take that out of the frame, and we'll sell that to Tim Graham. Original Elvis Girl Happy poster, $250. Thank you, Tim, and that's so to you. $250. Thank you and appreciate that. Original Elvis movie poster. Melanie Jennings on the Doobie Brothers. That's sold. And then we have Reed Greger on Rolling Stones. R.K. Tucker, you're second. That is an original one sheet, so those came folded. Very few were rolled like those. They all came folded. Of course, it's been pressed in a frame for a long time. I don't know if you want us to roll it. I don't think it would be best. It'd be best if you folded it back the way it was. That's how all those one sheets came. 9.5 out of 10 original movie posters came folded. If they were rolled, they usually demand quite a bit more money, and they're quite rare to find those things rolled. All right, next is YouTube. This is Pride in the Name of Love. And this is a 1984 UK single. A 1984 UK single, Pride in the Name of Love. Of course, a song about Martin Luther King Jr. This also has Boomerang and Boomerang 2. And it also has the 11 o'clock TikTok and Touch. So there's 5 tracks actually on here. Very crisp. I mean, very nice condition. EX Plus vinyl. Really nice copy of U2 there, Pride. $20 start on that. We have Volunteer Jam 6, Charlie Daniels Band. That's in VG condition, $14.99. R.K. Tucker wants Pink Floyd. That's sold to R.K. Tucker. And we have the ESP Sampler, 1967, VG $9.99. Pharoah Sanders, Pearls Before Swine, Albert Ayler, Patty Waters. That looks very interesting. The ESP Sampler, VG $9.99. Now, keep in mind, it does look like they're really small snippets. VG condition, $9.99 on that. And Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talking. Savoy Brown is in EX condition, $17.99. Savoy Brown, EX $17.99. And Three Dog Night Harmony, VG Plus $9.99 on Three Dog Night Harmony. I'm just going to have to start putting up records back here behind me. These have very little or no research. I'm looking at them for the first time. I'm just going to tell you what I see, and we're going to put them up for auction, okay? This is definitely a German copy of Led Zeppelin 2. I just don't know when. I know where, Germany. It is in shrink wrap. The vinyl is in like VG, maybe a weak VG. It does have quite a bit of marks on it. It is a German pressing, though. It is Led Zeppelin 2, and that is going to be a $15 start. $15 start, okay? And then we have Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. Heart, Dog, and Butterfly, VG Plus, $17.99. No, it's not glued. I had that one framed myself. No, I don't know how she's got it framed, but it's not glued. And then we have the Outlaws, VG $9.99. I did buy a poster collection where a lot of them are mounted to backing board, which, I mean, I don't know if people like that or not. To me, it wouldn't really matter as long as it's going back in a frame. But I did buy a bunch of high-end posters about a year ago, and we still have most of them in storage back there in the back. And they've been like glued to a core-rated board. So I don't know if people prefer that or not. I guess if you're putting it right back in a frame, it doesn't matter. But this is definitely not glued. Kim doesn't do that. I had this one framed myself. What I'm selling him the poster for, that's what I paid for the frame. I think the frame cost $274. We had $500 on that poster at one point, Tim. Just so you know, I had that poster here in the store for $499. The frame cost me $274. ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud EX3299. If y'all have ever had anything framed, to have a one sheet really nicely framed with museum glass, it's about $250. It's really pricey, but it's worth it. Alvin Lee RX5. Alvin Lee is VG condition, $9.99. I've just had it for like 4 years, so I'm just trying to get some of my money back. Sometimes I frame stuff and it doesn't work out. I have spent a lot of money on frames, and it just don't work out. People sometimes don't even want it framed. They want to frame it themselves. They have a whole theme going in their house. They want a certain frame. They use the same frame for everything in their office or everything in their music room. They don't want a blue frame and a black frame and a red frame. And so Kim uses the same black frame on all of my stuff. But some people's like, I'm not going to give you an extra $300 because you paid $300 to have it framed. I just want to buy the poster. So some people they'll look at a framed movie poster and we'll have $500 on it. They're like, dang, that's a lot for a $200 poster. And I'm like, well, that frame costs $300. And they're like, well, I don't want it in that frame. I'd rather have it in my own frame. And so we have to take it out of a $300 frame. And some people are like, wow, it's framed. I'll pay you $500 because it's already framed. So long story short, it's hard to get the value out of the frame. It's hard to convince people, yeah, we paid $300 for this frame. So we have 10 Years After, A Space and Time. This is VG condition, $9.99. This is 10 Years After, VG $9.99. But Kim is my framer. I've been using her for over a decade now, and she frames everything for me, including all of my Bond posters. I keep them stored here in the back. I don't know if y'all can see them or not. This one here, this GoldenEye, that's about a $900 frame. That's a huge poster. I mean, you can see right there is a normal movie poster. That's like the size of 5 movie posters. That one cost me, I think, $920. That's the most I ever spent on a frame, but it's worth it. It took us a lot just to get it back here in the store, but that was a lot for a frame. But man, it's amazing to have it framed like that. So we have a lot of frames here in the store. Oh my gosh, we've spent a fortune on framing. The Doors Full Circle, that's VG condition, $14.99. And Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, VG plus $14.99. Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, that's VG plus $14.99. And then Layla, VG $14.99. The problem is when you spend $800 to have something framed and then you price it for $2,000, and we're not counting the value of the poster, people's like, why is this $2,000? And I'm like, well, you get what I'm saying. The frame costs a lot of money. Tim Graham on Molly Hatchet. Thank you, Tim Graham. That's sold to you. And then you two got one bid. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith for $20. Thank you, Patrick. You two is sold to you for $20. And then Led Zeppelin was a VG German copy. It can be bought for a $15 buy it now. VG German copy for a $15 buy it now. That might be the deal of the night. Also, we have Willie Nelson Stardust. VG plus $9.99. VG plus $9.99 for Willie Nelson Stardust. And then Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, 4-Way Street. This is VG plus $14.99. VG plus $14.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, 4-Way Street. And then CCR Pendulum. CCR is VG plus $24.99. CCR VG plus $24.99. I also sold Carol Puckett a pair of pants. Do you still have those, Carol? Melanie Jennings got Led Zeppelin for $15. That is sold to Melanie Jennings for $15. RK was second, then Todd Awara. And then we have Cheech and Chong, the Big Bamboo, with the rolling paper. With the rolling paper, VG $19.99. And then Brandon, you've just missed out on Led Zeppelin. We have Canned Heat, Hallelujah. Canned Heat's VG plus $24.99. Canned Heat, Hallelujah. And then Sticks Cornerstone. We're going through a great crate here of new vintage arrivals. We were talking about framing, but not anymore. VG $9.99. Chris Bryant on Cheech and Chong. That's sold to Chris Bryant. Thank you, Chris Bryant. And now we have sticks, pieces of 8, VG for $9.99. Y'all get me talking about posters, and I'll get sidetracked. It's like when people bring up autographs. My 2 passions, record collecting, poster collecting, autograph collecting. Y'all get me on some wicked tangents if you're not careful. We got to stay focused because we're going through new check condition, new vintage arrivals. I'm trying my best to hold back whatever this allergy bug, or perhaps, I hope not, but sickness that's coming across right now. So let me just hold back some allergies, hopefully for a few hours, to get through this show. Here is Mike Love from the Beach Boys, one of his solo albums. This is Mike Love, Looking Back with Love. That is sealed for a $10 start. That is sealed for a $10 start. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. And let's see what this looks like. I'm pulling stuff randomly out of the bin back here, and hopefully that checking it and seeing if it's going to be nice and clean or whichever it may be. Actually, that's not a bad copy whatsoever. Let's go ahead and do this. And we have Something New by the Beatles. Something New by the Beatles. This is a Scranton press. It's actually surprisingly really clean. Very clean for a Beatles record like this. We might grade it EX, but we'll say strong VG+. It looks like it's an original mono Scranton press, and we're going to put that up for a $15 start. $15 start. And then Todd Saw on CC. Chris Bryant was first, though. And then we have Willie and the Poor Boys, EX edition, $22.99. No Dr. Feelgood in stock, unfortunately. No, if I did, it would be long gone. Willie and the Poor Boys, EX, $22.99. Willie and the Poor Boys. 10 years after, Positive Vibrations. 10 years after is EX edition, $17.99. EX, $17.99. And then John Anderson, Oasis of Sun Willow. John Anderson is VG plus $14.99. Oasis of Sun Willow. Jim Croce, I Got a Name. Jim Croce is EX edition, $12.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival. That's VG plus $24.99. And that's on this blue fantasy label. Not a bad copy for that album. VG plus $24.99. If anybody wants Mike Love, he's a $10 buy it now. And then the Beatles. Karen Robbins has that for $15. Going once, going twice. Forgot to wear. Yep. Well, I hope everything. Brian and Melanie, I think, are going to attempt to return tomorrow. Ed was here. And I think he's okay. And I think his fever and everything's gone. And I just don't hope it hadn't just come across to me yet. That's what we don't need, okay? Because that means the whole show could stop. We have the Who live at Leeds. That's in VG condition, $9.99. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue is VG, $12.99. And Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. That's EX, $22.99. So that was our first bin of the night of new arrivals, new check condition stuff there. I'm just going to read those titles one more time. If anybody wants a price, let me know. Getting started early tonight with new stuff. I'm also going to put up another U2 single. This is the Unforgettable Fire. Great stuff here. And 85 UK. 85 UK, that is U2, The Unforgettable Fire. We have the Three Sunrises, A Sort of Homecoming, and Love Comes Tumbling. Bass Trap. This is a UK single of Unforgettable Fire. I love that. That's one of my favorites by U2. So it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is another 5-track, and that's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? The Beatles, the Final Call for $15. Wow, $15 on that with Karen. Brian DeLeon got JJ for Joan Jett. We still have Layla. Yes, Layla is still in here. This looks like Layla right here. There's Layla. That is VG condition, just $14.99. Scott Reimer got the Who, and I'm assuming that was for the live at Leeds. Thank you, Scott. That's so you. And let's breeze through these one more time. Welcome, everybody. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. I would greatly appreciate that. And we got some cool stuff tonight. We just picked up some vintage records. We're going to go through these one more time. I'm going to go ahead and go through a new vinyl bin, a new vintage bin, another new vinyl bin. I'll go ahead and apologize right now. No Paul and no Laura, so we don't have a lot of auctions. I think what I might have to do is just start going through old bins and just pulling stuff up and reducing the prices. Like this was a record we priced yesterday. I might have to just pull stuff out of the bins and just reduce the price and put it up for auction, because I hate not having auctions. It's like the lifeline of these sales. It keeps it entertaining. It keeps it interesting. And if we don't have any auctions, it's almost like boring for me. I know to me, it's just like there's something missing. So I'm going to try my best to come up with some stuff. Last night when I was here, I told Tanner, I was like, well, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. I need to go to bed. I've been up all night, but also Paul and Laura's not going to be here. We're not going to have any auctions. So I was like, I'll just have to wing it. I'll have to wing it tomorrow. So that's kind of what we're doing. John came up with a few things for me. So bear with me on the auctions. And I may have to start putting up some 45s. Yeah, we did that last night late. That turned out to be pretty interesting. So let's sell this to Paul S. He gets the Layla and Diego second. Let's read through these one more time very quickly because it's the second time. Karen, there's a new bid on the Beatles for 16. You're out. And Mark Berger is on YouTube for 20. I do have what I call New Orleans 45, so they're pretty bizarre, but they should be interesting auction items, especially if you look them up. Maybe some pretty cool stuff in here. We'll get those going in just a second. We have Elvis for Everyone. Elvis for Everyone, VG condition, $14.99. We have Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World Beware, VG plus $14.99. We have Steppenwolf Live, that's VG condition, $14.99. Conway Twitty's Greatest Hits, VG plus $9.99. Pyramid, the Modern Jazz Quartet, VG plus $19.99. Yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans, VG plus $29.99. Volunteer Jam 6, VG $14.99. The ESP Sampler, VG $9.99. Let's get back to the top. And then we had Christopher Dean wants the Oasis of Sun Willow. That was the John Anderson record. Thank you, Christopher Dean. That's so do you. And then Christopher Morris got Conway Twitty. So if you're just hopping on, it's 6:30 and we're already going through our newest stuff tonight. And that'll be the next thing for probably the next 3 hours, new stuff. EX $17.99 on Savoy Brown. Three Dog Night Harmony, VG plus $9.99. Three Dog Night Harmony. By the way, Karen's backing on the Beatles at 17. RK, you're out. This is the U2 Unforgettable Fire UK copy. It's a 5-track, and Mark Berger has that for $20. What a great song, Unforgettable Fire. Heart, Dog and Butterfly still left. VG plus $17.99 for Heart, Dog and Butterfly. Outlaws, VG $9.99 for the Outlaws. ZZ Top, Rio Grande Mud. That's EX $32.99. Alvin Lee, what a cool cover there. Kind of looks like C-3PO. RX-5, Alvin Lee, definitely feeding off some Star Wars there. VG $9.99. What year is this? It's got to be post-77. 81, yeah. VG right in its prime. $9.99 on that. Canned Heat is EX $24.99. Canned Heat, legendary guitarist Alvin Lee. I've never listened to that. All the stuff is typically pretty good if you're into especially guitar work. Speaking of them, there's his band 10 years after, A Space and Time, VG $9.99. Oh, the backup. My bad. Sorry, the back. The back. I didn't read that correctly. Sometimes I don't even read. I just pretend I'm reading your comment. All right. If that wasn't good enough, just let me know and I'll do it again. Let's go ahead and put up Heart. That's sold to Trina Long. Tim Graham on ZZ Top. This is sold to Tim Graham. EX $32.99. EX $32.99. The Doors Full Circle. The Doors is VG condition, $14.99. Willie Nelson Stardust. Willie Nelson's VG plus $9.99. We have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Four-Way Street. That's VG plus $14.99. Gabe, you're second on Heart. There is a new bid on U2. This Canned Heat here, I think it's called Vintage. What's it called? The New Age. The New Age. The New Age. EX $24.99. RK's backing on the Beatles at 18. Karen, you're out. That's a VG plus EX mono copy, Scranton. New bid on U2 for 25. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Pendulum. Pendulum's VG plus $24.99. ZZ Top was EX $32.99. That was to Tim Graham. We also have Canned Heat, Hallelujah. That's VG plus $24.99. Melanie Jennings on Willie Nelson Stardust. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. Styx Cornerstone is VG $9.99. The Beatles has a new bid for 20. Styx Pieces of 8. That's VG condition $9.99. Willie and the Poor Boys. That's EX $22.99. Also 10 years after, Positive Vibrations. EX $17.99. Jim Croce, I Got a Name. EX $12.99. And then we had CCR. That was VG Plus $24.99. And then the Rolling Stones, black and blue, VG $12.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, here we are. Let's go through a crate of new stuff. Carol has U2 for 27. Let's go ahead and bring the 45s over here. That should perk a few people up. I wish I had all kinds of 80 metal pitcher sleeves like I did the other night, but y'all saw what happened. The smallest taste of metal I had was a couple nights ago. I had all those 80s metal pitcher sleeves we got in, I guess, or we found, wherever they came from. I don't know if we bought them here in the store or what happened, but they we went through those and boom, they were all gone. They disappeared. All right, let's bring over a crate of new vinyl. John's got 3 more crates like that to go through, and let's go ahead and Chad's about to sneeze. Whoo, boy, y'all should have heard that one. That was wicked. The Rolling Stones is sold to Reed Gregory. Thank you, Reed Gregory. That is sold. To you. So to Reed Gregory. Let's see what's going on over here, these 45s. There's no telling what's in here. I mean, or what kind of music it is. It could be the most bizarre, or we might actually find something we know. And I encourage everybody to check these on Discogs because I don't have time right now, and this could be something that could be something pretty interesting. So, or pretty valuable. Who knows? All right. Here we have John Howard wants a pack of outer sleeves. The Beatles is at 23. RK, you're out, and Karen, you're out. And it looks like Carol has the U2 for 27, and that's a final call. We did get a restock of Rush counterparts, and we've already shown Presto, and I have a few Prestos left, but if you want a Rush counterparts, counterparts is also back in stock as soon as I can get this spreadsheet to work. And if you need a Rush, they are $39.99. Counterparts, we had quite a few people on a waiting list, so let's go ahead and count these out. We had Dave Mixon. I believe he was a first-time buyer, too. Dave Mixon, Stuck 73, Michael Snared, Oso Adventure, and then Alyssa Rose needed 3. 1, 2, 3 for Alyssa Rose. So that's a total of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's Rush counterparts. Those are all sold, $39.99 each. And I have a total of 5 left if anybody else wants one. New bid on the Beatles for 26. And now U2 is sold to Carol Puckett for 27. Thank you, Carol. That is sold to you. Now, this record came out of a bin last night. It was priced, it was cleaned, it was sleeved. It's Jimi Hendrix in the West. It's a 72 UK. I'm going to cut the price in half and put it up for auction. Jimi Hendrix in the West, a beautiful UK copy in shrink with GM import sticker, a $20 start on that. Inner sleeves, packs of, you can claim these right now. John, also let me know, do you want inner or outer sleeves, John Howard? Here's the lineup. Inner sleeves are packs of 50 for $26.99. Those are going to look like this, MoFi or vinyl style. And then packs of 100 outer sleeves are $29. So outer, $29. Inners are 50 for $26. Next record. I figured the other night I had that, we had a copy of this. I was like, well, if I'm going to have my favorite album of all time, one of my favorite albums of all time, I better keep it in stock. And this is a great pressing. It's the clear vinyl, 75th anniversary Atlantic, clear vinyl. Those are $33.99. So Crosby, Stills, and Nash is the self-titled album, $33.99. We're still bidding on the Beatles. It's at $26. And we do have MoFi sleeves in stock, yes. We do have MoFi. If you specifically want MoFi, I think we have enough to go around. Here is the Shtaz, the Les Shtaz. That's, I gotta be careful saying that. The Les Shtaz, Shtauss. It's called Black in Town, and that is going to go up for a $5 start. Okay, $5 start. Christopher Morris wants Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That's going to Christopher Morris. It looks like we're done on the Beatles. I've got Barron Cross, and Barron Cross. This one is called Atomic Arena. Now, I'm pretty sure there's a wait list, and I'm also pretty sure Tanner told me Cameron. Are you watching, Cameron? Cameron Lingefeld needed one to complete his order. So here's one. Edwin Riviera. You was on a waiting list. Edwin Riviera on a waiting list. That is sold to Edwin Riviera. Let me text Tanner if Cameron's not watching. He told me yesterday. He said, hey, when those come in, he needs one. Let me ask, which Barron Cross did Cameron need? I think it was Atomic Arena. So let's say right now we just have one of these. If anybody wants one. R.K. Tucker's in on less at 5. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for 20. And then, oh, man, great. Depeche Mode. I forgot about these. Depeche Mode Violator. Where's Matthew O'Brien at? I've got them in, and they don't have scene splits. These are nice, and it's the cheaper U.S. edition. $33.99. Depeche Mode Violator. $33.99 for Depeche Mode Violator. So we have 2 copies sold to C. Thomas and Matthew O'Brien. And that is Depeche Mode. And I have 1 extra copy. I got in 5 the other day, and they all had damage to them. So these are nice, and they're clean, and they're new, and they're sealed. And now the Beatles is officially sold to R.K. Tucker for $26. Jimi Hendrix is a final call, and so is the Les Shtauss for $5. That is a final call on that. I'm just going to grab a 45 over here and keep those going all night long. And then we have Black Sabbath, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. That is a Black Sabbath essential, new and sealed, remastered, $33.99. Let's go ahead and put Darren Wortman down for a Barron Cross. Darren Wortman, there is your Barron Cross. And Dwayne, if this is not the one that Cameron needed, I'll go ahead and give you this last one. And if that's not the one Cameron needed, okay? So give me 1 second. Let me pull up messages, too. That might help me out a little. Usually Cameron's watching. He may not be on right now. Let's see if he sent us a message. He may have. He picks up locally. Yeah, they probably did that in person. So P.D. Perez wants a Depeche Mode. So Dwayne, you're next in line for Barron Cross. Depeche Mode sold to PD. Does anybody else want a waiting list on that? We have Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $33.99. All the Right Reasons. John Howard wants a pack of outer sleeves. And then Jason Boxell wants 3 packs of MoFi inner sleeves. And let's make sure on the inner sleeves we put the brand, okay? R.K. Tucker, that sold you for $5. Thank you. And Jimi Hendrix sold at half off to Thomas Clark for $20. Thank you, Thomas. That sold you. Jimi Hendrix is sold for $20. Let's see what else I can grab for auction. And the next thing I have over here is, let's see here. I think there was a John Mayall I had my eye on. I'm going to pull some stuff out of the tubs over here and just put them up for auction. How about the World of John Mayall? Yeah, a UK copy, the World of John Mayall. Let's put this up for a $10 start. UK Decca, very clean it looks like. Has the original polyline bag, or at least a polyline bag. I think that's the original for that. Super clean UK Decca copy there. That is a $10 start. Darren, I think that one may be coming up in just a second. Give me 1 second on that. Here is Pink Floyd in mono. This is their debut album, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, $33.99. That is the mono press. And then we have Rush, Hold Your Fire. Rush is $34.99, 180-gram remaster. And then we have Cro-Mags, The Age of Coral, a record that I never have in stock. Here they are, limited edition, multicolor smoke-colored vinyl, limited multicolor smoke cloud vinyl. That is $36.99 for Cro-Mags. All right, what's this next single? This next single, RK may end up bidding on every one of these. What is this one here called? This is the Cynics Kitchen Sink. Cynics. Kitchen Cynics. Some of this I'm having trouble reading. That's about as much as I can make out. $5 start on that. Very unusual New Orleans stuff here. $5. That's the collection it came from. $10 on that. And then Craig Honeycutt on Rush Counterparts. That is sold to Craig Honeycutt. Thank you. And then there we have it. And Chris Bryant got a Cro-Mags. Yeah, that's one of those thrash essentials that are never in stock, and that happens to be on colored vinyl, and we never get originals of. Jim Berg wants a Rush, Hold Your Fire. Thank you, and that's up. And now John Mayall's the final call, and that's a $5 start. All righty. Next thing I have over here is a quick recap of this bin. So we got in Presto and Counterparts on those newest Rush reissues. Here's Counterparts. We're down to 4 copy, 2 LP, $39.99. Sabbath Volume 4, Remastered, $33. We have Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Look at this graph. Every time it makes me laugh. And then we have 2 copies of Mono Remaster for $33.99. And then Rush, Hold Your Fire, $34. And then Cro-Mags, Age of Coral, $36. Dwayne, well, if this is not, do you still want one if that's not the one Cameron needed? If you want one tonight, I'll make sure you get that one. If not, we'll have one extra, okay? So, the Kitchen Cynics has a $5 start, no bid. We just sold the Citasis, and we're about to sell John Mayall for $10, okay? Let me go ahead and swap out crates. Let's go through another crate of new vintage stuff, shall we? Another crate of new vintage stuff coming up right now. Still got the 2 rare 10-inch over here to auction. I'll be doing that very soon. And a Led Zeppelin RL. I figured I'd at least throw in a couple really great high-end items tonight for Friday night that I found laying on a shelf. I knew we'd bought those from Dale, but I hadn't seen them in months. It's always nice to clean off a shelf and be like, oh, here's 3 $500,000 plus records I forgot about. That's always a good time. Let's go ahead and go through this crate here. Looks like new vintage stuff John has marked today. We've got 3 more crates to go through, counting this one. So 3 crates counting this one, and then we have 2 more crates of new vinyl to go through. And then we'll see where I am on my allergy attack, okay? Maybe my allergy attack won't be going too bad tonight. If anybody wants the Kitchen Cynics, it's a $5 buy it now. And then John Mayall is sold to Jared Inc. for $10. Thank you, Jared Inc. That's sold to you for $10. Nice clean copy of that. Let me go ahead and swap out crates. And now we're officially going to put up a new one. All right, here we go. Let's get a new crate going. There's that. Let me grab a new empty one. Train's coming through town. How appropriate. As soon as I pause where y'all can get quiet, the train starts coming through. Allergy. Yeah, that's what I'm calling it. Not a COVID attack. It's an allergy attack, okay? I don't have COVID. I'm not getting sick, even though my voice is scratchy and I'm coughing and sneezing. I'm not sick, okay? We can get through this show, I promise. We're going to get through this. I think this is an OG Nirvana. It's just missing the cover. Yeah. I think this is OG Nirvana. It's just missing the cover. Let me see if I can look it up right quick, actually. This would be worth a quick time out. There's no jacket, but it may be worthy. Let's see here. DG. Yeah, it should be. I mean, the original was white vinyl. That's David Giffen Company, DGC -247. Let me put in white. Yeah. Boy, those are expensive. Man, those are expensive records. Yeah, I mean, these start right now at $212, obviously. There's not a loose disc. This doesn't have a jacket, but this is a clean copy. And then there's another version that's even more expensive. But this is, let me try to grade this. I just pulled this out of the bin. It's clean. There's actually a sticky note on it that said clean. And yeah, I think it's a really nice disc. It's hard to grade white vinyl, though. Let's call it VG Plus just to be, I mean, I do see some scuffing, so it's hard to grade these, though. But this is an OG Nirvana Unplugged. It came as a limited edition white vinyl. And let's put it up for auction. I mean, the cheapest you can get one right now with a jacket's like a couple $100. So let's put that up for a $10 start. That's just the disc. Just the disc, but it is Nirvana Unplugged. $10 start on that, okay? My sense and tell. Well, I ate Chick-fil-A about an hour ago. It tasted okay. Nirvana Unplugged, a $10 start. Jim Davis put KC's. Was that a claim, Jim Davis? KC's? KC's. Jim Davis put KC. I might have missed something there, Jim. KC's. And here we go. Happier Hog on Ice. Hope you much appreciate it. Thank you, Bobby B. Thank you, Bobby B. Thank you to all of our great customers. Let's go through some new arrivals here. Nice. A Disney record, book and story. Aladdin and his wonderful lamp. Aladdin is $29.99. It looks like there's a little bit of cover damage right back here. Aladdin is $29.99. Just an OG Nirvana. Like I said, if that had a jacket with it, we'd be selling it tonight. We'd be selling it tonight for what, $300 or $400 if it had a jacket. The Kitchen Cynics. Okay, this is sold to Jim Davis for $5. Oh, I know I missed something. Christopher Dean wanted a counterparts. Thank you, Christopher Dean. Christopher Dean wanted a counterparts. I was not ignoring you. I knew I had forgot something. Okay, I knew I forgot something. This is sold to Christopher Dean. Let me go back up to, yeah, there's Christopher Dean. And then Dwayne said he will take one tonight. Okay, there's that. All right, moving on. We have Otis Redding, The Dock of the Bay. Otis Redding is a 2014 press and shrink in mono, $27.99. So we got Aladdin, and that was $29.99. Really cool Disney record there. And by the way, that is a book and story. A little bit of damage here on the spine, but that's one of those that has the storybook with it. And all that's nice. Just that little bit of discoloration right here, and the vinyl's clean. Really nice. Wow. So that's a nicer copy for the book and the vinyl to be nice for those. And I don't see his Aladdin as a lot. There's a mono press from 2017 of Dock of the Bay. Looks like Nirvana has jumped up to $50. And then we have Elvis Promised Land. This is a nice looking copy. Very nice. And jacket. $14.99 for Elvis Promised Land. Victor Bourget. A Comedy in Music. That's $9.99. And we have John Anderson. Once again, that's John Anderson of Yes. Not Country John Anderson. John Anderson Animation. $19.99. So G-Man, Nirvana's already jumped up to $50. Here's our next 45. And this is called what? Game for Vultures. Game for Vultures. Let's see this. These are all coming straight out of this New Orleans collection. Never really looked at them. Everything so far has been clean. Game for Vultures. $5 start. Let's put that right over here, okay? Next is Blues Are Black. That's $19.99. That's John Lee Hooker, Memphis Slim. $19.99. This is OG Nirvana white vinyl. And I just ran the matrix on it. It is the OG white vinyl. Like I said, these start right now. First press, limited edition. They're a couple $100. The cheapest you can get one for, it looks like. They usually sell nice for $300 or $400, $200, $300, $400, wherever, you know, what high grade it is. And it's just the disc. Just the disc. No jacket. There's no jacket. There's coverless. Coverless. It's like a comic book missing the cover. It's still worth a lot. Have y'all ever seen what these comic books sell for missing the covers? Like a Superman #1 missing the cover is still like 6 figures. It's pretty incredible. They sell loose pages. Like there's one page of a comic book now selling for like 25 grand. Crazy. Big, I've never seen that happen before. Blues are sold to Michael Nath. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. And now this is Game for Vultures, a $5 start. We have $14.99 for what? Doo-Wop Collection. Doo-Wop Collection. $14.99 for Doo-Wop Collection. Game for Vultures is on black vinyl. Game for Vultures is on black vinyl. $5 start on that. Come On Everybody, Elvis. $9.99. Come On Everybody, Elvis. Hank Snow, Country and Western Jamboree. 1957 mono. 1957 mono. $19.99 on that. And Magnavox presents a reprise of great hits. This is the reprise label compilation with the Association, Count Basie, Harper's Bazaar, Don Ho, Barbara McNair, Nelson Riddle, Frank Sinatra. That is $12.99. Canned Heat Vintage. Canned Heat is a 2023. That's on clear vinyl with orange and blue splatter. Kind of looks like that. It kind of looks like this. Canned Heat is $24.99. $24.99. And then we have Doo-Wop collection, sold to Jason Boxell. And this is called Game for Vultures. Game for Vultures. Looks like it's $19.90. Where are we on Nirvana? There was a new bid for $60. So Christopher has it. PD Perez, you're out. And G-Man, you're out. That's at $60. And then we have Canned Heat. That's sold to Michael Nath. Thank you. This is a Sinatra Magnavox compilation. Still got the Ladden and the Otis Redding. Stacy second on Canned Heat. Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love. Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. And the Beatles, Hey Jude, an 86 SRC pressing. Hey Jude is $39.99. Hey Jude is $39.99. That's an 86 SRC pressing. Elvis, Raised on Rock, that's $16.99. And Buddy Holly in person. This is $14.99. Buddy Holly in person. It's on Cricket Records, $14.99. And we have the Beatles' second album. That's in shrink wrap, a 1983 Black Rainbow, $39.99. So I just want to say, I almost sold the Nirvana because I hadn't heard back from like 5 people, and I'm about to sell it. And the high bid just came in, though. I mean, a new bid just came in, though, $65. White vinyl, disc only. White vinyl, disc only. We have raised details. Elvis Raised on Rock is RCA. Has a embossed promo jacket. It's on an orange label. It's clean, $16.99. Christopher got Buddy Holly. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. Paul Gilpin was second. Craig Thomas gets Game for Vultures for $5. And then their Nirvana has a new bid for $65. The Best of Buffalo Springfield, retrospective. The Best of Buffalo Springfield, that is $34.99. Jason Boxell was sold on Elvis. That is sold to Jason Boxell. And Foreigner, self-titled. Foreigner, self-titled is $19.99. That's a surprisingly very nice, not really surprisingly. How about just, I was surprised at how nice it was. $19.99. And then the Elvis, Come On Everybody. The Come On Everybody, Elvis, was right here. It's $9.99. It's Pickwick. It's on the black with the multicolor P Pickwick. It's $9.99, okay? Are we done on Nirvana? I think we are. Todd Wara, you have that for $65, right? Todd, you have that for $65. Christopher just went out. One more time. This is OG Nirvana, disc only. Disc only. There's no jacket. It's hard to grade this white vinyl. I just literally pulled this out of a crate. And I said buy it as if it's VG Plus, just so you don't have any surprises. I'm looking at it. I mean, I can see like some scuffing and stuff. And the marks that I've seen, I think it's going to be okay. And, of course, like I said, if that had a jacket with it, if that was here, we'd probably already be at $200, $300, or $400 on something like that. I've only ever had a white vinyl one other time. And that's a final call for $65. And next was Jason Thomas got Foreigner. That's sold to Jason Thomas. And then let's put up a new 45. This next one is called Fun Lock. Fun Lock. Cut off your ear. I guess that's lock. I don't know. German. Deuce. Little Head Sweetheart. $5 start. That's now up for auction. The Hey Jude was an 86 SRC rainbow label. Super clean. $39.99. Same label for the second album, which was in shrink wrap. Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book in shrink wrap. $34.99. Nice Mercury, no condition notes, $34.99. Wow, that's a clean copy. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. We have Steve Miller Band Fly Like an Eagle with a promo sticker and a press kit. Wow. A press kit with Steve Miller Band's Fly Like an Eagle. Take a look at that. Has a promo photo and a press release with it. From Big Bob's collection. $34.99. Fly Like an Eagle with press kit. Never seen that before. That's really cool for such as a classic album as big as that. It's in a capital. Has a capital embossed folder there. And there's a promo sticker on the front. Let's check the label. Oh, this is an odd. Is this foreign? No. This is just, I don't remember it feeling. One thing, it feels very heavy. It feels like it's 200 gram almost. Manufactured by Haworth Enterprises. It's beautiful though, and it feels like there's something else down in here. It's Fun Go. Thank you. Oh, it's got a merch insert. Wow, this should have been auctioned. It's got a merch insert and a very unusually heavy disc too. And an inner sleeve, it looks like. So it's been stored in a poly line, but it has an inner sleeve as well. And sometimes Big Bob puts stuff down in these. Yeah, there's more stuff down in here. There's Big Bob. He's watching. He said, cool stuff. Thank you, Bob. We're all enjoying your records night after night. Bob's watching. Shout out to Bob there. Big Bob, thank you for choosing CollectCo to buy your collection. We have been spreading joy all over the world, literally. It's fun to go. I get to go through these live every night. John and Paul and Laura get to have most of the fun. They get to go through these things in the back. I go through them live right here, and I get surprised every night. That's so to Brent Robley. Thank you, Brent. That's so to you. And then Gary Wellman on MG. And MG, Gary Wellman, was Blues Magoose. Is that what you meant? MG? I'm going to make sure before I pull that. And this is called Fun Go. Thank you for helping me out. This is a $5 start. Calvin second on Steve Miller, then David Tate. And Christopher's in on Fun Go for $5. And now let's go ahead and sell this coverless Nirvana. And this is sold to Todd Wara for $65. Todd Wara, you get that for $65. Nice. Enjoy. If you just want the listening experience, that's a great discount, because if that thing had a jacket, you would have been paying about $300 more if it was as nice as the vinyl. So thank you. That's a big savings for that. And then Gary Wellman does want Blues Magoose. All right. And Fun Goes the final call. Like I said, we went to New Orleans about, well, when did Paul buy all this stuff? Over a year ago. We went to New Orleans about a year ago, and Paul bought 10,000 plus albums and probably 15,000 45s. And every 45 was like this. Just odd. Okay, we did find stuff we knew, like when I say stuff I know, like artists we see every day. But then there's most of them, 95% of them is like this. It's just, unless you're maybe into the deep cuts or the underground music, or you're deep into the punk scene or the alternative scene, I'm just not too familiar. And we have, oh man, we have boxes and tubs and boxes full of this kind of stuff. And if y'all don't get to watch like at 1 a.m., that's when we go through these things. And tonight, since we're low on auction, I'm just going to be putting them up for $5 starts and see what happens, okay? So who knows what it could be? It could be punk. It could be alternative. It could be, who knows? But it's just, we just put them up. So Mark Fallon's listening to Bob Dylan, and Joshua's listening to Led Zeppelin. Hopefully y'all bought both of those from me. I appreciate that. Speaking of Led Zeppelin, let's go ahead, and I'll give that one more second. What am I about to do? I need another auction. Let's pull something else random out of this tub. That was a good pull. Let's see what the next thing is. Genuine Dillard and Clark. That's always a cool record. Genuine Dillard and Clark. That's Doug Dillard and that's Gene Clark. Two legends. It's in shrink wrap. I'm pulling this straight out of the bin. It's surprisingly really clean. I mean, it's EX and we hadn't even cleaned it yet. It's in shrink, a $15 start. Genuine Dillard and Clark, $15 start. That's up for auction. We're going through new arrivals. Excuse my sickness or allergies or whatever's going wrong with me. I apologize. I'm pretty under the weather and I feel it declining. Elvis, Separate Ways. That's on Pickwick, $9.99. So when I say Pickwick, quick education, Pickwick is what we call a budget label from RCA Camden. I can't give you a full history or maybe a 100% accurate one, but this is actually called like a budget label. So some people collect them, some people pass, some people try to get all the Elvis, but it's not really the real label. So if we ever say Pickwick, it's like an affordable, it was like a cheaper off-budget label for RCA. Or a lot of people, not just RCA, a lot of, I mean, like I said, most people's like, oh, it's Pickwick, I'll pass. So some people try to get all the Elvis records, and if you're going to get all of them, you got to get the Pickwicks too. Clyde McPhatter, Tata. Clyde McPhatter's in shrink wrap. Wow, that's really nice. It's on the Black Mercury label. There is a stain right here on the jacket, but that's nice. Clyde McPhatter's, $19.99. And then Brazil 65 with the Sergio Mendes Trio. That's a 65 Los Angeles press. Never seen that one before. $49.99. Brazil 65. That's $49.99. And Frank Zappa guitar. Wow. A 1988 2LP. I was about to say, that one doesn't come through as often because it's from 1988. $49.99. $49.99. Zappa looks like it has a book in it or some sort of insert. The Old Masters, it says. It's got like a merch insert and catalog insert. Zappa's $49.99. Fun Go still getting bids. Christopher has it for $12. Bobby B's out. And Dillon and Clark is a $15 start. The next 45 here I have is the Explosives. The Explosives. This is on Pajamarara Records. The Explosives is going to be a $5 start. It's a 4-track, The Explosives. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Here's Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone. Pickwick, $9.99. And Birth of the Beatles, La Grande Historia del Rock, Birth of the Beatles, $19.99. That has the Unipack sleeve with it, $19.99. And then Elvis, Burning Love, Elvis is $9.99. CJ Croak on Zappa, but right before you was John Kaiser. John Kaiser gets the Zappa. That is sold to John Kaiser. Fun Go is officially sold to Christopher Abilia for $12. Thank you. By the way, we're going to try to put these in new sleeves. But if I think it needs to stay in the sleeve, I will. This has a little courtesy promo sticker with it. I'm going to put that down inside the record, okay? Is there another one that needs in a new sleeve? Yeah, the Kitchen Scenics. The Kitchen Scenics. The Explosives were a backing band for Rocky Erickson. That's cool. Rocky Erickson was in a band called the 13-4 Elevators. The Best of B.B. King, $24.99, MCA Records. B.B. King, super clean copy, $24.99. Booker T and the MGs. This is Booker T and the MGs T-set. Booker T is $24.99. And Justin Hayward, John Lodge, Blue Jays. That's Justin Hayward, John Lodge from the Moody Blues. And the greatest hits of Sorry, I just had a triple sneeze. Johnny Maestro and the Brooklyn Bridge, and they were known for their hit song, The Worst That Could Happen. The Brooklyn Bridge, $14.99. No bid on Dillard and Clark. If anybody wants that for $15, that's a great price. $15. And by the way, the other no bids tonight, we had Sealed Mike Love for $10. We have Focus Sealed for $10. Mike Oldfield Sealed for $10. Bing Crosby's Greatest Hits with White Christmas sealed for $10. And then Albert Ayler and Don Cherry sealed. It was $15. I'll mark it down to $10. All those for $10. That was sealed record store day. We had Bing Crosby for $10. Mike Oldfield for $10. Focus for $10. Mike Love for $10. Dillard and Clark is sold to Michael Butler for $15. All right, and that's so far our no bids tonight. All $10 now. Todd, you were second on Dillard and Clark. The Blue Jays was $14.99. $14.99 on that. And then Junior Walker and the All-Stars Greatest Hits. Junior Walker and the All-Stars Greatest Hits. $19.99. Junior Walker and the All-Stars. And the Beatles 62 to 66. $39.99. That's the red capital. Very clean there. If anybody wants the explosives, it's a $5 buy it now. $5 buy it now on the explosives. Some of these may not fit back into its sleeve. We may need to, yeah, they'll fit back in there. Okay, here we go. Explosives is $5. Give me 1 second, and let me go up here and grab the Led Zeppelin, and I'm going to put it up for auction. I'm not stumped too many times on Led Zeppelin, but I have a Led Zeppelin here that I got stumped on. I don't know if it's a unique variant or if it's just an alteration, but I'll show you what I'm talking about. But folks, we have one of my few offerings I do every week or two. I think the last one we did was 2 weeks ago. We have an offering of Led Zeppelin II, a Bob Lowood cut. Now, let me go ahead and first tell you what we have going on here. Led Zeppelin is technically OG. It's not a Bob Lowood on both sides, okay? So first of all, let me give you the information. This is a 1969 CTH, RLSS, and Lee Holcole side 2. Lee Holcole was another mastering engineer. I have a printout from the Discogs on this. That's all the information from Discogs. And basically, there is a note on here. They basically include a paragraph where Bob Lowood basically says the Lee Holcole mix is pretty much the same as his, or the same cut. And if you have ever heard of the Lee Holcole, it's very similar to Bob Lowood. So far as the sound quality, these are always just a little bit cheaper because on a collectability level, it's not the true first one, okay? The true first one has RLSS and RLSS. This has LHSS. SS is Sterling Sound, and then side 1 is RL. So this is that second run where they fixed the matrix for Lee Holcole on side 2. Still a very desirable record, Led Zeppelin 2. I've test played it twice. I listened to it twice when I was working on some records. It plays and sounds VG Plus EX. It needs to be it goes as a VG Plus. It sounds VG Plus EX. Y'all know how great these sound. Now, there's one thing on this one that I don't know, I've never seen before, and I can't find anything about it. This has the name Steve Dotson in the dead wax. Steve Dotson. STEVDODSON. I can't find anything Led Zeppelin 2 with the name Steve Dotson in the dead wax. I don't know if somebody etched that in there like it was somebody's name, or there's something else that I'm missing here, okay? So for y'all Led Zeppelin collectors, if y'all have ever seen anything that says Steve Dotson, I haven't. I've never seen that before. It says Steve Dotson in the dead wax. It's an OG 69 CTH. It's still technically OG. It's a Bob Lowood, Lee Holcole, hot mix, VG Plus, a $375 start. RLSS side 1, Lee Holcole side 2. $375. Superb, very nice jacket. And this is from Big Bob's collection. I love this. It has an original magazine article. It has an original magazine article with a printout for Led Zeppelin 2. I guess that was in like a Life magazine or something. That's really cool. An original article. Led Zeppelin 2 is ready, advertising the release of the album. So I'm going to say a $375 start. It's got my stamp of approval. Obviously, no skips. It's loud, and it's an RLSS and then Lee Holcole. So here's the printout here. It's a great sounding record, as y'all know. Okay, that's up for bid. Now, I left off $375 to get that one started. The last thing we had was we had a question on the Blue Jays. Bobby B gets the explosives for $5. Richard Zeinert got MO for 10. That was Mike Ofield. Richard Zeinert got Mike Ofield for $10. That's so for $10. Trina Long put EBL. And Trina Long, EBL was for maybe the explosives. If so, you were second. Fred Morris got the Blue Jays from the crate. Vintage Wayne takes the Focus for $10. That was sealed. Gary Wellman, we've already sold Focus. And then Vintage Wayne did get Focus. And then Trina Long wanted Elvis, okay? And then Elvis was right here, which was Burning Love. That was the last one I showed. Is that the one you wanted? Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. That's me right now. Led Zeppelin, $375 start, and John Kaiser's in. I mean, it's not RLSS on both sides, but if you want to get down to the sonics of it, of the sound quality, those are very similar. If not, they say the same. Bob Logan's known for going on record saying they're pretty much the same. Okay, here we go. We have Al Jarreau, $9.99. I've always said they're very similar, just from a collectability. It's just not that first initial pressing. But if you're in it for the sound mix, that is, man. The first side I played actually was side 2. And Heartbreaker, y'all know how distorted and like the bass with John Paul, the distorted bass, it's just so loud when that comes back in and he does that solo. It's an amazing experience if you've never heard one before. Elvis sings hits from his movies. Elvis is $9.99. The Ventures, Underground Fire, $12.99 on the Ventures. Chet Atkins, Love Letters. Chet Atkins is $9.99. Dennis Yost and the Classic 4, that's $9.99. Golden Great Hits. And the other Chet Atkins, that's $9.99. We have Sandy Villa on AL, and that was for Al Jarreau. That's so to Sandy Villa, thank you. Let's get another 45 up for auction. Right now, John's the lone bidder on Led Zeppelin at $375. And next is Junior Marvel. That's our next 45 I have here, Junior Marvel. Big blonde beer drinking mama. $5 start on that. That's now up for bid. $375 and then $5. We have 50 million. Elvis Fans Can't Be Wrong. That's Elvis Gold Records Volume 2, $19.99. Elvis is $19.99. Tough Guys soundtrack. This is Isaac Hayes, $19.99. Isaac Hayes, $19.99. Tim Voldness on the Ventures. That's so to Tim Voldness, the Ventures. Thank you, Tim. That's so to you. We have Elvis, He Touched Me. Elvis is $9.99. 20 solid gold hits, $14.99. 20 solid gold hits, $14.99. And the big hits now, that's an ABC Dunhill, which is the label for these artists, $14.99. As in B.B. King and Three Dog Night and Grassroots and Mama Cass, $14.99. Are we done on Led Zeppelin? Just one bid? No air horn on this one? John's going to get a deal? I don't sell many clean RLs for less than $500. Even RL LH. Final call. Are we done? Nobody on this one tonight? Just John? $375. Final call. I'm about to sell it as soon as I take a drink of this and show a few more records. Surprisingly clean. Every time I click on these just to see, do some research, it's like they start in G, 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 G. These things are always beat to heck. People wore that record out. We have Elvis. This is sold to Christopher Morris. That's sold to Christopher Morris. And Junior has bids for 5 and 5. Craig bid first and then Bobby B. All right. Let's read through these one more time. I don't have any CDs on deck tonight, unfortunately. That was kind of my blue juice. That was my Walmart juice. Otis Redding, The Dock of the Bay. Otis Redding is in mono, 2014, $27.99. Aladdin, clean Disney record. Quick read through here, $29.99. Elvis Promised Land was $14.99. Victor Bourget, $9.99. Comedy and Music, John Anderson of Yes, $19.99. Hank Snow, 1957 Mono, $19.99. Magnavox Presents, $12.99. Christopher Dean is $3.80. Big Bob saying, y'all are forgetting too, I've included an original Led Zeppelin 2 magazine article. That is cool. I'm going to have to start going through old magazines and finding stuff like that. That'd look really cool, framed. I mean, what's a vintage Led Zeppelin poster worth, you know? We have Linda Ronstadt for $9.99. John, you have a competitor. Christopher Dean's in at $3.80. Christopher Dean's in at $3.80. Tim Jernigan gets Otis Redding. That's pronounced Victor Borger. Led Zeppelin's at $3.90. The Beatles' second album, In Shrink, $39.99. $39.99. It is a VG Plus record. It is at $390. We have The Best Buffalo and Springfield, $34.99. Craig, Bobby B did bid $8 on Junior Marvel, by the way. Come on, everybody, it's Elvis, $9.99. We have the Beatles, an 86 SRC, $39.99 on the Beatles. Christopher, you've been outbid on Led Zeppelin. Elvis, Separate Ways. Elvis is $9.99. I'm about to go through a crate of new vinyl. We have Clyde McPhatter for $19. Sergio Mendes was $49. Another Elvis. Also, Birth of the Beatles was $19.99. The Best of B.B. King, $24.99. Booker T and the MGs is $24.99. This is the Greatest Hits of the Brooklyn Bridge, $14.99. And then Junior Walker on the All-Stars Greatest Hits, $19.99. The Beatles, 6266, more Elvis, Chet Atkins, Dennis Yost. And then we have Tough Guys, Elvis, 20 Golden Hits, and the Big Hits, okay? Led Zeppelin, $3.95, Led Zeppelin, $400, and Junior Marvel is officially sold to Bobby B for $8. Thank you, Bobby B. That's sold to you. Let's keep these rolling over here. And that's sold. And Bobby B, you were second on Otis. And now Led Zeppelin has hit $400, okay? Let's go ahead and grab another single over here. This is very interesting looking here. Wild Bob Borgos, the tattooed sledgehammer of rock and roll, The Call of the Wildest. It looks like it's numbered. It says numbered pressed 1000, note 1992. Very interesting here. Wild Bob Borgos. That's going to go up for a $5 start. I'm trying to start most of these at $5. You know, I think they'll get to what they're worth eventually. You know, we'll see what happens though. $5 on Wild Bob Borgos. Led Zeppelin's at $4.35. I'm about to sneeze. All right, let's bring over another crate of new vinyl. Looks like we got a big turnout for a Friday night. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm going to set this crate right over here. Tanner has shown back up. Did you bring me medication? Tanner didn't bring me medication. Got to get his laptop. Shows up to his laptop, but doesn't bring me any medication. I guess I'll have to call Seth. He is the pharmacist. Psh. I don't think you answered which Baron Cross did Cameron Lingefeld need? Atomic Arena? Okay. I'll go ahead and put it in the crate here. This is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. So Dwayne Cameron, this is the one Cameron did need. So no waiting list for Dwayne Caldwell. This is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Baron Cross Atomic Arena. He actually ordered one and it didn't get put on his invoice or something like that. So that's sold to Cameron. Thank you, Cameron, and sorry for the mix-up. And now, Dwayne, sorry, I have ran out, okay? We have Wild Bob has a new bid for $8. And let's go ahead and start chipping away at this crate. Update on Led Zeppelin, it's at $450. It is a 69 CTH, RLSS, and then Lee Holko. Okay? RLSH and then Lee Holko. I have the printout here from Discogs. Lots of information about the mastering here behind this. I've read through it a couple times. The around 200,000 were done by Robert Ludwig's Hot Mix. And then the repress was ordered, okay? So the repress, and this isn't the repress, by the way. So they say around 200,000 were made, and that includes Lee Holko. So 200,000 were made, and that includes RLSS and LHSS. So 200,000 on the books were pressed for both Holko and Robert Ludwig. And like I said, this is not considered a repress. Even though it is LH on side 2, they still consider this an OG record. And there's a more detailed description there. And you can click on other Discogs entries, and they'll give you even more details. But that's the story on that. So they consider the LH still an OG 69. From a collectability standpoint, most people do want RL on both sides. As pure as a far sonic sound quality, they're very much identical. They're still considered a hot mix. Okay? I think basically what that type-up is saying is that the mock-up was there on the board, done by Holko or done by Robert, and then Holko basically put his initials on it. So that's they consider that an OG copy. That's one of the first 200 before Ahmet Amaham, however you say his name, the founder of Atlantic, before he reordered that repress. So only 200,000 were made. All right, first record here is Astro Creep 2000, White Zombie. I had a waiting list for this, Philip Holt and Justin Deckelman. If my brain was working, I could give y'all a better description, but I think everybody that bidding knows what I'm talking about. I think everybody that is bidding knows the story on this record, okay? We have Astro Creep 2000. This is sold. 2 people was on a waiting list, and those are sold to Philip Holt and Justin Deckelman. Let's go ahead and sell a Wild Bob for $8 to Bobby B. That is sold to Bobby B for $8. Thank you. And now let's do an update on Led Zeppelin. I think, like I said, if anybody's unfamiliar with the story, I should have one, or the next time I have one, I'll give you the full description again. I think everybody knows what's going on with the Bob Ludwig Hot Mix by now if you're a record collector. And this is a final call to John Kaiser for $450. I don't sell too many without an air horn. This is $450, and we're about to sell it, okay? $450 on that. Very good sounding record. I played it twice last night, both sides. We have Hole, Live Through This. Hole, Courtney Love, $34.99. Haven't had that in stock in a while. I've got 4 copies. Make that 5 copies. Make sure I didn't have a waiting list for that. There's a chance I could. HOLE, no waiting list for Hole. If anybody wants one, let me know. Those are $34.99. They're new and sealed, $34.99. And we have White Zombie is $39.99. That is true. A test pressing of this album. Sold back in what, December? It wasn't too long ago. November, December. A test pressing sold for $35,000. The true RLSS test pressing. John Kaiser has that for $450. We're about to sell it. Then I'm going to put up the other big record for tonight. Here is the restock of Our Lady Peace, Clumsy. That is on white vinyl, $29.99. Our Lady Peace. And the waiting list for Our Lady Peace was Brandon Lack and Ben Digert. Brandon Lack and Ben Digert. I have a couple extra copies. There's 1, there's 2. And there's 2 extras left in there. And then we got a restock of the Dream Theater, Images and Words. If you don't have one already, I was like, I'm going to go ahead and stock up on these because that's such a big album. People are going to be wanting these for a while. Dream Theater. And then if they ever go out of stock, they're going to get pricey, like the Music on Vinyl. Before this was repressed, the Music on Vinyl pressing was pricey. It was $100, $150. And then they've repressed it here on clear vinyl, $33.99. There are 2 White Zombie Astro Creeps left there. Thank you, John Kaiser. Thank you, John Kaiser. This is sold to you for $450. Led Zeppelin's gone. Thank you, John Kaiser. And that is big record number 1 of tonight gone. Let's go ahead and bring over the biggest record of the night. Let's first go ahead and introduce another 45. Here's the next one. I'm just rolling down the line here. This one's called Disappears, 2008. $5 start. $5 start on that. Seth is having a baby. Yes, Seth is having a baby. Dream Theater sold to J.D. Conklin. And congrats, John Kaiser. Always a nice pickup there on the Robert Ludwig cut. I love sending those to a new home. I've always told people that's like letting go of one of my children, even though I don't have children. So I don't know really what that's like, but it's painful to see those gone. I hoard those. Okay, this is perhaps one of the rarest records. This is perhaps one of the rarest records I've ever had come through this store, and possibly one of the most valuable. I don't know what the final price will be tonight, but if y'all want something that is extremely rare, and I'm talking about rare as in I've seen them sell at heritage auctions anywhere between $3,000 and $5,000. This is one of the most rarest and valuable records that have ever come through here. And I have a pretty rare variant. I've got some details to explain on this. So for those that's interested in bidding, here we go. This is from 1951. It's called Party After Hours. 1951 Party After Hours. It's on Aladdin. Now, this, if you notice, there's two variants, and I spent about an hour looking through sold listings last night that I could find in the last 20 years. This is typically on a much larger label, and I could only find one that Heritage had sold back in 2008 on the 78 label. And you got to think, this is right when Aladdin, which was a well-known 78 label, they were using 78 labels, and from what I could dissect, the first ones used 78 labels, and then they started making these 10-inch vinyl, and they started using the wider blue, dark blue wide labels on those. So I believe this is an earlier press where they've used the 78 label. Of course, it does play at a 33 1/3. This is a 1951. It's about a VG condition. I've test played it, maybe VG plus, but let's call it VG because it's such an expensive record. It's on what I believe is the more scarce and rare 78 size label. Now, that one sold in 2008. Think about that, 17 years ago, for $1,493. The last couple that have sold in similar condition have anywhere between $3,000 and $5,000. So it's a very rare record. And this is actually from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And this is the way I found it. Y'all know how Dale used to write on his plastic sleeves. Rare, red vinyl. Heritage Auctions, this is what Dale wrote. Heritage Auctions sold one in 2005 for $4,780. So extremely rare record, very desirable, early, almost like blues. You know, it's Amos Milburn and Wynonie Harris. Very rare, yes. It's blues. Heritage Auctions. That's usually where I see them come up for sale when they're going through. Heritage Auctions out of Dallas. They typically sell stuff that's like 1,000 plus. You know, if they're going to deal with a record at an auction, they usually only deal in like really high end stuff, and that's the only place I've really ever seen them. There is a black vinyl too. They do come through eBay occasionally. I have seen them on eBay in the last few years from the research I did, but red vinyl is obviously more desirable. I'm having a hard time figuring out what the price is, because I was like, well, if there's only one person that's interested, I mean, I could contact them and probably run it through consignment, and it might sell for $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 there. I'd much rather just sell it here and get it over with without doing all that extra work to one of y'all. So I feel like if you're interested in obtaining this, a fair starting bid would be just an even $1,975. Let me leave it outside of the jacket for right now. $1,975. And I do believe on the right day at the right auction, it could bring $5,000. It could bring $3,000. But I think right now, y'all know what you're getting. I've play tested it twice. I listened to Led Zeppelin twice, and I listened to this twice because I was like, well, I better listen to this carefully. $1,975. And I truly believe it is the rarest and probably most valuable record that's come through here. Party After Hours, 1975. Very rare. There's probably how many people, I forgot how many people said they had in their collection. It's scarce. It's a scarce record. 1975 on that. Okay, and then Disappear 2008 was a $5 start. Okay, let's get back to the bin. Sorry about that. That took a little bit while to explain. 1975 on that. That's from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And, one more thing. So there was a printout here. Dale got a printout here. This is rare. Rare doesn't do it justice. Scarcest record. I think this is where he reached out to somebody at Heritage. That's like an email he got, like from somebody at Heritage maybe 15 years ago, where they told him about that record, and then they told him the one had sold for $4,780. There's the jacket, Party After Hours. It's blank back. Jacket's about VG plus. Now it mentioned there's 4 songs. There's 4 songs on each side. The jacket shows 3 and 3. There's 4 songs, and I've ran the matrix. I've test played it, and like I said, on Discog, that label is not on Discogs. Okay, this is not on Discogs. This label is not on Discogs. Okay, this is 1975 Party After Hours. Okay. Next thing I have is the replacements. This is Pleased to Meet Me. The replacements is $33.99, and that is that label is not on Discogs. Okay, so whatever 2 entries are on there, obviously not a lot of people is going to be keying that in, so there's not a lot of public input on that record. So there's only 1 entry for the black and the red, and it's not that label, which I believe is an earlier press. And the last one I could find sold 17 years ago. The replacements is sold to Troy Overmeyer. I have 1 extra copy there. I have Coffin. I have Coffin Storm. This is $33.99. Arcana Rising. Coffin Storm is $33.99. Arcana Rising. And we have Bleeding Through 9. This is $33.99. Black Ice with orange and yellow splatter. Only 1,250 was pressed, it says. $33.99. We have replacements, and that is sold to Leslie Silvley. That is sold to Leslie Silvley, and then Josh Tanner on Our Lady Peace. And Josh, that was back here. Our Lady Peace, thank you. That's sold to you. And then we have Motorhead. Motorhead $29.99. Motorhead $29.99. And I think there's 1 person left on the waiting list. The replacements was $33.99. I have sold out, so ST, if you want on a waiting list, let me know, okay? If you want on a waiting list, let me know. And then Eric Fisher on OLP, Our Lady Peace. That was the last copy sold. Chris Bryan on Motorhead, and I think I have 1 more. You mean that size label? No, the other one's a completely different label. It's a completely different label. This is not on Discogs. This is a silver blue. The other one's a completely different label. It's blue, and it takes up this much of the space. It's not a different size. It's a different label. This is a 78 size label that's actually completely different. That particular label's not on Discogs, and the only one I could ever find sold at Heritage in 2008, and I think that's the one that they're talking about, that he has that email from somebody at Heritage and that tag where it sold for $4,700 something. So like I'm saying, it's a tough sale. This is like one of those you have to have the right buyer at the right time. It could take, you know, if I don't sell it tonight, I may contact Heritage. It's like one of those, it may take a year to sell it. It may take 2 years, but I'm pricing it right now. If somebody wants to jump on it, I think you're getting it for a great price, because I think it's $3,000 to $5,000 at the right person at the right time. Let me check on Motorhead and Brian Legan. I need to get one for Brian Legan. So that was on silver vinyl, by the way, Brian Legan. And this is right here. This is sold to Brian Legan, okay? So that's sold and that's sold. And we have Ozzy. This is Montreal 91. And this is Montreal 1981 with Ozzy. And I think we had a waiting list, OZZY. Ozzy Montreal, that's on red vinyl. Solarplex Studios was on a waiting list. So this is sold to Solarplex Studios. He was on a waiting list. Thank you, Solarplex. And that's a gatefold, $36.99. Disappear is a buy it now for $5. Sorry about that. I've kind of forgot about this, putting up these other auctions that take 10 minutes to explain what they are. And that is a $1,975 start, going once, going twice, if anybody wants Party After Hours. And this is going once, going twice. Also, we have Page and Plant going to California, San Jose broadcast, 1995. Page and Plant is $44.99, PAGE, Page and Plant, and this is going to California, and this was volume 1, and I had Greg Brummett on a waiting list. Page and Plant, Going to California. Greg Brummett, this is for Volume 1, and I had you on a waiting list, okay? I had you on a waiting list on that. And then I have Megadeth, which is Euthanasia. Megadeth is $39.99. Euthanasia, $39.99. And that is a picture disc, a restock of Megadeth. I think I've got more. I've even got more around here somewhere. And I've got 2 copies of Twin Peaks, limited edition green vinyl. The soundtrack to the 1990 original TV series, Twin Peaks, is $33.99. $33.99. The start for After Hours is $1,975. It's on its last lap. I'm about to offer it as a buy now. Right now, it's still up where you can lock in a bid. $1,975. $1,975. Here's our next 45. Hey, I know this one. Hey, I know this one too. I've actually found some 45s I know. And I know this one. And I know this one. And I know this one. Look at this. Here's the next one from the New Orleans collection. This is David Bowie Tin Machine. David Bowie Tin Machine live 1989. It's a gatefold. Very cool. That just came straight out of the box over here of the New Orleans 45s. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. David Bowie, that's Tin Machine. And then we got Twin Peaks in here. It looks like we've already sold out, and we're going to have to start a waiting list. By the way, we have a crate of new vinyl we're going through right now. And then we have another crate of new vinyl. And we still got 2 crates of new vintage. I don't have Paul today. I don't have Laura today. We're kind of winging the show. Tin Machine, Maggie's Farm, limited edition numbered. That's now up for bid. And the first one on Twin Peaks was Brian C. and then Ivan R. Donna Mitchell, if you're okay with it, I'm going to put you up for a waiting list on Twin Peaks. That is green vinyl. And let's go ahead and tag those. And now Donna on that. Tin Machine has bids. And then we have Typo Negative. Typo Negative is called Slow, Deep, and Hard. It's on green and black marble vinyl. These have been confusing for me lately. By the way, on that Page and Plant that I tagged for Greg Brummett, Volume 1, here's the waiting list I still have. So Greg Brummett got a Volume 1. Only one came in. Margaret Gerhold in Talks with Ravens is still on a waiting list. And then Volume 2, Scott Markheim, Margaret Gerhold in Talks with Ravens is still on a waiting list on that. And then Typo Negative is, there's multiple people. These have been confusing because I've had a lot of people be like, Chad, I'll take all of the Typo Negatives you can get. And Donna Mitchell was one of those people. So Donna, I've got you for a Slow, Deep, and Hard. You've already got Dead Again. So this is so to Donna, and I'm going to have 1 extra copy if anybody else wants one. I have 1 extra there if anybody else wants one, okay? Now, let's make Party After Hours a buy it now for $1,975. If anybody wants it, $1,975. This is Party After Hours, red vinyl, the scarcer, small 10-inch 78 label. I've seen them sell anywhere from, on black vinyl, from $500 to $5,000 plus. And some of those have been like in the last couple years. Those aren't 17-year-old prices either. So $1,975. Maybe one of the rarest and most valuable records. Not here on the Hammer price, but what I think I've seen other comps. I've never had many records. I've never had many records I've seen come through that I can show comps where they have sold for $1,000 or for $5,000. I haven't had many $5,000 records come through. That's a exceptionally rare and desirable record if it comes through and you see comps in the $5,000 range. That's big. The closest thing I had was that Taylor Swift box that I sold. There's that. Okay, now what happened on Tin Machine? Tin Machine jumped up to 15 with Thomas Clark. That's at 15 with Thomas Clark, going once, going twice. Are you taking offers? I would consider an offer pretty close to that. My thing is, could I sell it, could I send it to Heritage and they put it in one of their big auctions and it brings $3,000 or $4,000? I could see that happening. So I would rather sell to y'all and just get the deal done than have to go through all that. But I could do that very easily. So, but I would entertain an offer today. Yes, we have big hits. Rick Springfield. This is new for Friday. It's on clear vinyl. Rick Springfield, Greatest Hits Volume 2 and Rarities, clear vinyl, $36.99, $36.99. I have 3 of those. That's new for Friday. And then Zach Top. Zach Top, Cold Beer and Country Music. This is sold to Penny Conaway. Thank you, Penny. That is sold to you. She requested Zach Top. I've got 2 extra copies there. Zach Top, Cold Beer and Country Music. Cold Beer and Country Music. And that is sold to Penny. And I've got 2 extra copies there if anybody else wants one. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. And next thing I have is Typo Negative. And this is Life is Killing Me. 20th anniversary. It's a 3 LP. We need to give this to Philip Holt and Donna Mitchell. So this is sold to Philip Holt and Donna Mitchell. And let me write down which one she got. So she got Slow Deep, Life is Killing. She already got Dead Again. And 2 of these are already sold. They're $69.99, $69.99, and $69.99. Those are sold and sold. Those are sold and sold, okay? And then we have an offer on Party Hours for $1,500. Let me ponder on that. Let me make sure if Carol doesn't want to make a move. Carol asked first, and then Zach, Cody Zach was $29.99. Bundled in on all the Elvis. I typically wouldn't do that, but I may. Give me 1 second, and I'll revisit those just a second. Let me grab this other record I've got tonight. I typically wouldn't discount stuff that early, but it is Elvis, and I have plenty of these, and trying to make plenty of sales tonight. So let me see what I can come up with over here. And I'll probably go ahead and do that for you, Craig. Let me see what I had left over here in the Elvis. Luckily, they're right here next to me. I'll go ahead and make you a bundle deal. And we have 3, 6, right? So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at 7 each. That's $42. That's $3 off each. That's an $18 discount if you want those, okay? So basically, we have a standing offer on Party After Hours for $1,500 with G-Man. Let me make sure, Carol, what I'll do is I'll make this almost like a little mini auction. I'm not saying yes or no to G-Man, but I'm going to go ahead and see where we're at on that, okay? This is at 15, and I'm going to consider that with G-Man and Carol. How about, where are we on Tin Machine? Tin Machine, tracks on Tin Machine, and Bobby B 18. I was about to say. So Tin Machine, Live 89, Maggie's Farm, Live, and Tin Machine. Numbered. This is, the tracks on this is Tin Machine, the song Tin Machine, and then Maggie's Farm, which is a Dylan song, isn't it? Yeah, that's a Bob Dylan song. So Maggie's Farm, Live, and Tin Machine, okay? Cody Wright wants a Zach Top, and so does Melissa Bailey. Okay, those are sold and sold. And now Elvis, let's sell these to Craig Honeycutt at 7 each. And Zach Top is $29.99. I sold 3. Penny got one on a waiting list, a request list. I sold 1 to Cody, and I sold 1 to Melissa. And there's that. So, all right, here's what I'll do on Party After Hours. I'm ready to make a sale. We've been selling Dale's Pittsburgh stuff. We've been selling Dale's Pittsburgh stuff for going on 2 years now. So I'm down to like some of the most rarest and expensive stuff that I hadn't put up yet, even including autographs. I still got some of those really high-end autographs we hadn't sold, and I've got some stuff like this. Carol asked first, and then G-Man. I'm going to bump it just a little, and I'm going to say I'll do $1,575, and we'll make sure that it's shipped with insurance, okay? It helps me out a little bit, and that way I'll know it gets to somebody safe. So Carol, and then G-Man, you got second dibs. Basically, I'm not really bumping the price much because I'm going to go ahead and eat that cost anyway. With the extra 75, we'll get it shipped with some insurance and make sure it gets there safely, okay? So Party After Hours, I'm basically saying I'll take $1,575 for it because we already have an offer for $15, and I'll sell it to either Carol has first right, and then G-Man. And then Tin Machine just got a new bid for $20. Let's put Deidre down on a waiting list. Let's put Deidre down on a waiting list on this. And that's Zach Top, Cold Beer and Country Music. Okay? And G-Man, if you want party after hours, just say sold. We'll get you invoiced and we'll ship that insured to you. Okay? And I have a strong feeling it may be the last time I ever have one. I hope I have 3 more my rest of my record selling career, but we may not. So let's go back to the top. G-Man says he'll take it. Okay. So we have that sold, and it looks like we have an air horn to bring out. Also, wait a minute. Did John say? John said so did I. I want to make sure I give this to the right person. What happened here? Okay, we're good to go then, right? Okay. There was nobody in between Carol and G-Man, right? I don't think so. Okay, we're good to go. G-Man gets it for $15.75. Make sure I didn't skip over anybody there. Congratulations. Let's get the air horn out. I knew this was going to sell tonight. That's why I made a post. I didn't want to just surprise everybody. I was like, well, if I'm going to sell something like this, I better get the word out. So I listened to it last night. I cleaned it. I took pictures of it and did all the research. I was like, if we're going to sell this, I better get everybody a heads up, because I don't think I can just throw this up tonight and sell it. So it's time for the air horn, and I truly believe one of the most rarest records we've ever had come through here, and it's sold to G-Man over on YouTube. Thank you, G-Man. Fair offer from him and Carol, and let's go ahead and sell it for $15.75. Put away your cats, please, okay? Your cats put away. All of your small creatures. Here comes the air horn. Fresh air horn, too, right out of the pack. All right. We don't sell stuff like that too often here. Very cool. It's gone. Sold. 1575. 1575. That's gone. Now 10 machine. We got up to 10 machine here. 10 machine got up to 21 with R.K. Tucker. And that's at $21, okay? Now, I have something else. This is in that realm. It's definitely in that realm, okay? Here's another one. From that same Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is Charles Brown's Mood Music, okay? This is Charles Brown's Mood Music, another very rare record. 1952, Aladdin, VG condition, never has sold on Discogs. These won't be coming through very often. I think 9 people have it in their collection and 99 people have it on their want list. One sold last March, almost a year ago, for $781.25. It's not bad. It has, I think it got discolored because from the inner sleeve. Another very rare record, Charles Brown's Mood Music. And I kind of like the one we just sold. It has like an odd sheen to it, I think, where it had just a weird discoloration. Y'all got to think, they were really, in this era, they were really experimenting with vinyl for the first time. I mean, we're talking about late 40s, early 50s. I think they were still trying to really figure out how to do some of this and what to store them in and what materials to use. But Mood Music, VG condition, about a VG or maybe even VG Plus jacket. Aladdin 7/2, rare. I've seen some of these get into 4 digits as well. $475 start. $475 start. Once again, I think a great starting price for what I've seen some sell for, and in that same kind of condition. So Charles Brown's Mood Music. I've test played this as well. I listened to this one time all the way through, and Dale kept a little print out of this one as well. Mood Music is one of the holy grails of rhythm and blues. Original brown and white cover. The second cover is blue and white cover, same artwork, which was reissued later. Extremely rare. 10-inch vinyl, 33 1/3. Whoever this was, he was emailing. Could be a very long time before he's seen one of these for sale. I'm not for sure exactly what's up with that, but all that information on that little slip is true. And that's up for a $475 start, okay? All right, we should be back to pace now. Those will take a little bit longer to explain and put up. I've graded it a VG just to be on the safe side. I mean, it plays VG Plus from what I've test played it, but just so you know. And this is officially sold, and Tin Machine is gone, and this is sold for $21 to RK Tucker, okay? Now, let's move on with our crate here and see what's left in here. And we're going to put up some new vintage stuff. So very quickly, we have two nobody wanted one of these, right? Astro Creep 2000s. We have two left for $39.99. We have Hole Live Through This for $34.99. Hole Live Through This, $34.99. Also, Dream Theater, Images and Words. Dream Theater's on clear vinyl, $33.99. That's a big one. Coffin Storm. Somebody asked what Coffin? Coffin Storm, Arcana Rising. That's $33.99. Bleeding Through 9, $33.99. Bleeding Through is on limited edition. And Philip, yeah, I'm pretty sure I got you down. Let me make sure here. Philip, White Zombie, yeah. Yep, you and Justin Deckelman, you got one. And once again, if this is something you're interested in, this is something you won't see too often. Here's our next single. This is Prince, Purple Rain in the sleeve with purple vinyl. Prince is going to go up for a $5 start. Prince is a $5 start. Mood Music is a $475 start. Ozzy Live, Montreal 1981, $36.99. Megadeth Euthanasia, $39.99. Typo Negative, Slow, Deep, and Hard, marbled vinyl, $39.99. New release for this Friday, Rick Springfield. That's called Big Hits Volume 2 and Rarities, $36.99. Still got all three of those. And Typo Negative, Life is Killing Me, 3 LP, 20th anniversary. We had 2 people on a waiting list, and I have 1 left, $69.99. Let's go through a new crate of vintage pre-owned stuff. We have another crate of new vinyl to breeze through. And let me first bring over this crate. Sorry, I don't know if I'm actually honestly getting sick or have allergy problems, but one of the two, it's kicking in. Of course, it doesn't help that I'm having to talk and talk and talk. So bear with me. I'm going to be doing a lot of sniffling tonight. And just bear with me with that. And I'll keep showing you records, okay? I'll keep showing you records till I run out of new stuff. When I run out of new stuff, I'll make an executive decision to keep going or go home and take some medication and go to bed. Okay, Prince is at $10. And then we have Prince and the Revolution. This is Purple Rain and God. Okay, final call if you want to lock in a bid on Mood Music. I'll listen to both of them. I mean, if you're into this genre, they're both really cool records. But final call if you want to get on that for $475, okay? I think that one's I think that's like half price on that one, honestly. Pretty close to half of retail, like a sticker retail. But these kind of records, like I said, to get them moved, sometimes I see these prices stuff sell for like $3,000, and I'm like, well, somebody got that at one point. I could get that tonight, but I know I could most definitely sell it at $475 because I think it's such a fair price. If kind of like on the last one, it's like I thought the same thing on this. I was like, I know I can get at least $1,500 or $2,000 for it tonight, but it wouldn't surprise me if it got bid up to $3,000 or $4,000. So same thing for this one. It's at $475. It wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden some people start bidding and it brings $1,000. $475 on Charles Brown. Final call though. Let's go through this crate of new vintage and pre-owned. I say pre-owned too because this is not a vintage record. It's a new reissue of Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, 180 gram, 1999. By the way, Prince is at 12. We're pulling 45s out of the New Orleans collection. I actually found some recognizable stuff here. And Prince has a high bid of $12. And then we have Gladys Knight and the Pips still together. Gladys Knight and the Pips is $9.99. Three Dog Night coming down your way. Three Dog Night is $19.99. Earth, Wind, and Fire, I Am. Earth, Wind, and Fire is $9.99. Boogie Wonderland on that one, $9.99 on that. Prince is now at 14 with Samira. Mountain, Twin Peaks. Mountain is a gatefold 2 LP, $24.99 on Mountain, $24.99 on that. And Frank Sinatra, It's All Right. Frank Sinatra, Frank Sinatra Jr. Frank Sinatra Jr. He almost fooled me there. $19.99, Sandy Villa on Dylan. That is sold to Sandy Villa. And it looks like we have a great turnout for Friday night. Wow, a lot of people watching on YouTube again tonight. We have over 300 viewers right now. So I want to make sure everybody's hit the like button on YouTube. And make sure you've subscribed. And if you're new, we do this every night, okay? I'll be here again tomorrow. I'll be here again on Sunday. I don't know what we're doing on Sunday, but either I'll be here or Paul will be here. Somebody's going to be here Sunday. It's usually either me, Paul, or Brian. And then I'm here Monday through Saturday. Make sure you followed our Facebook page. We sell records and other collectibles every night. Little Richard, 2 LP set. Little Richard is $29.99. This is Little Richard self-titled. I think it's a compilation. Yeah, it's just a compilation. These are new and just put out for today. George Thorogood, Better Than the Rest. George Thorogood is $19.99. And Paul Anka is $9.99. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is say that Prince is a final call for 14. By the way, that is Purple Rain on Purple Vinyl. And I'm going to make Charles Brown a buy it now. By the way, this particular variant, or this particular one, has never sold on Discogs. So this is going to go up for a buy it now of $4.75. I don't know what this is. He had a, oh yeah, here it is. Here is a magazine. Here we go. I forgot to show this. $4.75. Here is a magazine from Heritage where they had a magazine ad from 2006 and they had sold one on red vinyl for $2,600. There is a red vinyl variant of this. But yeah, there's where they had sold a, wow, that's 2006 too. They sold a butcher cover for $38,000, which I think that same one just recently sold for, that a sealed one like that recently just sold for $100,000. So they sold a Robert Johnson 78 for $11,000. But yeah, there's where a red vinyl one sold 19 years ago for $2,600. So this is the black vinyl. And actually, the red vinyl had actually sold through Discogs before. This one had never sold through Discogs. So most people don't have it, and probably a lot of people's not going to be listing it through there if they do have one, because it's hard to price a record, straight price a record like this. Definitely an auction. But if you're interested, that's a rarity from Dale's Pittsburgh collection and a rarity just in general. I'm at $475 on Charles Brown there. Prince is the final call. Let's keep going through new arrivals. Kenny Rogers, Eyes That See in the Dark. Kenny Rogers is $9.99. And then Livingston Taylor, Man's Best Friend, that's $9.99. Jeff Beck with Rod Stewart, Truth. A little bit of cover wear on this one, but no condition notes on the vinyl. Jeff Beck is $17.99. And Rockabye Baby, Lullaby renditions of Snoop Dogg. Wow. Lullaby music to Snoop Dogg, 14, or Snoop Dogg songs and lullabies, $14.99. Samira, you get Prince for 14. Let's get some new auctions going, okay? I do have one more rare record to show as a buy it now, kind of buy it now best offer deal. Let me grab some more 45s. I saw Prince and Tin Machine on top. I was like, whoa, what's those? So let me see what else we got down here. Maybe there's some other cool stuff like that. And maybe y'all want to get back to some of the stuff we don't know. So here we go. I see Reverend Horton Heat. It's a record store day, sealed, colored vinyl. Reverend Horton Heat. It's on yellow. Beer, Write This Song. And it's a Rave Up. That is sealed. $5 start on that. $5 start on that. That's now up for bid, okay? $5 start on that. Chris says he cringes on spending $100 on a record. Yeah. there's some there's a lot there are there's some 78 collectors out there that are waiting for the right 78 to come up, and they've probably locked and loaded, ready to pay $10,000 for certain ones. I was actually doing this kind of inspired me just to research some of those rare Sun 78s and what they've sold for. I mean, there's some true rare records out there. So yeah, we ship internationally. We ship internationally to at cost. So David Bronco, if you want to buy, we ship internationally at cost. So essentially, for example, if you want to buy sticks, Paradise Theater for $19.99, we'll ship this to you at cost if you're international. And there's several people watching right now that are international buyers, okay? So what they'll vouch, we basically pack up your records, we send you a bill, or excuse me, we send you a bill. After you pay, then we pack them up. We don't pack them up in case that payment doesn't come through. And then after you pay, we'll send you a bill for postage. And once you've paid for that postage, we'll go ahead and send them to you. So basically, whatever it costs us, shipping and handling, that's what we'll charge you, okay? Here's our next auction. This was something priced last night. I have it right here from 1971. I'm just going to pull it out of the bin and put it up for auction at a price reduction. Excuse me. This is the Beach Boys Surfs Up. It's a really nice copy with the insert. The Beach Boys Surfs Up is going to go up for a $15 start. The Beach Boys Surfs Up, $15 start. That's now up for auction, okay? Next thing we have is the Best of Savoy Brown, 1999, featuring Kim Simmons. The Best of Savoy Brown, that's $19.99. And then the Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, the original motion picture score, $19.99 for Tokyo Drift. Lionel Richie is $9.99. And then Molly Hatchet, The Deed Is Done. Molly Hatchet's $19.99. Beach Boys has a bid for $15. And then Reverend Horton Heat is a final call to R.K. Tucker for $15. $15 on that. Here's a CD. There's a CD down in this 45 box. Pink Floyd, the early singles. $5 start. Pink Floyd, the early singles. I don't know if I've seen that before. $5 start. Pink Floyd, the early singles. Nice $5 start. Reverend Horton Heat is a final call for $15. We have live Creedence Clearwater in Europe. That is actually, speaking of Portugal, this is a Portugal pressing. This was made in Portugal. CCR Revival, $39.99. $39.99 for CCR Revival. Loretta Lynn, Wrightsman Sings Them. Loretta Lynn is $12.99. Loretta Lynn, $12.99. And then the Beatles, 67 to 70. This is the Apple. We actually had, this is really nice too, Sterling Lee Holko. Wow. He did the mastering for this. I see LH Sterling Lee Holko. I wonder, is there a Bob Ludwood cut of this? I've never seen one if so, but that's got me curious now. I don't think there's any Beatles Bob Ludwood cuts, but Lee Holko did this one, it looks like. Very good mastering engineer as well. Yeah, that's Lee Holko and LH. He did all four signs of that at Sterling. That's a very clean, and of course, it's a comp with a lot of tracks, but the dead wax on this is really thin, which is usually a really good sign of a great sounding record. One more, we have Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Willie Nelson is $14.99. Willie Nelson's $14.99. Okay, Reverend Horton Heat is sold for $15, and that is sold to R.K. Tucker. Now, Pink Floyd's a final call for $5. Now, the Beach Boys has one bid, now two bids at $20, okay? Two bids on that for $20. And now we have another $20, and now Pink Floyd's at $70. And Todd Wara got the Molly Hatchet, R.K. Tucker on the Beatles. And I have a Capitol pressing of the Red Album from earlier too. I keep muting my mic because I think I'm going to sneeze. And I almost do, and then I hesitate. All right, here's our next auction. Bonnie Light Horseman, or is it Boney? I still don't know. Green. $5 start. Green Rocky Road and Greenland Fishery, 2020, $5 start. And then we have Rocky IV soundtrack, $34.99. Rocky IV soundtrack, $34.99. Pink Floyd's at 8, now 8. Tim Jernigan on Willie Nelson. Yeah, the Beatles Blue and Red are compilations. They're 62 to 66, and then they're 67 to 70. Some of my favorite compilations to listen to. And a very collectible set as well. Alrighty. Next, 10 Years After, Time Warps. That's a 2 LP, 10 Years After compilation, $26.99. The reason a lot of Beatles comps exist is because they had their studio albums, which a lot of people bought, but the Beatles also put out a lot of singles, and a lot of their singles aren't on their studio albums. And so the Past Masters and then the Red and Blue albums and a lot of other comps have both their singles and their albums. But I've said this before, some of my favorite Beatle music is not actually on their albums. So even if you say, yeah, I've got all the Beatles albums, you don't have all of the Beatles music because they put out singles like Revolution and Hey Jude. Those aren't on any other studio albums. So if you have all the studio album collection, you still don't have most of the Beatles music. It's not on their studio albums. They put out a lot of singles, as y'all well know, for a decade. Pink Floyd 8, 9, and now 10. Bonnie has a bid for 5. Danny Thomason wants Rocky. That's so did Danny. Beach Boys is now at 22. Pink Floyd's at 11. And Bonnie's at 10. And Beach Boys is at 23. We have Jazz Dispensary, the Orange Sunset. We sold a bunch of these. Record Store Day Yellow Vinyl, $32.99. Wow, look at that. That's cool vinyl. $32.99. $32.99. And we have, wow, look at this. Remember When? Canned Heat Woodstock. And it's got a nice Canadian maple leaf on the cover. This is a Record Store Day Essential, or excuse me, a Record Store Day on red vinyl. $24.99. Canned Heat. Remember, is this Canned Heat at Woodstock? Wow, look at that. It's on red vinyl. I didn't know they did this. I missed this one. Canned Heat, Record Store Day. Is this their Woodstock? Is this their Woodstock performance? I guess it is. $24.99. Friday music. Nice. And then the Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. This is $34.99. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. $34.99. And this is a super clean copy. What pressing is this? This looks odd. Is this UK? Gramophone? I think this is UK. John's threw me some curveballs tonight. Maybe not. $34.99. Okay, let's go back to the top. And we had Beach Boys at 22, Pink Floyd at 11, Bonnie at 10, Beach Boys 23, Pink Floyd 12, Stephen A. Young gets the Canned Heat, and Gary Wellman was second on Canned Heat, and then Pink Floyd 13, Pink Floyd 15, and we have Pink Floyd out. Okay? And we have Jim Croce's Greatest Hits. We sold one of these earlier, a sealed copy. It's a K-Tel compilation from Jim Croce, $16.99. Operator, That's Not the Way It Feels. And then Foghat, $19.99. That's their debut. Nice copy. And we have Steppenwolf 7. I always thought that was a trippy cover. Steppenwolf 7, $19.99. And then Bonnie is sold to Bobby B for $10. We have an Out and Out on the Pink Floyd CD. Tony McDaniel has that for $15. Final Call. And the Beach Boys Surfs Up, a nice copy. Ryan R. has it for $23. Ryan R. has that for $23, okay? Next is Mamas and Papas 20 Golden Greats, $22.99. Mamas and Papas 20 Golden Greats, $22.99 on that. Nancy Law on Jim Croce's Greatest Hits, thank you. I'll have to say I love you in a song. That's sold. The Beach Boys 15 Big Ones, $19.99 on the Beach Boys 15 Big Ones. And the Doobie Brothers, Taking It to the Streets. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. Taking It to the Streets, $14.99. And one more record, then it's time for new auctions. Nice Santana, Freedom, inner sleeve, shrink, and hop sticker, and technically price tag, $19.99. So Pink Floyd is sold to Tony McDaniel for $15. The Beach Boys is sold, and the Beach Boys is sold, and this is sold to Ivan R. for $23, okay? Thank you. That was a random pull out of a bin back here behind me. That is sold. And now we have new auctions going up. What's the next one over here in my stack? This is, let's do this one. This looks interesting. The Dirty Knobs Humdinger. The Dirty Knobs has, it's sealed, Humdinger, and Feeling High. $5 start on that. R.K. Tucker on the Doobie Brothers. Gary Wellman on Santana. Those are sold and sold. Let's find a new LP to put up for auction as soon as I sneeze. One second, please. All right. I have another U2 single to put up. But first, I've got Mindless Self-Indulgence. Okay? Mindless Self-Indulgence is a 2011 USOG on blue and purple marble vinyl. Mindless Self-Indulgence, Totter. A 2011 USOG. This is a $35 start. Mindless Self-Indulgence. Some of these have sold for as much as $170, probably for sealed copies, but that's a $35 start. $35 start. The knobs, like the catalog number. The catalog number, Craig, is that what the question was? Can you read the members? Mike Campbell, Jason Sine, Lance Morrison, and Matt Log. Mike Campbell, Jason Sine, Lance Morrison, and Matt Log. All right. Mindless Self-Indulgence, a $35 start. What else did we get to? We pulled those. Let's keep rolling here. I have Crowder Neon Steeple, 2014, $64.99. Crowder Neon Steeple, 2014, $64.99. Jim Croce, The Faces I've Been. That's a 2 LP compilation, $24.99 for Jim Croce. And the Beatles White Album on white vinyl with the inserts, $99.99. We auctioned one of these the other night late. Here's another one for a buy it now. The Beatles White Album, 2 LP complete with the poster and the 4 photos, $99.99. That is right, Mike Campbell. So that's the same Mike Campbell. That's Tom Petty from Mike Campbell from the Heartbreakers. And then the Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request, non-lenticular cover, $34.99. Final call to get a bid on Mindless Self-Indulgence. Final call to get a bid in for $35. And now the Knobs is at $20 with Bobby B. Jim B is in on Mindless Self-Indulgence for $35. The Knobs is at $20. Third auction is going up right now. Third auction going up right now is Reverend Horton Heat. This is sealed. Record Store Day. Hard Scrabble Woman and Lying to Myself. Limited edition red vinyl. Excuse me. $5 on that. If y'all hadn't figured this out already, I am slightly under the weather. Let's read through these one more time quickly. Gladys Knight and the Pips. Three Dog Night. If you need a price, let me know. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Twin Peaks Mountain. Frank Sinatra Jr. Little Richard. George Thorogood. Paul Anka. Kenny Rogers. Livingston Taylor. Jeff Beck. Rockabye Baby. By the way, Rockabye Baby is Snoop Dogg music. Styx. The Best of Savoy Brown. Tokyo Drift soundtrack. Lionel Richie. CCR. Loretta Lynn. 10 Years After. Jazz Dispensary. These are usually really good and quick sellers, still available. The Earth, Wind, and Fire. The Earth, Wind, and Fire was $9.99. The George Thorogood was $19.99. And now the Dirty Knobs, I believe we're done on this, right? That was Bobby B for $20. And then Reverend Horton Heat has jumped to $13. And then we have Tighter by Mindless Self-Indulgence for $40. Okay? And we have, how much was Styx? Styx was $19.99. And, as most of them are, it has that really cool laser etching. Very cool. I don't know if you can pick that up. It's got that really cool laser etching. And then a Jazz Dispensary was a 2020 Record Store Day on Yellow Splatter for $32.99. $32.99. And then Horton Heat's at $14 and now $18. Kevin Cassidy says he's at $21 on this. So Bobby B, you're out. Kevin Cassidy bid $21 on the knob, so you're out. Thank you for bidding again and reminding me. Horton Heat's at $18. And Jeff Beck, Gary Wellman, the Jeff Beck was Truth. It's not the first label. The orange label should be the second for this. It is very clean, though, and nice. $17.99, a little bit of cover wear, okay? Does have some cover wear on that. Next thing is the Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue, $34.99. Foghat, this is their self-titled album. This is $19.99. Foghat. Steppenwolf 7. Steppenwolf 7 is $19.99. The Mamas and Papas, 20 Golden Hits. The Mamas and Papas is $22.99. 2 LP set. Beach Boys is $19.99. So Kevin Cassidy, you've been outbid on the Dirty Knobs. Now it's at $23. Now it's at $23. And then Reverend Horton Heat is at $22. Foghat has no condition note. Surprisingly, a very clean copy. And then we had Crowder by Neon Steeple or Neon Steeple Crowder. I'm not for sure which way that goes. $64.99. The Jazz Dispensary was $32.99. $32.99. And then Mindless Self-Indulgence has jumped up to $41. And then, so Dirty Knobs, Kevin's out. So Danny Thomason, looks like you're going to be getting this for $23. These are sticker price. These are new arrivals for tonight. Jim Croce's $24.99. The Beatles' White Album on white vinyl from 1978, $99.99. And then the Stones was $34.99. And it's time to run through a quick bin of new vinyl right quick. Donna, I'm assuming you're passing on Jazz Dispensary. If so, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Mike Owen. R.K. Tucker wants the Styx. Somebody asked about it earlier. Whoever asked about it earlier, I'm assuming they're passing because I'm going to go ahead and give it to R.K. Tucker, right? It was asked about a moment ago by Anthony Correa. I'm assuming he's passing. So let's go ahead and sell that. And then we have John Kaiser on Foghat. That is sold. And Gregory John Kaiser just claimed that one. And Donna does want the Jazz Dispensary, okay? So actually, Mike Owen, Donna said she does want this, okay? So that's sold to Donna. Mike, you were second. She asked the price on that earlier. I might have missed where she said yes. She does want it, though. Danny Thomason gets the Dirty Knobs for $23. And the last bid that came in on Reverend Horton Heat was the final call, and that was to R.K. Tucker at $22. And now Mindless Self-Indulgence is at $45, and that's with Adam Bullock. And everybody else is out. Jim B and Bobby B. Jim B and Bobby B. And mindless self-indulgence is at 45. Okay. Crowder is David Crowder and the band who are our contemporary Christian music artists. Gotcha. Thank you for the information on that. Contemporary Christian music there. That's called Neon Steeple. That makes sense now because of the title, Neon Steeple. All right. Let's bring over this other new crate. Feel like I'm at a pretty good pace tonight, but I'm also feel like I may be moving in slow motion. My head's a little clogged up. Hey, let me give y'all some teasers of some stuff that's coming up to Coletco in the next 60 days. Some stuff coming up for auction in the next 60 days. Wow. Look at that. Wow. Hope everybody saw that. That's the only look you get at it till it's up for auction. Okay, next LP, next crate is going up righty now. Boy, look at all this stuff from Fred Goodwin's over here. All right, and then new auctions, because we got Reverend Horton Heat sold to R.K. Tucker. That sold to R.K. Tucker for $22, and then Mindless Self-Indulgence is at $46. Mindless Self-Indulgence is at $46. Let's keep growing here. I have one copy of Gorillaz Demon Days. Gorillaz is a 2LP, $44.99. Demon Days, I have one copy. I have Smashing Pumpkins. Here it is. I try to keep one in stock every week. And we've been selling at least one or two every week. If you don't have one already, there's my weekly offering of Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, $119.99. 4LP box. Are we done on Mindless Self? Adam, are you done? Bobby B, are you done? Jim B has it for $46. Next auction over here is going to be Vinyl Me Please. What is this? Vinyl Me Please Secret. Visit the vinyl section of Vinyl Me Please member forum to view this. That is secret 7-inch. Wow, a secret 7-inch. A secret 7-inch. Is that wow, $5 start. How about that? It's a secret. And then we have Divided, Topeka and the Flea and Bagarira. I don't know what I just said. Burrs. $5 start. So this is something from Vinyl Me Please. Evidently, you can go to this forum and it tells you what this secret is. $5 start on those. Mindless Self-Indulgence is the original. What happened to my sticky? It is the original 2011 press. And actually, the last time Laura tagged this, she had it for a $65 start, and it didn't sell that night. And I think it was late, and I never did try it again until right now. And so I was like, okay, I'll bring it out tonight for a $35. But when she originally tagged this, she put $65 start. It's on colored vinyl, blue and purple marble. So there's that. There's that. And we have Motorhead Iron Fist, a 40th anniversary 3LP deluxe edition. Motorhead is $79.99. Motorhead, thick, kind of binder style type deal. 3LP deluxe edition. And the reason I ordered that is because they're reissuing a bunch of stuff, but that as a single LP wasn't in stock. I said, well, I know we have some serious Motorhead fans. We'll try the deluxe edition. And then Here's my nightly offering of Pulse. This is $119.99. Here is my 4 LP box set with hardback book. Just like Smashing Pumpkins, we sell these on a regular basis here. Here's Pink Floyd Pulse. And I don't think there was a wait list. I know I had a regular customer asked if we had one in stock this week, and I have one in stock right now. They're $119.99, and I've got 2 of them. Let's not kill that streak. Let's at least sell a Pulse or a Smashing Pumpkins. Here's the other typo negative, Bloody Kisses. It's a 2 LP, 30th anniversary, $44.99. Typo negative. Fred Stuff Tonight. Hold on a second. Bloody Kisses. This is sold to Donna Mitchell. Donna Mitchell gets a Bloody Kisses. That's sold to Donna, and I have 1 extra copy. Okay, the Secret 7-inch has a bid for 7, final call. I still don't really know what this is. We'll call it Divided, and it has a $5 start. If I make it to a part 2 with Fred Stuff, we'll go through some of the stuff that they unloaded today. I don't know what's, let's see, there's records over here. There's books over here. There's posters over here. There's giant transcription disc over here. There's books. Or I'm going to have to go home and take some medication. One of the two. I don't know which one we're going to get to. Okay. After Image wants typo negative. Thank you, After Image. I haven't had this in stock in a while. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. That is essentially an Ozzy Greatest Hits. 2 LP, $39.99. Give me 1 second, please. I'm going to mute my mic. All right, so that's called Memoirs of a Madman. $39.99. And then here's the other Barren Cross. This Barren Cross is called State of Control. And I think 3 of them is already sold. Barren Cross is $36.99. It's on red vinyl. We had a waiting list with Clifford Umstead and Angela Lewis. Clifford Umstead and Angela Lewis and Darren Wortman. So there's 1, 2, 3 sold. Barren Cross, red vinyl. Those are in stock, and I have 1 extra copy. The Iron Fist is in there. I haven't had a COVID test because I woke up and I just really realized I started sniffing and coughing. I think it's more allergies, though, because we've been going through all this Fred stuff. This Fred stuff is very dusty. Very dusty Fred stuff. It's been stored at his house since 1983. So, yeah, very dusty Fred stuff. Very dusty. Okay. All right. Barren Cross is sold to Rockin' and Slottin'. Iron Fist, the deluxe, is $79.99. Mindless Self-Indulgence is a final call to Adam Bullock for $55. The Secret 7 is a $7 buy it now. And then Divided is a $5 buy it now. R.K. Tucker got the Secret 7, okay? And then we have the Best of REM, 2 LP, a Greatest Hits, $46.99. And then we have Motorhead sold to Jeff Brindley. That is sold to Jeff Brindley. And then we have a restock of that Led Zeppelin bootleg, Fillmore. Let's look this up. Led Zeppelin Fillmore. And Led Zeppelin, the Fillmore concert, is Margaret Gerhold and Brian D. Leon. I only had 2 come in. I know I ordered more, but that's the only 2 that come in. And we had 2 people on a waiting list. So those are sold and sold. All right, let me see what the next 45s are over here. Give me 1 second. Find some pretty cool stuff in this box. Let me step back over here and grab another handful. I see a lot more record store day type stuff. These could be pretty cool, pretty well-known artist here. I think some people's looking for deep cut. Some people's looking for these. Here we go. Steve Earle and the Dukes, Justintown Earls, limited edition, one-time pressing, record store day yellow vinyl, $5 start. And then Jimi Hendrix, Message to Love and Changes, red vinyl numbered, $5 start on those, okay? $5 start on those. So there's some more singles going up. That was Justin, Steve Earle, and Jimi Hendrix, okay? Anybody else on anything in here, including the best of REM, the best of Ozzy, Pink Floyd Pulse, and Smashing Pumpkins. Mindless Self-Indulgence is officially sold for $55 to Adam Bullock. Thank you, Adam. That is sold to you. An original OG pressing there. And then our next single is, or our next auction is U2. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. This is Pride in the Name of Love. And it's a double-sided promo. Pride in the Name of Love, a double-sided promo, a $20 start on that. U2, 12-inch single, Pride in the Name of Love. Hendrix has bids for 10 and 11. And I have another crate of new vintage stuff to go through, okay? Let's do that right now. Another crate of new vintage stuff. Let's do it. Let me step over here and get it. Let me see what's in it. And we bought some records today. I think we had a walk-in. And we get walk-ins quite honestly. Honestly, we get walk-ins quite often. But not everybody has stuff that we're looking for. We buy a lot of records here. Just people walk in and say, hey, do y'all buy records? I've got my records. I'm cleaning out my closet. I hadn't played them in 25 years. 35 years, whatever. And we're like, yeah, we'll buy them. And sometimes they have absolute junk. And sometimes they have really good stuff. And we get more junk coming in off the street than good stuff. But every once in a while, we'll have a guy walk in. He's like, yeah, y'all interested in records? And he has like, he's wearing like a denim vest. He's wearing like a denim vest and he's got a, let me try to stereotype right here. A guy walks in off the street. He's got a denim vest with like Iron Maiden patches, and he's got blue jeans on, and he's got a Motley Crue t-shirt, and he's like, do y'all buy records? And we're like, yes, sir. You look like the kind of person we're looking for. What kind of records do you have? And then he brings in crates of Motley Crue and Def Leppard and Slayer. Okay, first thing we have is Jimi Hendrix is at 15, and Steve Earle's at 5, and U2's a $20 start. That means he's probably going to have pretty good stuff. They're wearing a denim vest. If they're wearing one of those classic vests with the patches all over it, and they said they got records for sale, they probably have some pretty good stuff. Speaking of, we got a bunch of vests like that I need to sell, originals. Let's see what's in here. Elvis. Who would have thought? $19.99. This is called Something for Everybody. There you have it. Something for Everybody. $19.99, tan label. Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage Acts 2 and 3. A 1979 Kill Press. Joe's Garage Acts 2 and 3. $39.99. A battle jacket. There we have it. A battle vest, a battle jacket. Yeah, I like those. Those are like relics of... I see those, I'm like, wow, look at these. Steve Miller in shrink on the original label, Sailor. That's nice, $24.99. And then we have Beatles 65. We auctioned off a mono VG Plus earlier. Here's an Apple, a clean copy for $29.99. And then we have Elvis, Moody Blue, on blue vinyl, $34.99. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Robert for $15. Steve Earle is sold for $5 to Monty Reed. And U2, 12-inch single promo of Pride in the Name of Love. That is a $20 buy it now. Pride in the Name of Love. $20 buy it now on that. All right. Here we go. Next up for auction is Jimi Hendrix, Lover Man, Foxy Lady, and David Bowie. Wow. That's cool artwork. Look at that. Hendrix. The brand new Jimi Hendrix single from the unreleased studio album, Both Sides of the Sky, plus exclusive B-side, Lover Man and Foxy Lady, numbered. It's numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. $5 start. And then a Music on Vinyl single. Don't get those as often. This is from the soundtrack Just a Gigolo, David Bowie and Marlene Dietrich. And David Bowie's revolutionary song, The Rebels, or With the Rebels. $5 start on those, okay? $5 start on those. Now up for bid. Beatles 65 sold to Patrick Fu. Thank you, Patrick. That's sold to you. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Jeff Beck is $19.99. Blow by Blow. That is actually a epic Holland press. Holland press on that, $19.99. Hendrix already has a bid for 10, and then 5. We have the Doobie Brothers Stampede, $14.99 for the Doobie Brothers Stampede. Horizons, a 2020 pressing on yellow vinyl, $24.99 on Horizons. Rocky 3, we sold Rocky 4 earlier. Here's Rocky 3, $29.99. So David Bowie is, yes, this is sealed. Hendrix is sealed, and I'm going to say Bowie is presumed sealed, or presumed unopened. It's hard to tell with these resealable baggies. You know, I'm going to buy it as if it's near mint minus. Also, it's numbered. Music on Vinyl numbered. So Hendrix is sealed numbered, and Bowie is presumed mint, or let's say presumed near mint. $5 start on Bowie. Danny gets the Rocky 3. He bought Rocky 4 just a moment ago. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, a 2014 all analog cut, $24.99. Boy, this thing's dusty. John just cleaned these, and this is already dusty. This inner sleeve must be got some dust trapped in it. Something's going on. Yeah, this thing, look at the static charge on this. This thing is highly, he's been ultrasonically cleaning some records, but this thing's going to need another cleaning. This had a static charge. This piece of paper was like stuck to it. I see stuff like flinging to it like it's a magnet. Does this have a polyline bag? What's going on here? Yeah, it does have a, I think that inner sleeve got inside of this and like caused a static charge. Have you ever seen records like that? I've had some, like, they're almost like a magnet pulling on it because it's the static is so strong. That's a analog cut, though, of Neil Young there. Okay? Hendrix is at 15. Next, we have Cinderella. Disney Songs from Cinderella, a picture disc, $24.99. I think that's technically the back. There we go. That's the more recognizable front there. Cinderella, $24.99. Picture disc. From Elvis in Memphis, always a desirable record. Second label, but very clean, $29.99. And Blow Us to Cult, Some Enchanted Evening. That's live BOC, $24.99. Hendrix is at 16 with Robert. And I guess I'm going to make Bowie a buy it now for $5. I didn't have a bid. That's surprising. Bowie's a buy it now for $5. Just a Gigolo. Syd Barrett Opal. This is a 2014. It's essentially a compilation of Syd Barrett stuff. $24.99. Syd Barrett Opal. And then Jim Croce, one of his original studio albums. You Don't Mess Around with Jim. And that's the first label. And it's nice. And that's $14.99. And we have the Beatles Rubber Soul, an 87 black rainbow pressing. That is $39.99. $39.99 for the Beatles. Robert W. picks up the Bowie for $5. And then over here in our no bid so far tonight is U2, which is at a price reduction at $20. We still have the Divided for $5. We got Charles Brown's Mood Music for $475. We have Disappear 2008 for $5. And we had some other $10 sealed records. I'll show those in just a second. Moving up, we have Steve Miller Band. And also, I think somebody asked about the other Steve Miller Band. Give me 1 second. I just now realized I read that in my mind but didn't answer it. This Steve Miller Band's $19.99. Somebody asked for the Steve Miller Band back here, or at least asked about it. Who asked about this? Todd Wara. Todd, sorry. I read that in my mind and didn't answer you. So that's the first label for these Steve Miller bands. Typically, they're on those kind of labels where they're reissues. Finding these on the first label, a little bit tougher. Those are the earlier Steve Miller. Steve Miller kind of has two different eras. This is the what I call the earlier era. $24.99 on that. Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage. Zappa is a 79 keel press, $34.99. Joe's Garage, $34.99. Tim Holloway on Jim Croce. And now Stephen A. Young, you get Hendrix for $20. Let's put up some new auctions. Next is My Morning Jacket and U2 Atomic City. These are going to go up for a $5 start. U2 Atomic City, $5 start on that. Photoluminescent transparent 7-inch vinyl. Includes bespoke etching on side B, U2. And then My Morning Jacket, Out of My System, alternate universe take. My Morning Jacket is on red vinyl. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. U2 and My Morning Jacket. U2 is sealed, by the way. What song is on Divided? Well, it's Tipacina, Tap something, and The Flea, Take It Slow. Bag Hirara, Say Anything. Danita and Scene, or Cine, Divided. And Thurs High Castle. So I'm not for sure on that. Did you do the Kiss Auto? No, that was just a teaser for, I said that's about 30 or 60 days out, John. I've started moving all of our autographs up here to have authenticated. We're about to have about around 500 more autographs authenticated. So I've got a bunch of really cool stuff laying up here next to me that we're going to have authenticated very soon. So I have a lot of killer autographs, and probably in about 60 days, a lot of this is going to come up for auction. I literally have an entire autograph Kiss collection here. I've got signed albums, signed comic books, Beach Boys. We have a lot of stuff, plus all the stuff I'm finding in Fred's collection. We've got signed movie posters over here. We're about to do another big submission. So those will be available in probably 30 to 60 days. Okay. We have Elvis Gold Records Volume 4, orange label, $19.99. Elvis is $19.99. There's Zappa. So I don't like teasing autographs because it's going to be a while before we sell them. We got to get them authenticated. We got to get them ready. Make sure they're good. So in about 60 days, we'll have a bunch of killer stuff. Plus, I can show you some stuff that I have authenticated that I just found. I got really cool stuff I just found. I didn't know we had. Alice Cooper, the TV show Dallas, really cool signed photo. All kinds of old Hollywood stars. I mean, it's quite a bit of really cool stuff. I'm going to try to start working on that stuff for tomorrow or next week. Earth, Wind, and Fire Spirit is $9.99. Earth, Wind, and Fire Spirit is $9.99. Original under sleeve. No Stones. Yeah, well, I have a Mick Taylor. I think I have a Mick Taylor poster already authenticated, Carol. Mick Taylor. By the way, My Morning Jacket 5, U2 5. Where's the Iron Maiden poster? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know where that is. The 1951 red rare vinyl sold. Yes, we sold it for $1,575. My Morning Jacket 6, U2 7. My Morning Jacket 9. J.D. Conklin put DB. And J.D., what was DB? My Morning Jacket 10, My Morning Jacket 15. Still looking for Burt Reynolds. Still looking for Burt Reynolds. We have Volunteer Jam, $24.99. Volunteer Jam, $24.99. I officially started dissecting my autograph closet. See these piles and boxes of autographs? I was in the floor last night on the bottom of this rack up against this wall, and Tanner got here this morning. He had to help me up. I was literally crawling underneath a rack because there were stacks of autographed pictures from about a year ago that I have never pulled out. And I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot about all this stuff. And Tanner got here and he said, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm stuck. You got to help me up. So I had to climb up underneath this rack, and luckily Tanner was here. And there's like, I had autographs like piled up on top of me. All this stuff had fell off. I was like, boy, we got to get a grip on stuff around here. We got like all this stuff just laying around here. We have the Pointer Sisters. The Pointer Sisters, that's a plenty. $9.99. Oh, you're talking about the Iron Maiden record. Yeah, that's not a poster. That was a record. We have an Iron Maiden record signed by everybody. So, the autographed guitars, those are on the other end of the store, also buried on top of stuff. Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. Simon & Garfunkel on the original label, $14.99. And then Our Best You, which is a Columbia compilation, 2i, $9.99. Our Best to You. And then speaking of the Rolling Stones, here is Goat Head Soup, original on her sleeve, clean copy, $34.99. And let's update what we have here. U2 Atomic City. U2 Atomic City is sealed. This is got a high bid for $10. I mean, the original retail price on it was $17. That's what it cost new when it came out, $17 just a couple years ago. It's still sealed. And then My Morning Jacket is Out of My System and Friends Again. It is on red vinyl. And My Morning Jacket has a high bid of $16 with Shakedown. $16 with Shakedown. Okay? Now, J.D. Conklin, you had put DB, and I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything there. And then both Steve Millers are in here. Both Steve Millers are in here, yes. Doctor visit, I know. We have enough autographs. We could just do autograph shows for about a week straight. Like, just do nothing but straight buy it now autographs and autograph auctions. And we could do that for a week straight. So, they're coming soon. I chip away at them when I can. The Greatest Showman soundtrack, $19.99. The Greatest Showman soundtrack. Three Dog Night live at the Forum. Three Dog Night live at the Forum. Very clean looking copy here. Wow. $19.99. No condition notes. First Steve Miller Band. Weymouth wants the Steve Millers, but Brian just asked. They are 24. That's OG and Shrink. And then this one's 19 on the orange label. Okay? U2's at $10 with Jim B. T.O. You're Out. And then My Morning Jacket's a Final Call to Shakedown for $16. The Rolling Stones again, Let It Bleed. $34.99. Original on her sleeve. Nice. Gimme Shelter. Gimme Some Chocolate Pie. We have Brian DeLeon on the Steve Miller and Steve Miller. These are sold to Brian DeLeon. Debbie Blair on Three Dog Night. And then we have Charlie Daniels Volunteer Jam 5, 6, 7. Volunteer Jam 7 is $14.99. And then we have Good and Country Jim Reeves. This is $9.99. Jim Reeves. Tim Holloway on Showman. That is sold to Tim Holloway. And Gregory Roberts got the Rolling Stones. Next record is Nicolette Larson, Radioland. $9.99. Let me double check on the order of Steve Miller, but the first thing that happened on Steve Miller was, well, Todd asked the price, and I don't think he ever did say yes or no. And there was nobody else until Brian, and then Brian claimed them. And then was Brian, then you, and then Brian claimed them. The Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. Moody Blues is $19.99. That is the Moody Blues. And then Phil Everly. Phil Everly is $9.99. Phil Everly, $9.99. Okay, so U2 is officially sold in to Jim B for $10. And then My Morning Jacket is sold to, this is sold to Shakedown for $16. Okay, and he wanted David Bowie. Okay, you was probably trying to do a buy it now on the David Bowie earlier. Yep, that is sold. All right, next is Black Pumas and Nathaniel Ratcliffe's The Night Sweats. So here's Black Pumas, Black Moon Rising, Fresh Psych Soul, the debut single from Austin's Black Pumas. Wow, their debut single? Sealed, $5 start on that. And then Nathaniel Ratcliffe's The Night Sweats, Baby It's Cold Outside and Santa Baby, $5 start on that. Next is Bobby Darin, $14.99. Neil Sedaka, Sedaka's Back, Neil Sedaka's $9.99. Eddie Rabbit Horizon, that's in shrink wrap for $9.99. Larry Carlton is $9.99. The original soundtrack to Tommy the Movie, $29.99. And Buster, which is some sort of compilation here. Edgar Winter, Redbone, Johnny Winter, Al Cooper, Skid Row, Bob Dylan, Flock, Soft Machine Spirit, 1970. Is that Arnold? Looks like Arnold. $29.99. Black Pumas has a bid for $5. And Def Leppard Pyromania, $44.99. OG US original Def Leppard Pyromania, $44.99. All right, then Donna asked info on this orange compilation. Donna, this is a compilation from Columbia Records, which is going to have Columbia artists such as the Buckinghams, the Byrds, the Crying Shames, Aretha, Moby Grape, Paul Revere, Peaches and Herb, Simon and Garfunkel, the Tremolos, and the Yardbirds. For Your Love is on there. Pretty solid comp in shrink on that original label, $9.99. Todd on ER, and ER was for Eddie Rabbit, and Paul S. does want the Def Leppard OG. Nobody on Nathaniel, and Black Pumas just has one bid for $5. That is a final call. All right. $45s, both for $12. If you're bidding, these are being auctioned separately. You can't combine bids on these. This is now at $6. This one doesn't have a bid. So you can bid on both of them, but you just got to keep them separate. Because C-Note had it for $5. Now Jim B has it for $6. Okay? And Nathaniel R is a $5 start. All right. I'm just going to read these titles in here very quickly as a recap. And if you missed something, just let me know, okay? Or if you need a price, just let me know. First thing in here was Elvis, Something for Everybody. Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage, 2 and 3. Elvis Moody Blue, blue vinyl, of course. The black vinyl on that is much more pricier. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Doobie Brothers Stampede. We have Horizons. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Cinderella from Elvis in Memphis. We have Blue Oyster Cult. Syd Barrett, Opal. Somebody asked earlier, Rubber Soul Label. And that's another one of those things I read in my mind, but I didn't answer out loud. The Rubber Soul album is $39.99. It's a 1987 black rainbow label for that one. Okay? Pumas has a bid for $8, and now Nathaniel has 2 bids for $5 and $5. So, Mark, you're outbid on Black Pumas. There's already a bid for $9, and Fred already bid $5 on Nathaniel. Our best to you. Yes, Donna, I don't know, she might not even still be watching. She might have thought, well, he didn't even answer me. I'm just going to get off. It's still there for $9.99. And if you want that, Donna, let me know. If not, Chuck wants it. And then Cheryl on JB, and that was for Jeff Beck. That is sold to that. The Neil Young was a reissue analog remaster of Rust Never Sleeps for $24.99. 2017 press. 2017 press. We have Zappa, Joe's Garage. There's Act 1. That's $34.99. And then Gold Records Volume 4, $19.99. Earth, Wind, and Fire is $9.99. And then we had Volunteer Jam. We had the Pointer Sisters, another Stones, Goathead Soup, Simon and Garfunkel, Charlie Daniels Volunteer Jam, Good and Country of Jim Reeves, Nicolette Larson Radio Land, Chuck Haley, You Are Gonna Get This compilation. That's so to Chuck Haley. Thank you, Chuck. That's so to you. We have Phil Everly, Phil's Diner, Bobby Darin, Neil Sedaka, Larry Carlton, Tommy the Movie, and then another compilation called Buster. Now, the Black Pumas is a final call, which is to C Note for $9. The title of the Earth, Wind, and Fire album in this crate was Spirit. Spirit. $9.99. And then Cheryl wants VJ. And VJ for Cheryl was Volunteer Jam 567. Right, Cheryl? That's so to you for $14.99. And then Nathaniel is for sure. No, we got a new bid with Bobby for 10. Fred, you're out. Nathaniel's at $10. Fred, let me know if you want back in. Neil Young is known for the cut of Hey, Hey, My. There's the lyric insert that came with the original. Hey, Hey, My, Out of the Blue. And then Thrasher, Ride My Llama, Pocahontas, Sail Away, Powderfinger, Welfare Mother, Sedan Delivery. And then Hey, Hey, My, Into the Black, Johnny Rotten, Rotten Johnny. Oh, Neil Sedaka, totally different. Neil Sedaka, totally different. Totally different guy here. Standing on the Inside, That's When the Music Takes Me, Laughter in the Rain, Sad Eyes, Solitaire, Little Brother, Love Will Keep Us Together, The Immigrant, The Way I Am, The Other Side of Me, A Little Lovin', and Our Lost Song Together. A little bit different music there between those two Neils. We have not done a nonsense crate. We have not done a nonsense crate. I'm going to have to find one. Give me 1 second. All right. Nathaniel sold for $10. I lost Fred Cardinale. That sold to Bobby B for 10. And then C Note, you get Black Pumas for 9. Got quite a stack of Soul 45s going here. Let's see what the next one is. It's in a plain black jacket. It's Love. Interesting. And Rush. What? We have Rush 7 and 7 is produced by David Leonard and Rush. I don't think that's the same Rush. Or is it? Yeah, it is. 7 and 7 is. Geddy Lee. It says Lee. And it's on Anthem. That's weird. I don't know that one. 7 and 7 is. And then there's Love 7 and 7. That couldn't be the same thing, is it? 7 and 7 is? Weird. Love. It says Lee. And then here's Rush. I might need an education. It's in a plain black jacket here. $5 on that. $5 on that. I don't know what that is. And then here's another Vinyl Me Please mystery record. Here's another secret mystery record from Vinyl Me Please. Another secret mystery record for $5. Okay, what's a nonsense bin? A nonsense bin is when we go through a really recent crate of titles at half off the sticker price to get some stuff sold and to clear out some stuff. And I think we're going to do one tonight. And we've kind of been doing this show on the fly. It's turned out really well, especially for the first 4 hours here. I can't believe it's already 9 o'clock. I didn't have Laura today. I didn't have Paul today. And luckily, John marked what he did. It takes about 8 hours to get 4 crates priced and cleaned. It takes a lot longer than you realize. So when John's really focused and here for 8 hours for a full day, he can price about 4 crates. And same thing for Paul and Laura. And usually Laura does her auctions, etc., etc. So, Chris, I've already pulled Neil Sedaka. I pulled it so fast you didn't even see me. I've already pulled it out of there. I did that so fast you didn't even catch it. All right, so there's our 2 current auctions. The Vinyl Me Please and that. It really hurts. It takes 3 people to get these shows ready, and we've had 1 person today. So that should show you, kind of give you an idea. I'm going to go ahead and try to find our next crate over here. So give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to find our next crate. But luckily, we got great people here. And unfortunately, though, when they get sick, we can really notice it. I've told y'all this before. It takes, to make this whole operation go every week flawlessly, about 15 people. And just to get records ready every night, it takes about 3 or 4 of us, including me, to maybe even add some supplemental stuff. And that's for 9 hours of nonstop, brand new stuff. So let's find a crate here. And this is actually probably really recent titles. And we're going to go through them at half off and hopefully sell most of them. I would love to. And let's see what we got going on. So this is what we call nonsense. Because should these be half off? No. But are they going to be? Yes. Here we go. First thing we have, I put up Love Rush, back-to-back release. And we had bids for 5, and then 5, and then 7, and then 8, and then 5, and then Vinyl Me Please 5, and then Secret 7. And then we have Love and Rush 8. So the Love and Rush is at $8. And then we had Vinyl Me Please with Mason at 5. And now Bobby B 7. So Mason, you're out on the secret record. Okay, this one caught my eye because we've had about 5 of these in the last couple of weeks, and now you can catch one at half off. It's the Bruce Springsteen Live Box, 5 LP with book, now just $25. And I bet I can find more if anybody else is interested. I think there's about 3 to 5 more in some of these new arrival crates back here behind me. I think Big Bob had like a bunch of these. So you can catch a deal on there for $25. And if anybody else wants to kind of go, that's one of the few vintage records we can take a waiting list for. I'll sell them for $25 because we've got several of them. I'm just going to have to locate them. So Donna, if anybody else wants me to take down their name, no guarantee, okay? No guarantee on that I can find them, but I bet if I look through all these crates, they're easy to find. Yep, right here's one. I think John's put out about one every day for the last 4 days because Big Bob, I think, somebody had a bunch of them. There's another one sold. Sell one to Donna. I think there's more, so if anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Let's keep going here. Half off records. Elvis, great. $5. Mahalo, $5. The Secret Records at 10, and Love and Rush is at 15. The Allman Brothers, should be some great deals in here. Like I said, these are what, just a few days old? This is what we call a nonsense clean out. I do at least one every night. I can't afford to do too many. It gets a lot of stuff sold though for us. Elvis is sold to C Note. That's $17.50. Gatefold 2 LP. No condition notes. History of Rhythm and Blues, Volume 3. Just $10. That's an Atlantic compilation. $10 on that. Gary Wellman got the Allman Brothers. Love and Rush is at $16. Walk, Don't Run, Volume 2, The Ventures. Walk, Don't Run, 64. $7.50. The first Bruce went to Patrick Fu. Donna got the second one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Next is the Elvis box. 50 number one hits. Or excuse me, 50 award hits, volume 1. He didn't have 50 number ones. He had a bunch, but this is now 1750. 1750. And now Marsha on the Elvis. Marsha, was that for this box? Patrick Food gets the Ventures. And so far, that just leaves the History of Rhythm and Blues. This is the new Righteous Brothers. This is in shrink wrap, $7.50. And the Sterl Cucco. That is a soundtrack. I'm not for sure the correct pronunciation of that. I got to be careful. $8.50. And the great Elmore James, which is a compilation on the upfront label, $10. Slicker, you were second on the Ventures. And Marsha, I don't know if your Elvis was for the first one or for that one. And then Donna Turner got the History. I missed Donna there. She did get the History. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Chris, you were second on the Elvis in Hawaii. Donna got the History. Nancy was second on Allman Brothers. Patrick got the Venture. Slicker was second. Gary Wellman got Elmore James. Let's go ahead and sell the secret record. Literally, it's a secret. The secret record. I should start doing that myself. I should just put a 45 and wrap it up and say this is a secret 45. That would be fun. That's kind of like a mystery auction. This is sold to this is sold to Bobby. Where is it? Bobby B for $10. No on the Elvis box. Okay. And now Love and Rush is at 22. That leaves this wild soundtrack, the Righteous Brothers, and a Elvis 50-track compilation for $17.50. Chet Atkins, Great Hits of the Past. Chet Atkins is $5. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Glorified, Magnified, $7.50. Mocha is only Ron Contour. Seal 2001, $12.50. Chet Atkins, Relaxing with Chet Atkins, $5. John Kaiser gets Elvis. Thank you, John Kaiser. The Illinois Speed Press, $7.50. Columbia 2-Eye label. Winmouth on Manfred Mann, sold. JD on BS. I'm not for sure what that was. JD, I think you have an extremely delayed feed. Mocha is sold to Jim B. The Love and Rush single is at 25. C-Note, you're out. Let's put up another one. What happened to them? Boy, we've already went through another stack. Let me grab some more. Going through these things pretty fast. I think this is truly New Orleans stuff now. Let me make sure here. What is this here? Wow, what a odd record. All right, here's a couple more. These are straight from the New Orleans. This is Their Hispanic Majesty's Request. Their Hispanic Majesty's Request. I don't think that's supposed to flip open like that. It looks like it's come unglued. But it's a double LP gatefold. Their Hispanic Majesty's Request. $5 start. Richard Ziner on Illinois Speed Press. J.D. Conklin on EL. I think J.D.'s still behind. And then we have rock guitar greats with Hendrix, Clapton, Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page, and Sonny Boy Williamson. $10. Love Rush is at 26. After Image, you've been outbid. 20 Original Winners, Volume 4. $7.50. Carla Thomas, Little Anthony, Lee Dorsey, Bo Diddley, the Cadets, $7.50. Hispanic has bids for $5 and $5. Chris Bryant on Guitar Greats. Donna next, and then Wemeth. Heavy Mix is another compilation. It's now $10. It has Elephant's Memory, Mother Lode, Captain Beefheart, Lou Christie, and Sopwith Camel. Frat Rock, the greatest rock and roll party tunes of all time, $10. Sam the Sham, the Isley Brothers, the Strange Loves, the McCoys, the Kingsmen, the Safaris, the Trogs. The Trogs on here doing Wild Thing, Louie Louie by Kingsmen, Wooly Bully. Looks like a pretty solid comp there. Santana Abraxas is a UK edition with a poster, now just $18.50. A UK edition with a poster, $18.50. And Close Up, Frank Sinatra. That's a 2 LP gatefold compilation, $15 on that. Rush and Love is officially sold to C-Note for $26. Thank you, that's gone. Let me see what else I've missed here. By the way, if I ever miss a question or if I ever miss a bid, just remind me. I promise I'm not ignoring you. Sometimes the feed moves fast. I'm looking at a little phone here with little comments. That's the way I like it, though. If it's too big, it gets in my way. And sometimes I miss stuff. We have their Hispanic Majesty's Request, which is obviously a play on with the Rolling Stones original release there. That had bid for 5, 5, and then 6, and then 7. Slicker Van Slyke on Heavy Mix. That sold to Slicker for $10. Nice. Hispanic 8, 10, 8, 12, 9. Chris on Frat Rock, and then Samira. Hispanic 10, and then 11. Anthony Correa on Santana. Hispanic 15, 12, 16, 17. After Image on NPU. And I believe that was something that's already been claimed, right? Perhaps. And then Hispanic 18, 19. All right. Moving on, unless I missed something there with NPU. James Gang, Jesse Come Home. James Gang is $10. Eminem, which I think is Martha and the Muffins. The World is a Ball. $10. Martha and the Muffins. $10 on that. I put in for a Bruce a long time ago. I can put you on a, I think, JD, I think your feed, I think your feed is very far behind. I don't think you're watching live. I don't think you have it at live. I think you're like 3 minutes behind. Make sure if you're on YouTube, you're watching live and it's not accidentally rewound. And by the way, I only had one Bruce. That sold immediately, and then I found another one. And if you want one, I can put you down and try to find a third one, which I'm pretty sure we have. But your comments are coming in not just lagged. I think you're just like pretty far behind. Okay, and then we had Hispanic 18, 19, 20, 20. Gary Wellman got James Gang, and Fred got Martha and the Muffins. So this is the Los Patos, Lewis and the Wildfires, Davila, 666, and the Los Vigilantes. I'm not going to read these tracks. They're doing Stones tracks. They're doing Rolling Stones covers. They're doing Let's Spend... Actually, they're in English, too. Hold on a second. Yeah, Let's Spend the Night Together, She's a Rainbow, Get Off My Cloud, and Paint It Black. So, yeah, they're doing Stones songs. It looks like it's by Hispanic or Mexican artists there. Okay? And now that has a bid for 25. We have Jazz Impressions of Eurasia, the Dave Brubeck Quartet in Shrink, a 1958 6i, $17.50. Dave Brubeck in Shrink, now $17.50. Tim, I saw your comments. Yeah, I ended the feed last night, and that happens to a lot of people. Though it'll be 3:30 a.m., and people click back on the feed thinking I'm live, and they'll start commenting again at the beginning of the show. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. People will be commenting. They'll be like, Chad, you're ignoring me. And then about a half hour later, after they keep trying and trying, because I'll be getting more notifications. Why is my comments not showing up? I've had it happen at like 6 a.m. People will be watching the feed at 6 a.m. thinking I'm live. And then we'll get a message. Why is Chad ignoring me? I've been trying to buy records all night long. It happens all the time. Here is Sky Saxon with SS20. Paradise, Born to be Wild. Trouble No Matter What. SS20 and Sky Saxon with SS20. It has an insert. Vox Records. Vox Records. 3304. $5 start. And by the way, these are straight out of a box of New Orleans. These hadn't been cleaned. They're all nice, but they hadn't been cleaned. They're straight out of a box. $5 start on Sky Saxon or SS20, we should say. $5 start on SS20. Hispanic is at 25. Donna Turner got Jazz. Jetstream second. Ron Contour did sell. And we have Stan Getz presents Jimmy Rolls. $12.50. $12.50. Hispanic out and out. The high bid is 20. Who has it now? 25. Oh boy, I think there was some confusion. I think some people thought it was the Rolling Stones. Let me go back and figure this out. We have Otis Redding and Jimi Hendrix. Otis Redding and Jimi Hendrix, now just $20. Now just $20 in shrink wrap. And in case I didn't know, we are going through a half off bin, and there's great titles in here like that for now just $20. Donna's got Stan Getz. Brian got Otis Hendrix, and then Donna was second. We have Red Hot Disco Express, which is a Canadian disco compilation on red vinyl, $10, okay? Let me pause right there. I need to maybe clarify on the bids here because I think some people thought this was the Rolling Stones. So who wants to rebid and maybe put in a bid for like 20? Because we had several people around 2021. At this point, I'm confused because I think 2 people just said out because they thought this was the Rolling Stones. If you put this on and listen to it, you'll be very much disappointed. This is not the Rolling Stones. These are Hispanic artists covering the Rolling Stones. Does anybody want to replace a bid that's seriously interested in it? Okay, the vinyl's nice. It's got a flip open gatefold. And I think we had several people around 20. Does anybody want to come back in? Okay. And by the way, this jacket, it looks like it's become unglued. It's a little unglued. That can be fixed. It does have a little bit of seam chipping right up here, or I should say seam splits, okay? Has some seam splits right there. So, does anybody want back in on that for 20? If not, I guess I'll just have to completely re-auction it. That is not the Rolling Stones. And then SS20 is a $5 start. Okay, lots of people next on Otis on that. And Slicker wants... Slicker got the disco comp. Okay, moving on to this half off bin. So if anybody wants in on the Stones at 20, if not, I'm just going to completely restart the auction because I think 3 people all of a sudden went out after I read the track listing, and I thought it was pretty clear what that was, but I might have messed that up. Elvis, He Walks Beside Me. Elvis, He Walks Beside Me is $7.50. But if you want to lock it in right now for 20, I'll take it. It already got up to like 25. And we had somebody at 21, 25. We had 3 people at 20. And I don't think no one's bidding again because they may not realize what it was. Steely Dan, Pretzel Logic. This is now just $25. An OG copy, very nice, $25 on that. Nobody on the Stones. Final call, or I'm just going to have to completely restart it. Simon and Garfunkel. Simon and Garfunkel. This is now $25. Simon and Garfunkel is Collected Works. $25. A 5 LP box of Simon and Garfunkel. That's a lot. That's got to be most of their music. Is Sinatra in shrink wrap? This is not in shrink wrap. No. Price is $15. Okay. Brian DeLeon has Steely Dan. Nobody bid on SS20. Vox Records with Sky Saxon. That's a buy it now for $5. Okay. So we have a tie technically on the Rolling Stones. Excuse me. Their Hispanic Majesty's Request. JK has it for $20. Okay. This is at $20. And let me clarify this again. I know it looks just like the Rolling Stones at a quick glance. If I went like that, you'd probably be like, oh, that's the Rolling Stones. It's not. It's 4 Hispanic artists, and they're covering Rolling Stones music. Okay? I have JK at $20. We'll say he's the high bidder, going once, going twice. Moses E., or if Oso wants to bid, it's now fair game, because I never did. It was still technically up for auction, but I think when people realized it wasn't the Stones, they passed. It's not the Rolling Stones. It's their music. It's Jagger and Richards. It's not actually them. Okay? Chris Bachek got Simon and Garfunkel. That's sold to Chris Bachek. He was first on that. Moving on in this half-off bin, which we are absolutely clearing out. Johnny Winter, live, $10, no condition notes. Final call on their Hispanic Majesty's Request for $20. JK has the high bid. George Dickel presents Music to Party By. George Dickel is $6.50. $6.50. And Roots of British Rock. That is now $12.50. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. Now Moses is in on Hispanic Majesty's Request for $21. Now, JK, you're out. Now we're back to auction, and I think I have clarified what that is back there. Now, if somebody got on right now and didn't ask and they started bidding, they would probably think they're bidding on a Rolling Stones record. I think that's why it's always good to ask, because if someone got on right now, they would probably think they're bidding on a little 7-inch EP of that. If they got on right now and didn't know what was going on, that's exactly what would happen. All right, here's our next single. And, boy, this could confuse... Boy, I'm not liking these. This could confuse some people. Look at this. First thing I'm going to say is this is not Motorhead, okay? This is not Motorhead. This is Motor Honey. We're like in some sort of bizarro world right now. Motor Honey, if I can get it out of the sleeve. Motor Honey. This is Motor Honey. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. It's on Buy Canadian, Keep Canadians Working. And I'm not going to say anything else except it's not Motorhead. It's Motor Honey. It's a $5 start. $5 start on Motor Honey, okay? Let the confusion begin. Next thing is Weymouth got Roots of British Rock. That's sold to Weymouth. Hispanics at 23. The George Dickel compilation is sold to Tony McDaniel. David Blair second on Rock. And Andrew Shaw wants Elvis. He Walks Beside Me. And we have Beginnings, the Allman Brothers. This is the first 2 Allman Brothers albums repackaged into one. 2 complete studio albums. $17.50. The high bid on Hispanic is $23 with Mark Rendon. Moses E., you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Motor Honey has a bid for $5. And now another bid for $5. We have Boz Scaggs, $10. Speaking of the Allman Brothers, Dwayne plays on this album. $10 on Boz Scaggs. $10 on Boz Scaggs. History of British Rock, Volume 2. This even has the Beatles doing Ain't She Sweet. Deep Purple, Hush. Fire, Arthur Brown, Thunderclap Newman, Something in the Air. That's now $13.50. That's British Rock. We had British Roots earlier. British Rock there. Now, I've been meaning to do this all night, but let's go ahead and do it right now. I posted 2 big pre-orders today. let's go ahead and take down live pre-orders for just YouTube people, okay? If you want on the pre-order for this, I'll share it right now. Big pre-order, Tracy Chapman, orange vinyl, indie exclusive. We're about to put in our order. I'm going to do it over the weekend. I'm probably going to order 200 copies. I think I can get over 100 pre-orders, and I'm okay having 100 extra because I don't know how many I'm going to sell after that, but I expect a bunch over the rest of the year. Over this year, for the year of 2025, I can probably sell an extra 100 if I do get them all. This is Tracy Chapman. First time it's been reissued other than a bizarre Argentina press that came out last year. Remastered on orange vinyl. Now, if you're on YouTube and you don't have a Facebook and you want in on the pre-order, let me know right now and we'll take down your name. And then when I get that list tomorrow, I will comment your name on this feed. That way you can get in line with everybody else on Facebook, okay? Now, if you're on YouTube or if you're on Facebook, I'm going to share the link and I'm going to ask you to comment right now on the post, okay? Please comment on the post. I'm going to share it right now in the chat as Chad Williams. Make sure you comment on that post. That way you get in line, okay? Right there it is. You should be able to click on it right now. Okay? So Tim or anybody else, we took down somebody earlier on YouTube. Amanda Bennett, and so far she wanted as soon as the show started because somebody got on and asked. So right now, comment if you want on Tracy Chapman. If you're on YouTube, that's how pre-orders work. We'll bill you whenever they come in. This is supposed to come out Friday, April 4th, 2025. Could it get bumped? Yes. They should be in that week, though. $33.99. Orange vinyl. We do $7 in limited shipping. That's the first time that's been back in print officially in a wide release since it originally came out in what, 1988? Yeah. I really hadn't seen a big, full-fledged, wide promoted release since 1988. If anybody on YouTube wants to get in line, let me know right now. Because that night, if I have 50 extras, they could sell out or you're not watching, etc., etc. We'll take, and I usually don't do this because that's such a big release. And now, here's the other one. I'm going to share that link right now. This is even just as big. Probably not as big, but just as big in my opinion. This is Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. This is finally getting a reissue. There's two versions. Okay, they're doing two versions. There's an indie on colored vinyl, which is a 2 LP. And then there's a box. There's a box set. Okay, so there's an indie and a box. The box set obviously has additional tracks. It's $149.99. And the indie exclusive is $36. If anybody on YouTube wants that, let me know. We'll take down your name. If you don't have a Facebook, if you do have a Facebook, I'm going to share the link to that right now, okay? I'm going to share the link to that right now. There's the pre-order. Should be posting right now to Black Crowes. Now, I don't usually promote pre-orders this much in the live chat, but those are big ones. And Ed's been getting emails. People's been messaging the page. Black Crowes, Black Crowes, Black Crowes. Tracy Chapman, Tracy Chapman, Tracy Chapman. So Tracy may be one of the biggest releases of the year. That's a huge one, okay? People's been trying to track that down. I always see people in other groups and on Facebook complaining about the price of OGs, which we usually sell them for like $100 if they're really nice. So I could probably sell one right now for $100. Very nice, okay? So let's go back up to the top. And sorry, but I wanted to do that at kind of a peak time and let everybody know what was going on there. So the last thing, boy, this is still up for auction. The Hispanic was at 23 with Mark Rendon, okay? JK went out, and then we pulled Elvis, and then Motor Honey got a bid for 5, and then Motor Honey 7, and then Nancy Law got the Allman Brothers. That sold to Nancy Law. Thank you, Nancy. And then Chris Bachek on Boz Skaggs. Chris Bachek on Boz Skaggs. Thank you, Chris. And then Donna was second on Boz, and then Mike McGinnis. Motor Honey got another bid for 6, but there was already a bid for 7. Debbie got the History of British Rock. Richard Ziner second. Motor Honey got a new bid for 10. Put down Sandy Villa for Tracy Chapman. Put down Sandy Villa for a Tracy Chapman. That's 2 people now on YouTube. Put down Monty Reed for a Tracy Chapman. That's 3 people. And put down JK for Black Crowes. Now, do you want the indie? Do you want the 2 LP or the box set, JK, on YouTube? Do you want the 2 LP or the box set? All right, so this is sold to Mark Rendon. He gets the Hispanic Majesty's Request. Moses went out, and that is officially sold now to Mark Rendon for $23. We can close the page on that. And now Motor Honey's at 11. And that's the Los Vigilantes, okay? Now, we have more half-off records in here. This has turned out to be a really good half-off crate. Of course, it's half off. And this was shown late, I think, and there's great titles in here. It should be about empty. We have, this is a great compilation. This is the Maxis Kansas City. Now just $25. This has Wayne County, Cherry Vanilla, Suicide, Perry Ubu, Maxis Kansas City, Velvet Underground played a famous concert there. $25 on that now. Motor Honey's at 12. JK wants the Indy. Nobody else on Tracy. I think we can get to 100 pre-orders on that. It looks like we're at 70-something since I've been live. And since I posted that, we just had 1, 2, 3, 5 more people comment. So there's that. Brian DeLeon gets the Maxis. And then JK was second. Motor Honey's at 12. Jetstream wants a Black Crowes box set. So JK got the Indy. Make sure we make notes of which one, because we're doing 2 versions on that one. The box and the Indy exclusive. I'm probably going to keep one of each for myself. As you'll know, I'm a Led Zeppelin fan, and that's an awesome release there. All right, here's our next single. This is Joe Jackson, The Harder They Come, Out of Style and Tilt. Joe Jackson with picture sleeve, $5 start on that. And if anybody else on YouTube, let me know. I know some of y'all don't have access to Facebook, and that's the only place we put pre-orders. It's not worth our time to upload them to a website and do all that. It's so easy just to put it on Facebook. Everybody sees it. Boom, boom, boom. We don't even have a website, so we sell just here and in our group. Well, we do have a website, but we don't sell anything on there. Les Dudek. If we did, I would have to open up another 10,000 square foot warehouse. It would be overwhelming. Les Dudek, Ghost Town Parade. That is $7.50. J.D. Conklin wants a 2 LP, and we usually just do that. Now, if you ever hear me talk about a pre-order and you want to message Ed, we can do that. But I never really take names live here because we always do it in the order in which they're received. And so what I'm going to do is key in y'all's name into that chat comment thread. When I get that list, I'm going to key in y'all's name. That way y'all are in order. Just in case we have 10 pre-orders on the box set and we only get 9, we give them to the first 9 people in which we receive their name. So there is kind of a perk to having a Facebook account. You can get in first on pre-orders. But we're rarely allocated on anything. The Best of Chicken Man. The Best of Chicken Man is $10. The Best of Chicken Man, that's $10. And one more record, that's Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits HBO Picture Disc. $12.50 on that, okay? But those 2 are huge releases. That Jimmy Page has been out of print for, I'm going to say 5 years. I bet it hadn't seen a repressing in 5 years. And now it's on colored vinyl and now a box set, so that's huge. And, of course, Tracy Chapman is being at the top of people's list for a long time. Henry's Choice on Les Dudek. Gary Wellman on GT. And Gary Wellman, that was for, I'm not for sure what GT was, Gary Wellman. And then Slicker was second on Les Dudek. Oh, I bet that was Ghost Town. So Gary was second, then Slicker. Donna on Chicken Man. And then Justin Dukes on the Kenny Rogers. Thank you, Justin. And now, Motor Honey, not Motorhead. This is the Los Vigilantes. That's at 15. Joe Jackson is The Harder They Come, Out of Style and Tilt. That's a UK picture sleeve single. Looking for a $5 start. Just picking up some loose auctions here and there tonight. We have 45s, that is. Billy Lee Riley, the legendary Sun artist, or the legendary Sun performances of Billy Lee Riley. That's now $12.50. If you're just joining us, we're going through what we call a nonsense half-off crate. And this is the Righteous Brothers, some Blue-Eyed Soul. That is $7.50, the Righteous Brothers. And we have Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus. That's in shrink, $7.50, Red Octopus. Joe Jackson does have a bid, and now another bid. Danny, let me know if you want back in on Motor Honey. And we have the Monterey Pop Festival. Here's another opportunity. We sold one earlier with a different jacket. This is Otis and Jimmy. One side's Otis, one side Jimmy. Now $18.50. Now $18.50. Gary Wellman on Billy Lee Riley. Sold to Gary Wellman. Motorhead is at $16. Donna Turner on the Righteous Brothers. Sold to Donna Turner. Joe Jackson's at $6. Motor Honey $20. And then Samira first to the Otis Jimmy. Otis Jimmy sold to Samira. And also Sandy V on Starship. Slicker next on Monterey Pop, and then Donna next on Monterey Pop. All right, so Joe Jackson, that means Anthony. Actually, Henry, you technically bid against yourself. You came in first at 5. So technically you have it for 5, but for Anthony to outbid you, it'd have to be 6. So we'll say you have it for 6, and now he's got to bid 7. And then Motor Honey is at 16 with Danny Thomason. Now Adam has it for 20, okay? And then Anthony next on Jefferson Starship. Justin, these won't be available until next Wednesday. These won't be available till next Wednesday. Local pickup is always when we reopen back on Wednesday. We're open tomorrow, but this show won't get watched or tagged until maybe tomorrow or Sunday. And then they process this stuff on Monday. And then we're closed on Tuesday. And then we reopen Wednesday. So anything purchased of the week, I know your local pickup, it won't be available till Wednesday. And you can come pick up Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or maybe even the next Saturday. But these aren't available until the following Wednesday. Chad and Jeremy, $5. These are all going into a crate over here, and none of these will get tagged or sorted until probably Monday morning. The Ventures Play Telstar, that is $5. Joe Jackson's now at 7. And I don't think Danny let me know on Motor Honey, but I'm about to sell it to Adam for $20, okay? And let me show one more record because this crate is about full over here. This is a great deal here. American Top 40. This is an actual radio broadcast. This is $37.50. That's half off. It is American Top 40. It's an actual radio broadcast from April 15th, 1978. That's really cool. Put that on, and it's a turn back the clock type deal. The Ventures is sold to Patrick Fu. Henry's Choice, are you done on Joe Jackson? We're selling Motor Honey to Adam Bullock for $20. Thank you. That's sold. And now we have a new 45 to put up. Let me grab a new handful out of this box over here from this New Orleans. We only have 38 million more to do, so we better start chipping away right now. Let's see what this is right here. Let's grab a random handful right out of the middle. Random handful right out of the middle. This is Sick Roses. No, Sick Rose. Sick Rose. $5 start. The Sick Rose Covers EP. Sick Rose Covers EP. $5 start. Okay? Little dog ear here we can fix. Joe Jackson's at 8. Anthony Correa's out. Jim B wants the American Top 40. And now I think this is really going to fill up this crate. It is. There we go. All righty. So one of the records, we did sell this tonight for $1,575. If you're curious, if you saw the post earlier this morning, that is going to a new home. One of the rarest records we've ever had come through here. I still have the Charles Brown for $475 if anybody wants it. But that Party After Hours did sell earlier tonight for $1,575. And honestly, it wouldn't have surprised me if it would have brought $5,000. I would have been kind of surprised. I would have obviously been very excited. But that did sell tonight. And I think there's still a lot of meat left on the bone. I, I think at the right time, those typically do sell for sometimes twice or 3 times that much. All right, I'm going to plug in the generator. I'm going to step over here and grab a new empty crate. Welcome, everybody. I'm trying to hang on to what health I have left here and try to get through at least some crates and auctions here. Very cool. Also put top 40. He was second. And the Sick Rose has a bid for $5. And Joe Jackson, I haven't heard back from Anthony Correa. Henry's Choice has it for $8. And then Anthony just bid $8 as well. The bid was already $8 with Henry's Choice. Next in here is Almond Brothers. The Road Goes On Forever. Another Almond Brothers, and this is essentially a hits comp. $17.50 on that. Now Anthony's backing on Joe Jackson for $9. Henry's Choice, you're out. We have the Best of Stan Getz. This is $12.50. Sick Rose has a new bid for $8 with Bobby B, now $10. The Best of Stan Getz, that's $12.50. Love, The Loves of Isadora. That's now $10. The original soundtrack. That's on Cap Records. Wow, Queen's Flash Gordon soundtrack. That's now just $20. That's now just $20. That's the Flash Gordon soundtrack. Spyro Gyra, $5. Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, and David Freeberg, $7.50. All right. So Sick Rose had a bid for $5, and then $8, and then $10. And then Donna got Stan Getz. Shakedown, quick on the Flash Gordon. Then John Kaiser. Jetstream on Isadora. Joe Jackson at 11. Donna on Spyro. And anybody else on Sick Rose before I sell it for 10. Bobby B or Jim B, do you want back in? Gordon Lightfoot, Dream Street Rose. Gordon Lightfoot is $10. Gordon Lightfoot is $10. Wow. We've almost sold it. That crate was completely full. That's what happens when we do a nonsense half off bin. Let me see what else we can do in here right quick. Let me put on some chapstick first. Tell you're under the weather when some lips start getting chapped. At least for me. Oh, so you were third on Flash Gordon. All right, let's run through those one more time. Sick Rose has a new bid for 11. Anthony Correa, do you want backing on Joe Jackson for more than 11? Let me know. Do I have another auction over here? Actually, I have a price. I do. I have a 30-foot fall. This is 30-foot fall. This particular variant on gold vinyl has never sold on Discogs. This is one of those records where they press X amount on gold, 100 on gold, 100 on blue, 100 on clear, 100 on black, whatever, the 50 on this, 500 on that. And this is 30-foot fall, 10 years and still falling. Live 10-year anniversary show. This is gold vinyl. This particular variant has never sold. $15 start. $15 start on that. Sick Rose has a new bid for 13. There's 30-foot fall for a $15 start. And now I'm going to read through this half-off bin one more time. We're only a handful away from having an air horn. We're only a handful away. We have, this is the new Righteous Brothers. The Righteous Brothers is $7.50. Baron Von Tolbooth. Was that the Jefferson Starship record? Edmund Estrada wants Baron Von Tolbooth. That's sold to Edmund Estrada. This is a soundtrack to The Sterl Cuckoo. $8.50. That might be the hardest to sell in the crate. The Great Hits of the Past, Chet Atkins, $5. Relaxing with Chet Atkins, $5. 20 Original Winners, Volume 4, $7.50. Close Up Frank Sinatra, 15. Sick Rose has a new bid. Jim B and Bobby B's both out. I've lost Anthony on Joe Jackson. I'm about to have to sell it to Henry for 11. Johnny Winter live, $10. Chad and Jeremy before and after, $5. The Allman Brothers, wow, no one got this. The Road Goes On Forever. Black-Hearted Woman, Dreams, Wimpin' Post, Midnight Rider, Statesboro Blues, Stormy Monday, Hoochie Coochie Man, Stand Back, One Way Out, Blue Sky, Hot Lanta, Ain't Wasting Time No More, Melissa, Wasted Words, Jessica, Ramblin' Man, and Little Martha. $17.50 on that. And we have Gordon Lightfoot, Dream Street Rose, okay? Gordon Lightfoot is $10. Back up at the top, we have Sick Rose at 13, and then Mason wants the Sinatra on that, and then, okay. Christopher, send me an email, because I don't have a way to message you through YouTube. Just send me an email. That way Ed will ping me, and Ed will let me know. That way we can maybe do a deal, okay? Sick Rose has a new bid for 15. Cyclone wants to check Greatest Hits. Brian gets the Allman Brothers. Edmund Estrada on Chad and Jeremy. Todd next on that. 30 foot's a $15 start. And we have an offer on the Allman. This is a half off bin. And then Allman Brothers and Gordon Lightfoot. The songs are Sea of Tranquility, Ghost of Cape Horn, Dream Street Rose, On the High Seas, Whisper My Name, If You Need Me, Hey You, Make Way for the Lady, Mr. Rock of Ages, The Auctioneer. And that's $10. Okay? This was a half off bin. No more, no less, and we're only a few records away from a clean out. Final call to get a bid on 30 Foot Fall for $15. Go Vinyl. The Sick Rose has another bid for 15. Now, Rick, you're out. And I lost Korea on Joe Jackson, and I was just about to sell it, and now we have a question. Details on Joe Jackson. This is a UK 3-track, The Harder They Come, Out of Style, and Tilt. And I believe Henry's Choice has had it for $11 for 6 minutes, and I'm about to sell it to him. He has this for $11 for the last 6 minutes, okay? You said 30, not 15. Oh, my bad. $15 start on 30 Foot Fall. I'll do a correction right now. $30 start, gold vinyl. This particular variant has never been sold on Discogs and possibly never listed. It looks like they did different colors on those. So, my bad. My original intention was a $15 start. Now we have 2 bids. Sorry about that. And now Gordon Lightfoot is sold to Rob Gates. We're not too far away on that. All right? Anybody else? Oh, man. Let me stretch. And we will get something done. Oh, man. We will do another crate. Let's figure out what to do. Sorry. Chad's going to need to go get a V8 here in a second. So Johnny Winter is a Unipack design. Columbia, $10. 30 Foot Fall now has 3 $15 bids. We have a new bid on Joe Jackson for 12. Man, Henry's Choice. I can't get that sold to you fast enough. About every time I pause, there's a new bid. I think that's now been up for like 20 minutes. Joe Jackson's at $12. And now we have another $15 bid on 30 Foot. I think there's 5 $15 bids now. Who asked about Johnny Winter? Henry asked about it. Now Joshua wants it, and now John wants it. Okay, so Henry, you have dibs. If not, that's pending to some other people. Now, Sick Rose, I'm going to go ahead and sell this before we go any further. It's a final call. Rick Berrien has it for 17, and Bobby B went out. I'm about to sell it. Now 30 Foot Fall's getting new bids. And now another new bid. And now we almost had an air horn, but nobody wants Original Winners, Chet Atkins, that odd soundtrack, or the Righteous Brothers. So close, yet so far away. No air horn tonight on those. All righty, let's find some more new vintage to go through and figure out which one we want to do, eh? Or just vintage in general, I guess I should say. Let's see what we can find, eh? All righty. Maybe another half off crate. I looked at this one the other night. I see this Peter Green record in it, and I was like, and it has some different kind of stuff in it. Let's do these. I think they've been shown like a week ago. Yeah, let's do these just to get some more stuff going here and put these up for half off, okay? Slowly but surely, we sold almost everything in there. A lot of active, great buyers on tonight. Thank y'all as always for tuning in to Coletco. Johnny Winter is Soda Henry's choice. And now we have a new bid on Joe Jackson for $13. 30-foot falls at $32. It looks like we're done on Sick Rose. Sick Rose officially sold to Rick Berrien for $17. Time for a new auction. Henry gets Joe Jackson for $13. Thank you for letting me know you're out. That's Soda Henry's choice. Now 30-foot fall is at $32. That escalated quickly. $32, final call. Let's grab another single here. The next one I have is Sundome and the Night. Has an insert with it. Sundome and the Night. $5 start. Indian Summer and Between Brain and Reality. $5 start. And then we have Seditionaires. Those are $5 starts. Sundome and Seditionaires. Make sure you let me know what you're bidding on there so there's no confusion, okay? Here we have it. Half off crate. Carole King. Price, $5. EX edition. Let's go through another discount bin. Carole King, EX edition, $5. Janie and Jimmy Cheatham, Homeward Bound, gold stamp promo, $6.50. Carole King sold to Donna. Sundome and the Seditionaires, $5 starts. World War I, Morton Gold, $6.50. The film music of Hugo Friedhofer. Looks like some kind of barren plane fighting going on there. VG Plus, $5. Dave Evans Band Live, I Hear You Rockin', EX 650. Donna on MG for Morton Gold. 30-foot fall is sold for $32. Christopher for $32 for Christopher Abilia. Okay. Next is Somewhere Over the Radio. Stevens Gurnick. VG Plus, $5. The Kinsey Report, Edge of the City. VG Plus, $5. The Shouting Matches. Grown ASS Man, in case there's kids watching at home. Bon Iver. VG Plus, $15. I try to keep this show PG. Does ASS count as PG or PG-13? The Shouting Matches. Walter Egan. Wild Exhibitions. EX edition, $5. Eddie and the Hot Rods. Fish and Chips. EX, $5. Although the musical content on some of these records would be like X, X, R, R, X, exclamation point. We have SED has a bid, the Seditionaires, for one bid for $5. Final call on that. What was the second pre-order mentioned? Not Tracy. That was the Black Crowes. The Black Crowes. We're approaching 100 on Tracy. 82 comments now. We're going to get to 100 pre-orders on Tracy. That's great. The Neighborhoods, Reptile Men. VG plus $5. Cyclone Doug, Walter. Walter Egan sold. Shakedown on Shouting. Thomas Clark on Eddie. And now the Seditionaires is sold for one bid for $5 to Adam Bullock. And if anybody wants Sundome, that's $5. Let's do some new ones. Three Dog Night, VG $5. And Mighty High, VG plus $5. Also, I have a Jazz record at a great price of $34.99 here. This is $34.99. This is called Lincoln Magora and Distinguished Colleagues. And John marked it one night, and the reason he did this is because a couple of these have sold for quite a bit. One has sold recently for $150, and one sold for $200. But the problem is there's also some that sell for like $30 and $50, and even some maybe less than $30. So, but a lot of them do sell for $30, $40, $50. It's a very bizarre range of prices. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason. I mean, some have recently sold for like $150 and $200. So this is Lincoln Magoria and Distinguished Colleagues. It's Cool Jazz Fusion, $34.99. And based on some of the prices, it's got to be pretty good. $34.99 on that. Okay? So that's over there as a buy it now. And then our laser disc department, I wonder if Michael's watching. This is a laser disc. It is Queen Live in Rio. It is a laser disc. Don't put this on your turntable. The needle would probably just scoot across it. It's a laser disc. Queen Live in Rio. A $10 start. Cool collectible for a Queen fan. Next in the half-off bin is Leslie wanted Three Dog Night. Let's keep going here. We have Melanie, Born to Be. Melanie is EX Edition, $5. Gabby Pahuni, Hawaiian Band. That's now $7.50, a Japanese pressing. And then this is Kazuko Kato, What Happens Next, recorded at 364 Jackson Highway. That is $7.50. Now, let's put up some more 45s. My next one is the Surreal Feed Eldorado, numbered, here we go, the Surreal Feed Eldorado, numbered to 300, a $5 start. And then we have the Neat Beats Japanese Garage for $10. I'm going to step around the corner here and grab a V8 out of the fridge. Give me 1 second, please. And I may even grab a surprise over here. Uh-oh. All right, should be back in range for my wireless mic to work. Yeah, where's some of these autographs I found? I'm going to try to do these. There's too much stuff piled on top of them. I don't want to bend anything. I've got them all stacked really nicely. I don't want to start moving them, but I ran across some cool stuff. It's always like a treasure hunt here. I could probably just turn somebody loose in here and be like, just look around the store and find cool stuff and bring it to me. And I'd probably be surprised at what they find in here, honestly. So, give me 1 second. Man, that's like an orange. Tastes just like an orange popsicle. Whew, that's good. If you get those things cold, I mean ice cold. All right. Queen, $10, $10, 15. Dale wants the record recorded at Muscle Shoals, right, Dale? The Japanese record. That's sold to you for $7.50. The Neat Beats is sold to Jim Sedal. The Eldorado has a bid for 5. Queens at 20. Queens at 25. Queens at 30. Queens at 35. And Lee Steigert wants the Lincoln Magora. Got it. And Lee, that's sold to you for $34.99. Thank you. Is this Chick Corea record we found last night? Yeah, here it is. This is a record we pulled out of a Fred crate last night. Chick Corea. It was mixed in with all kinds of other classical records. It was just randomly in there. I don't really consider this a classical record. It's a 2 LP. It's Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart. And we're going to put this up. It's clean. It's been stored in polyline bags. Now, it is from Fred's collection, so it actually hasn't been cleaned, but it is a clean-looking record. Gatefold, Chick Corea, a $1 start. Not a 5, not a 10, a $1 start on CC for Chick Corea. That's now up for bid. Chick Corea is a $1 start. Weymouth has Eldorado for 6. Craig's out. And Queens at 35. And who was the other bidder? Mike Owen. All right, back to the half off. Years of Lightning, Days of Drums. That's a soundtrack to a movie about Kennedy. John F. Kennedy, that is, $5. Buster Benton, Spider in My Stew. Buster Benton is $12.50. Spider in My Stew, $12.50. The Roaches, produced by Robert Fripp. Even though this is very different from King Crimson, that's a note on the back from Laura. By the way, this is like a leftover Laura crate we're going through. If y'all didn't notice that already, this is like some great records in here that we showed, I think, a couple weeks ago, and now they're half off, and they're essentially a crate that we went through from Laura. Smoking, Ronnie Earl and the Broadcasters. That's Kim Wilson, Sugar Ray. In Shrink, $10 on that. The Roaches was $7.50. And Mr. Johnson's Blues, 1926-1932, sealed, now just $12.50. The Roaches was $7.50. I might not set a price, my bad. All right, so let's go ahead and sell the Queen Laser Disc to Mike Torres for $35. Hale was sold for 6 to Weymouth. Chick Corea got bids for 1, 5, 10, 11. Davy Blair got JFK. Edmund Estrada got the Roaches. Chick Corea 13. And then Donna on Johnson. Yep, Laura sick, Paul sick. That's why we didn't have as many, like, quote, auctions ready for tonight. No Paul, no Laura, no Ed, no Brian, no Melanie. Hope everybody starts getting better. It should be back to normal on Monday. The Chief, Eddie Clearwater. The Chief is sealed, $7.50. And Colorblind, Dave Allen the Man. And I always thought this was interesting because it's on the very famous International Artist label. That's now just $7.50. Chick Corea is a final call for $13 to Preston Rose. Now 15 with Edmund Estrada. Now 15 with Edmund Estrada. All right, let's go back to the 45s. And the next two 45s are, I don't know, and I think I can read this one. No, Paul's just off today. Paul's not sick. He's just off today. So we was down Paul, and luckily John works on Fridays, or we wouldn't have had anything new to show. Whoa, this is a picture disc. Sick Rose. Didn't we just have something by them? Sick Rose. It's got a fold-out sleeve poster. It's a picture disc. Sick Rose. Swamp Room Records. $5 start on that. And then Assassin's Sanity. Assassin Sanity. $5 start. Okay? And then we left off with Chick Corea at 15. Donna Turner got the Chief and Dave. Those are sold to Donna and Donna. Preston's out on Chick, and that means that's a final call for 15 to Edmund Estrada. Those are $5 starts. Luther Allison, Sirius, now just $15, half off. Luther Allison, $15. Blue Monday, the Stax Blues Masters with Albert King, Little Sonny, Freddie Robinson. That's now just $10. Sanity has a bid for $5 with Craig. George Jackson, Sweet Down Home Delta Blues. That's now just $10. Jerry Lee Lewis, Original Golden Hits Volume 2, sealed for $12.50. Sealed for $12.50. Donna Turner on Blue, and that was for Blue Monday. Paul Gilpin was second. Sick Rose has a bid for $5. Jetstream next on Blue. Jared Inc. next on Blue Monday. Donna first on George Jackson. Sick Rose has a new bid for $10. It was at $5. Jim Sedal next on George Jackson. Assassins has a new bid for $6. Donna on LA for Luther Allison. And Chick Corea is officially sold to Edmund Estrada for $15. Let's put that in a sleeve. Here is another record I pulled out of a Fred Goodwin crate last night. I hadn't got to check the condition though, so I may withdraw this. It's not bad, but it's gassed. It's got that weird gassing. But this is an old Decca label. Abraham Lincoln, Poetry and Prose of Abraham Lincoln, Carl Sandburg, Walt Whitman, as read by Carl Sandburg, Walter Houston, Orson Welles, narrating some poetry on here. I think that's like a mid-50s record. It does have some pretty bad cover splits. It hadn't been cleaned. The record looks a little gassed. $10 start on that. Abraham Lincoln, a $1 start. Back to the half off. We have Blues and Brown, Charles Brown, sealed. Charles Brown, $15. Sealed, Charles Brown, $15. And Bedlight for Blue Eyes, Life on Life's Time, Sunset Splatter, $12.50. If I saw a sunset that looked like that, I would be pretty concerned. $12.50 on that. All right. Going through a half-off bin. Let me figure out what happened on these auctions, because I looked up just a moment ago, and there was bids and more bids and then a lot of bids. I have all these sealed records over here for auction. I may make a bunch of them buy it nows. Let me go through here and make sure. I mean, I do see stuff I need to auction, but we may just knock these things out for buy it nows. All these sealed records. I mean, they're all vintage sealed records. We might just need to go through them $9.99 and just sell them all, or sell everything we can. I may do that crate next. It's all sealed vintage records. Yeah, let's just go through them next. All right. Quick timeout. I remember saying Sick Rose had a bid for 10, and then Assassin's got a bid for 6, and then Craig went out. So Assassin, Sanity, Craig went out. Sick Rose got a new bid for 11, and then 12, and then 13, and then Donna got Charles Brown, and then Lucas got Bedlight. Sick Rose 15, 16, 18. And then we have this sold to Robert then for $6. It was Robert, right? Yeah, Robert, you got that for $6. Thank you. Sick Rose is at 19. And Abraham Lincoln's a $1 start with no bid. The other night we almost had a $1 buy it now on an auction. I think we might own Abraham Lincoln. I probably shouldn't really put that up for auction. That's not really something to put up for auction, but it's poetry that's got a split cover and a gassed record. But I thought it was cool. So, did Gary Lewis sell? Gary Lewis, I think, is still in here. No. If there was a Gary, well, there's Jerry Lee Lewis. You might have heard Jerry Lee. That is sealed for $12.50. Sick Rose is the final call for $20. AJ Bridges the third, $10 on that. The Ketones, Bula Bula. The Ketones is Rockabilly from Holland. We have a bid on the president, the 16th president, Abraham Lincoln. We have one bid. Now, to clarify, Abraham Lincoln does not appear on that record, but some of his poetry does, and some of it's read by Orson Welles. The Violinaires, that is $5, going through a half-off crate. Carole King, Touch the Sky, 5, no condition notes. It does have a sticker residue and a punch hole. 5, Sick Rose is sold to Kelly for 20. Let's get that in a new sleeve. That's sold to Kelly for 20. And Donny Hathaway, sealed, record store day, $15. Donny Hathaway live. Here's our next two singles. Here's another one by Sanity Assassins. I guess that's the name of the band, Sanity Assassins. Here's another by them. Blowtorch Love Doll. Take up thy stethoscope and walk. Bell of Change. Blowtorch Love Doll. Take up thy stethoscope. Boy, didn't mean that to make that so difficult. And Bell of Change. $5 start. Stethoscope. Boy, I can't say it now. I said it the first time. Stethoscope. There we go. Boy, that could be a tongue twister. And then Donna on Carole King, sold. Donna on Donny Hathaway, sold. Jim B was second. And I think the first time in Colectco history, we have sold an auction for $1. Abraham Lincoln, sold to Todd Awara. $1. Shouldn't have done that. I should have said 5. That's going to, just the pure processing that on that, I'd been better off not selling it. The Autumn Defense, Green Hour, that is sealed for $7.50. A stethoscope. If you say it like Seth, that's something I have nothing interest in. A stethoscope. Sealed, $7.50. 2016 record store day, $7.50. Bobby B wants the Ketones. That's sold to Bobby B. Arcadia Gray, Casually Crashing. Multicolor splatter vinyl. This is emo. $10. Take up thy stethoscope and walk is a Pink Floyd. Really? Is that on Saucer Full of Secrets? Now that you say that, is that on Saucer Full of Secrets? All right, let's grab some U45s over here. It's got to be an early one. Or it's a single only. Wow, the New York Dolls. You never know what's going to come out of this box. The New York Dolls. Piper. I knew it had to be early. 67. New York Dolls. Fan club label, it says. Kind of like on an opaque, clear opaque. Peels and downtown. New York Dolls is a $5 start. Last album was Arcadia Gray, Casually Crashing, $10. And then we have Real Friends, Composure, sealed for $15. Peach colored vinyl, limited to 300. And Peter Green, In the Skies. Peter Green does have some moisture damage on the bottom of the jacket. It is sealed, but there's moisture damage. $17.50. A kazoo? Yeah. That'd be more fitting. A $1 sale. Man, I'm kind of taking a peek at the upcoming auctions. There's some bizarre looking 45s coming up for auction. Give me 1 second, please, before I finish tagging these. All right. Here we go. So, first thing we have is Sanity Assassins went up for 5, and then 5, and then 5. Bobby B got the Ketones. Sanity 6, Sanity 6, Sanity 7, Sanity 7, 10. New York Dolls 5, 5, 5, 10. Sanity Assassins 11. TO Review put Mud for 5. Mud for 5. Was that something from earlier? Jim B on RF, and that was Real Friends. New York Dolls 12, New York Dolls 12. Sanity Assassins 15, Dolls 22. Cyclone Doug got Peter Green. New York Dolls 25, okay? So New York Dolls are at 25 with Teresa. And the SA, the Sanity Assassins, is 15 with Bobby B. So Bobby B has the Sanity Assassins for 15, and New York Dolls is at 25, okay? That was another great half-off bin that we've almost obliterated. And let's read that again. Now, we're about to go through a crate that's never been gone through before, and they're all sealed records, and we're going to do them for $9.99 each. They're all sealed vintage OGs. Well, they could be reissues, but you get what I mean. They're all vintage records that are sealed, okay? And then I'm going to do that, which is a full crate and a half of a crate. And then I want to show y'all the new vinyl again tonight that came in for tonight. If y'all missed all the new vinyl, we had 4 crates full. And I still have most of it. And we need to show all that one more time. So here's what's left in this half-off bin. Jeannie and Jimmy Cheatham, Homeward Bound. That is $6.50. The film music of Hugo Friedhofer, VG plus $5. Dave Edmunds Band Live, EX650. Somewhere Over the Radio, VG plus $5. The Kinsey Report, Edge of the City, that's VG plus $5. The Neighborhoods, Reptile Men, VG plus $5. New York Dolls has a new bid for 28. Teresa, you're out. New bid for 28. Mighty High, VG plus $5. Melanie, Born to Be, Melanie is $5. Gabby Panui, Hawaiian Band, $7.50. Donna Turner on the Kinsey Report. Cheryl Smith on Dave Evans. Bobby B next on Kinsey. Sanity Assassins is sold to Bobby B, though, for $15. And Teresa, just so you know, you are outbid on New York Dolls. It does have a high bid of $28 with TO Review, and now she's at $30. We also had Buster Benton, Spider in My Stew, now just $12.50. That doesn't sound pleasant at all, a spider in his stew. New York Dolls has another bid for $29, but Teresa's already bumped it for $30. Here's our next auction, and this is the, I know this band, or at least I've had them before, the Lost Straitjackets. We'll toss that sleeve. It's kind of dingy. The Lost Straitjackets. Let's put this up for a $5 start. It is dusty. Right in there. It's very nice, though. Just FYI, these have not been cleaned or processed. Any of these 45s tonight. Lost Straitjackets, $5 start on that. Donna got Buster Benton. Farmer was second. Ronnie Earl and the Broadcasters, that was $10. Lost Straitjackets has a bid for $5. We had Jerry Lee Lewis Sealed Sun Records, Golden Hits Volume 2, $12.50. AJ Bridges III, $10. The Violinaires, Their Greatest Sides, Volume 1, $5. New York Dolls is at $33. T.O.'s out, Teresa's out. The Autumn Defense, The Green Hour, Sealed, Wilco related, 2016, $7.50. And then the Neighborhoods, Adam, was $5. And then we have Arcadia Gray, Casually Crashing, Purple Nebula with Splatter, limited to 100. And Laura said that is emo, $10. It's on Splatter vinyl. Looked really cool from when I remember the last time we looked at it. All righty. There we have it. Okay. So New York Dolls at 35 and Lost Straight Jackets is a final call. Craig has it for 5. We're about to sell it. Farmer said he asked for Buster Benton at 10-10-54. Oh boy. I asked about Buster Benton. Okay. 10-10-54. That must have been up here some. I'm sure you did, and I probably missed it. Farmer. Let me see if I can if I can find it, we'll give you dibs on it, okay? Donna, he may have asked about that like a long time ago and I missed it. Let me see if I can find it. Gotta be right here because there's other records that was sold right in here. Or my feed may not go back that far. I can only go back to so far. And then Henry can have it. Walter, Straight, Three Dog Night. And then Lincoln Magoria. There's Lincoln. I'm looking for YouTube handles. There's Jeff H. I just now seen this. Jeff H said, if you have Wild Side, can I get another one? I didn't even see that. Jeff H needs another copy of Wild Side. Let me see if I can find one right quick. I didn't see that. Y'all got to hound me on stuff. I would have the comment ready and send it and then send it again. I try to catch everything, but as you see, I do miss stuff. We got to get a Wild Side for Jeff H. We might need to make a sticky on that. I think I have like 3 left. Jeff H wants a Wild Side. Can we please make a note of that? Jeff H on Wild Side. Okay. Farmer, there it is. He said condition and price on Buster Benton. This is sold to Farmer Redman and not Donna Turner. This is sold to Farmer Redman and not Donna Turner. He did ask a long time ago, okay? Always make sure you remind me, though, okay? Because something like that could happen. I'd rather give it to you right off the bat. And then we still got, for whoever asked, Tony's Vinyl. We still got Laura sick, Ed sick, Brian sick, Melanie sick. But they're getting better. Hopefully they'll be back here next week. Hello, Justin from YouTube. Glad y'all are tuning in. Shakedown got Autumn Defense. Mike Owen got Arcadia. Lost Straight Jackets, $6. Lost Straight Jackets, $9. New York Dolls, $38. And I think we're good to go. So nobody on Neighborhoods. What are the songs on the New York Dolls? And then how much is Gabby Panui? Bobby B, this is half off. This is $7.50. Okay, anybody else on this half off bin? So the Lost Straight Jackets is at 9 with Craig. Final call again. T.O., it's back to you. Farmer Redman wants the Violin Airs. That's so to Farmer Redman. And then New York Dolls is Peels and Down, Downtown. Down, Downtown. The high bid on the New York Dolls is $38 with Teresa. It goes back to T.O. and J.K. Bobby B said sold on Gabby. T.O.'s out. T.O.'s also out on Lost Straight Jackets. This is sold to Craig for $9. Time for a new auction. Time for this sealed crate of vintage sealed records for $9.99. Here's our next single. I was going to ditch this sleeve, but it has a hop sticker on it. So I don't want to ditch this dingy sleeve. This is the Magnetic 4. And it has a free fridge magnet. And it actually is right here. It was almost stuck to the cover. It has a fridge magnet and a glow-in-the-dark sleeve. The Magnetic 4 Tarantula, a $5 start, with a fridge magnet and glow-in-the-dark sleeve. Anybody else on this batch of records? We almost obliterated that one too. Not much left in there. I'm going to put it over here with the 3 records that was left from the last crate. I can tell it's Friday night. The Magnetic 4, Tear It Up Records, $5 start. Let's go through some sealed records over here. Let me make sure which crate I want to go through first. Now, all these I'm presuming are sealed and not resealed. You know, I really hadn't got to examine them. I would assume most of the stuff wouldn't be fakely resealed. It's not, you know, there's not Led Zeppelin and the Beatles in here. But there are some pretty good titles. I mean, I do see some I probably should auction that probably should bring $20 or $30, honestly, like Rick James that I just passed by, and the Impressions. But I'm just going to leave them in here and just be ready to claim them. They're all going to be $9.99. There's some odd music. There's some country. There's some rock. There's soundtracks. There's adult contemporary. And then there's stuff that I don't know what to call it. So let's just go through this, and that way we can have some stuff here for $9.99. All right. Any more Laura half-off crates? You never know what I'm going to do. You never know what I'm going to do. We have New York Dolls. New York Dolls is sold to Teresa for $38. JK, you're out on magnetic. Let me know if you want back in on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And let's see what else I have over here in the stack. I have, hey, another Sanity Assassins. Here's another Sanity Assassins. Vampires. And Ligature. Sanity Assassins. $5 start. Everything in this crate is sealed, $9.99. John Entwistle, Too Late the Hero. John Entwistle is sealed. That's John Entwistle from The Who. We had his autograph earlier this week, $9.99. Appointment in London, the 101 Strings. These are all sealed, $9.99. Harry Owens and his Royal Hawaiians, Voice of the Trade Winds. These are all sealed, $9.99. Anthony Phillips, Sides, sealed, $9.99. The Magnetic 4 is at $10 with JK. Craig, you're out, and Craig has Sanity Assassins for $6. Limbo Rock, played by the writer Billy Strange and the Telstars. Limbo Rock, $9.99. John Kaiser on the sealed John Entwistle. Sell that to John Kaiser for $9.99. Craig's out on the Magnetic 4. Final call for $10. Soundtrack to Live for Life. Soundtrack to Live for Life, $9.99. Sealed, unopened. Herb Peterson, Lonesome Feeling. Sealed, Sugar Hill label, $9.99. Gladys Knight and the Pips, Claudine soundtrack. It looks like it's either really dirty over here or actually it looks like water damage. It is sealed, water damaged, $9.99. Sun Records, Carl Mann. Carl Mann is sealed, $9.99. Herbie Mann, Today. Wow, that's an old Atlantic record. 1966 sealed. Herbie Mann, $9.99. Donna Turner on Gladys Knight. That's sold to Donna Turner. We have Ballads of the King, the Johnny Mann Singers, sealed for $9.99. Herbie Mann sold to Donna for $9.99. Johnny Mathis, Warm, Percy Faith and his orchestra. That is sealed for $9.99. So the Magnetics is sold to JK for $10. Like I said, I normally would toss the sleeve, but it has a kind of a hype sticker on it. So JK, I'm actually going to keep this sleeve on it here. And the Sanity Assassins, I think, is a final call to Adam Bullock for $8. It is, and let's grab some more 45s. If I can get this back in its sleeve. It was already kind of tough to get out when I put it in there. Let me lay the fridge magnet right there so we don't lose that. I don't know if this is going to work or not. I may have to have them do this later. Yeah, we'll have to do this later. I'll be working on that another 60 seconds. I'm going to put the fridge magnet down inside of the sleeve. Let's keep that sleeve, but let's put it in a new sleeve too. Okay, and then we had Johnny Mathis, also sold to Donna, then Larry, then Debbie, and then Lee. And then let's do one more. And this is sealed. This is actually an old comedy record on Atlantic, political comedy, $9.99. $9.99. That's He's in Charge. We have Benkei, what is this? Glenn Miller, music, some sort of soundtrack, $9.99. And we have Memories, Sing Along with Mitch Miller, $9.99. All right, Sanity Assassins is sold for $8. Adam Bullock, going through a $9.99 sealed crate. Let's just get that in a knee sleeve too. I'm trying to toss all these old sleeves. They've done their job. It's time for new ones. Hey, guess what? Another Sanity Assassins, and this time we have The Strange. So here's two more singles straight out of this box over here. We have Sanity Assassins. Very bizarre here again. This one's on green vinyl. Sanity Assassins. $5 start on that. Excuse the nudity. And then The Strange. Shake and Magic Spiral. The Strange. $5 start on that. There's our next two. These are all sealed records for $9.99. James Montgomery Band. James Montgomery Band. Arthur Murray's Music for Dancing. Roy Orbison, The Original Sound. Sun compilation with Ooby Dooby. Peter Nero, Exo Michimaliko. These are all sealed for $9.99. Ray Price for The Good Times. Woody Herman's Greatest Hits. These are all sealed for $9.99. Billie Holiday, Songs and Conversations. It looks like the shrink got tore and somebody tried to save it. They had to put a piece of tape and then they wrote the rest of the title. That's Billie Holiday sealed. I mean, for $9.99, open these things up and listen to them. Okay, don't, some people's worried about opening a sealed OG record and it losing value. These kind of budget sealed records here, open these up. You get a brand new unplayed record, $9.99. A lot cheaper than buying new vinyl in 2025. Any kind of new sealed LP usually starts at $25 and goes up. Sanity Assassins is at $5. $5. Michael Butler on the Roy Orbison for $9.99. And then John Kaiser, Sanity Assassins 6, and then 6. Billie Holiday sold to Donna, then Mary, Sanity Assassins 8, Sanity Assassins 9. And then The Strange is a $5 start. No one's bid on that yet, right? No bid on The Strange. We have bids on Sanity Assassins, though. This is the Hoodoo Rhythm Devils, the Barbecue of DeVille. These are all sealed for $9.99. Pavarotti, Oh Holy Night. It's a Wonderful World, the Pair Extraordinaire. That's on Liberty, sealed for $9.99. Golden Hits, Eddie Howard, sealed, $9.99. Engelbert Humperdinck, In Time, sealed, $9.99. Ferlin Husky, True True Lovin', sealed, $9.99. The Strange has a bid for $5. That's a final call. Sanity Assassins is at $10. Debbie, you're out, and Bobby B, you're out. Impressions, Preacher Man, sealed, 1973, Buddha Records, $9.99. Hawaii Calls, and this is the Invitations. The Invitations, $9.99. Sanity Assassins is at $11. Rick James, Garden of Love, sealed, $9.99. January Time, The First Time from Memphis. January Time, $9.99. Donna Wants Preacher, which was the Impressions. Sanity Assassins is at $15. The Strange got one bid for JK for $5. That sold. Donna on Rick James for $9.99. Then Jetstream, and then Debbie. Next auction is Lost Patrol. Lost Patrol is going up for a $5 start. Lost Patrol, 5-song EP, $5 start. Lost Patrol. Cheryl on FH. That was for Furlan Husky, sealed for $9.99. Santee Assassins is now at 16. Next in the $9.99 sealed is Sammy Johns. The original motion picture soundtrack to The Van includes the hit Chevy Van. Sammy Johns, $9.99. Daryl on JT for January Time. That sold to Dale Sanders, $9.99. Down Home with George Jones and Melba Montgomery. That is sealed for $9.99. George Jones, Melba Montgomery. Surfer's Paradise, Alex Kiak. That's $9.99. Lost Patrol's a $5 start, going once, going twice. And Teresa's in at $5. Sanity Assassins is at $20. The Best of the Kingston Trio, Volume 2, sealed for $9.99. Oliver Lake, Shine, sealed for $9.99. Tracy Songer wants the London 101 strings. So did Tracy for $9.99. Wemeth was second on time, but he's first on Surfer for $9.99. Lost is at 6. Teresa, you're out. Rick second on Surf. David Hoy on Oliver Lake. Letterman, all-time greatest hits. $9.99 on the Letterman. Living Legend, 24 original golden hits by the Everly Brothers. These are all sealed records for $9.99. Mason got the Kingston Trio. Teresa, are you done on Lost? And Sanity Assassins is sold to Adam for $20. All right, let's grab another one. That's sold, and now let's put up another one. Actually, it's time for a new handful. Let's do it right now. All right. Hitch this sleeve. And we have Snake Flower. Talk about it. Snake Flower. $5 start. Or Snake Flower 2 maybe. Jetstream on the Letterman. Bobby B on Hoodoo Rhythm Devils. Weymouth just asked about it. Bobby just claimed it. Hoodoo. Teresa's in on Snake at 5. What about Lost Patrol? What happened on that? Craig's at 6. And Teresa's out. So final call on that for 6. The Everly Brothers reunion concert. Deluxe 2 record set as seen on HBO. That's $9.99. Freddie Fender, Rock and Country. Sealed Freddie Fender, $9.99. These are all sealed records for $9.99. Arthur Fiedler's Boston Pops, greatest hits of the 60s. Boston Pops, $9.99. Arthur Fiedler. Eddie Fisher, Games That Lovers Play. RCA Victor sealed. Todd Wara on sealed Freddie Fender for $9.99. Debbie Blair on GH for something. And then Larry on AF, FF, and GF. I know FF was for Freddie Fender. GF was for possibly the Arthur Fiedler Boston Pops, Debbie, right? And then Larry put AF, and I'll wait for clarifications on those, though. Tennessee Ernie Ford, Tell Me the Old Story. That's also $9.99. These are all sealed for $9.99. This is Ganga, and it includes an incense. It includes an incense stick. Ganga, I think. I have no idea, but it includes a incense stick. Okay, Lost Patrol. Lost Patrol was sold to Craig for $6. Now, J.K. Snake Flower already had a bid for $5, so you're out. Teresa bid $5 on that first. All right. So Arthur, Larry, you were second on Arthur. There's the odd record that I've never seen a record that includes an incense before. Jan Garbarek and KJL Johnson. That is sealed for $9.99. Chris Knapp asked Knight's Agenda. I really don't know. Crystal Gale, I've cried the blue right out of my eyes. Sorry, I just had a double sneeze. New 45, as soon as I show Jay Giles Band. Whew. Man. I just had an allergy attack unlike any other. So let me mute my mic for one more second. I'm going to go up front for a second. Give me 1 second, please. Time out. Okay. All right. What happened? All right. So Snake Flower had a bid for 6 and then 7. Let's put it right there. We had a bid on Snake Flower for 6, 7, 8, 10. Larry Smith got Crystal Gale. Okay. And then Craig wanted to see the label with incense. And I think we found out it was called the Ganges Orchestra. The Ganges Orchestra. It's on Indie Pop. Okay. These are all sealed for $9.99. Snake has a bid for 9. Weymouth wants the J. Giles that I was about to show, Concealed Weapons. That is sold to Weymouth for $9.99. Snake is 11. Big Bob said that's Ganges Orchestra Trad, only 1,500 made. Wow, are we going through Big Bob? These may be Big Bob records. I don't know where they found these, but they gave them to me tonight. It has Manson Backing Band. Is that like Marilyn Manson? Manson Backing Band, numbered to 500, hand decorated at factory with compilation something champa and an incense. Okay? Snake Flower got a new bid for 13. Larry Smith needs to put back Crystal Gale. Snake got a new bid for 15. John Kaiser just got the sealed Metallica OG for $9.99. And Craig said sold. All right. Thank you. Now, shortness of breath. Snake Flower is at 15 with Teresa. And JK, you're out. All right? And he says he's done. Weymouth needs to put back J. Giles. Yes, this is a 12-inch single, Concealed Weapons. Okay? It looks like it has maybe some moisture damage too. I don't think got to tell what that was. No problem. I didn't even get to explain that one. Now, Snake Flower is sold to Teresa for 15. All right, I think I'm back. Unless I have another attack here. And let's keep showing records. The show must go on. This here looks pretty wicked or nasty, whatever word you want to use. This is nudie something. It looks like it could be worth $1 million. More naked X-ray looking images of a woman. This is the, I have no idea, Porky's? Cutter and Porky's. And it needs a cleaning. This is the first one I've seen that's kind of dirty in more ways than one. How about a $5 start? Okay. As an insert. And we're going to use that to cover her up, all right? So that's up for bid. And then let's keep going. So sealed, everything in here is sealed for $9.99. Someone asked what was behind Crystal Gale. That was Aftonlond, Jan Garbarek. Gosh, look at these names. And Kajal Johnson. Somebody messed up naming those people. $9.99 on that. Next thing we have is Benny Goodman's Greatest Hits. Sealed. Everything in here is sealed. $9.99. And then we have Morton Wind and Stars. Morton Gold. Sealed, $9.99. Cutter. Evidently, it's Cutter. And I'll look at the label here in just a second one more time. Some of these I honestly don't know what they are. But give me 1 second. Evidently, it's Cutter. Grand Funk Railroad. Is this the one Zappa? Somebody wrote Zappa on this. I think he produced it or played on it, something. Grand Funk, $9.99. That one usually sells when I mention that. Karen Mills on the Beanie Goodman. These are all sealed records for $9.99. The band is the Unholy 2 on that dirty 7-inch. Okay? Cutter 10, Cutter 10. Merle Haggard. I'm Always on a Mountain When I'm Fall. $9.99. It's the Unholy 2. Weymouth on Grand Funk Railroad. Davey Winston on KF. I'm not for sure what that was for. And then Sean Phillips. That was for GF. Debbie, it's already sold. Nat King Cole Sings Christmas. Larry Smith got the sealed Merle. We're going through sealed $9.99 records. Michael, the Incense record has already sold. The Commodores, Natural High. Bing Crosby, Rare 1930-31 Brunswick Recordings. And Christmas with Bing Crosby. Christmas with Bing Crosby. Back-to-back Bings for $9.99. And the Sleepwalk Guitar of Dan and Dale. The theme from Hawaii. Sealed for $9.99. And Rodney Dangerfield, The Loser. Rodney Dangerfield, what a guy. All right, so Cutter's at, we'll call it Cutter. It's the Unholy 2. And the high bid's 13. Let me get another auction going, but let me finish up these tags. Karen Mills got the Nat King Cole for $9.99. R.K. Tucker wants the Commodores for $9.99. And now let's grab another 45. Mosquito Bandito. Mosquito Bandito. Mosquito Bambito. $5 on that. Next is J.D. Conklin for Rodney Dangerfield. Ken Foster wants Jan Garbarek. I know it's tough to type and say and spell. Garbarek and KJL Johnson. If you slow down and think about it and apply your brain, it's not that hard, but I struggle sometimes applying my brain reading names. Next claim is Mason on the Bing Crosby Christmas for $9.99. James Davidson wants the Dan and Dale. That's sold for $9.99. Also sealed is Bobby Darin and Johnny Mercer, Two of a Kind. Is this actually sealed? Make sure this thing's actually sealed. Yeah. It's got a little damage on the back, but it's sealed. All right. Jimmy Dean, Bumming Around. Jimmy Dean is sealed for $9.99. An Evening with John Denver, 2LP live. John Denver. Dog Bowl, Project Success, Dog Bowl. And Easter House, Inspiration. Wow, that doesn't seem like that should be $9.99. Easter House. Anybody on Mosquito Bandito for $5 before I sell it. The Unholy 2 is at $19. Todd Awara on John Denver for $9.99. We're going through a sealed crate. $9.99, okay? And I have more to go through. Debbie Winstead on BG. BG for Debbie Winstead was, I'm not for sure. Then JD got John Denver, or JD was next on John Denver. Then John Kaiser on John Denver. Cyclone Doug wants Dog Bowl. That's sold to Cyclone Doug. And Unholy 2 has a new bid for $23. Okay, I have another half of a crate. I'm just going to bring them over here and just put them in here. I have a whole half of another crate to do, okay? Let me make sure there was nothing else in here I did want to auction. Let me mix up these Ray Charles. There's several. If not, it could cause mass confusion. All right, there's some great titles in here. Let's go right back to these and add to it. And more sealed records for $9.99. Debbie said that was for that other Bing Crosby. Okay. Unholy 2 has a bid for $25. Let's make Mosquito Bandito then a buy it now for $5. I put a claim for Geo while you were gone up front. Okay. And Geo was for, can you let me know what that was for? Is that something in this bin? Geo? Mosquito's a buy it now for $5. Nobody bid. Geo. Oh, that's what Craig got that. Craig got that because he asked the label. Mike Owen, Ganges Orchestra incented. Yeah, Craig was first on that because he asked the label. He asked to see the label. Craig was the first one. Can I see the label? Sorry about that for any confusion. Mosquito was sold to Autumn for $5. And then Joe Salomon wants EH, which was Easter House. Okay, now my crate's gotten really full. Let me show you what hadn't sold over here tonight because we just sold a ton of sealed stuff, and this crate is now full. So I need to start a new empty crate. And we're going through basically new arrivals. These have never been shown, and they're all sealed, and they're all $9.99. And I just restocked the bin. And let's try to fill up another crate. Let me show you what hadn't sold tonight. First, with our $5.45s. Our $5.45s, I had Sundome, SS20, what I've been calling Divided, but I really don't know what it is, and then Disappears 2008. Those are all $5. Joe didn't want Easter House. He wanted Engelbert Humperdinck. Okay. Let me swap those out then. So Easter House is still available if anybody wants it for $9.99. I'm going to pull this out and put Engelbert in its place. All right. Put that back in there. Got that. And then the very pricey and rare but very cool Charles Brown for $475. We sold the other rare one tonight. Charles Brown's $475. Last one I could find sold at Heritage, $781. And then we had a U2 single, a promo 12-inch single of Pride for $20, and we were going to put that out for $30. I put it up for auction, and it didn't sell tonight. So $20 on Pride. That was a promo 12-inch single. We had it marked for $30. And then I also had some $10 records here that didn't sell at auction that was supposed to be in this crate, like Mike Love from the Beach Boys, Bing Crosby's Greatest Hits with White Christmas, and then I reduced this from 35 to 25 to 15, and now $10. Albert Ayler and Don Cherry Vibration Turquoise, out of print for 3 decades, $10. Okay? Those are all $10 records. U2's $20. The unsold 45s, there are only four that did not get $5 bids so far tonight. And there is Mood Music, okay? And now, Unholy 2 is at 30. Going once, going twice. Autumn, you're out. Donna Turner got Albert Ayler. Let's make that $10 or $9.99. We'll just add it to the crate. And now, let's put up a new 45. That one's still getting bids. And next we have Los Cinco's Sci-Fi. Los Cinco's Sci-Fi, $5 start. Now, more $9.99 sealed records, never shown. Brilliant Colors. Brilliant Colors, that's on Rough Trade. $9.99. Jerry Butler, Power of Love. Sealed, $9.99. So Donna got Albert Ayler, then Ken, then Jetstream, then Rick Barrian. Ace Cannon, Volume 1. Ace Cannon, Volume 1, $9.99. Carmen, Fandango in Space. That's sealed for $9.99. Carmen. These are all sealed, $9.99. Harry Chapin, Greatest Stories Live, $9.99. JK, You've Been Outbid on Unholy 2. Now it's at $31. Donna on Jerry Butler. That's sold to Donna for $9.99. Ray Charles, Sweet and Sour Tears. We auctioned one of these earlier tonight. I believe this is an original ABC Paramount pressing for $9.99. The Dave Clark 5. The inner bag is still sealed. The jacket's not, but the actual disc is still sealed. In shrink, $9.99. Climax Blues Band, Shine On, sealed for $9.99. Donna got Jerry Butler, yeah, and then Donna got Ray Charles for $9.99. Kevin Cassidy got Harry Chapin for $9.99. Chuck Haley got Ace Cannon for $9.99. Larry Smith put Rayo. I'm going to wait for an autocorrect. I bet that was for Ray Charles. And then Davey Winston got Dave Clark 5. All right. Los Cincos is a no bid. That's a $5 buy it now. $5 buy it now on that. And that means the Unholy 2 is sold to Autumn for $31. Quite a battle on that one. That's sold to Autumn for $31. Let's make sure that goes in a new sleeve, please. And that is sold. Okay. 2 more records, then 2 new auctions. The Cambridge Concept of Timothy Clover, a Harvard Square affair, $9.99. Sealed. Nat King Cole, Those Lazy Hazy Days of Summer, an original Capitol record, sealed, $9.99. All right. Next auction. Let's see what else we have over here. Oh, wow. Oh, 2 good ones. Hey, we just had this one too. We got Elvis Costello, I Can't Stand Up for Falling Down, and Girls Talk. That's definitely a UK or foreign. Elvis Costello, $10 start. And look, another New York Dolls. Another New York Dolls, and this one's on a different color. It's on white. What did we just sell the other one for? 37? I think we just sold the other one for 37. Let's put this one up for a $25 start. I think we just sold the other one on clear vinyl. It was like clear opaque. Here's a white vinyl one. New York Dolls. There's another one. Different color. Donna got Nat King Cole for $9.99. Larry second. Elvis Costello 5 and now 10. And the U2 is a 12-inch single. It's a 12-inch single promo of Pride from 1984. It's on Island, and it's a $20 buy it now. And it was already, we were going to straight price it for $29. I put it up for auction because I was like, well, it might sell for $30, but also it might sell for $40. So I put it up for a $20 start and no bids. So it's a buy it now. Weymouth gets Los Cincos for $5. That's sold to Weymouth for $5. Mike Owen sold on YouTube, promo single, Pride in the Name of Love, sold to Mike for $20. Okay, that's sold to Mike for $20. So Elvis Costello was 5-10. New York Dolls, 25-25. Weymouth got Los Cincos for $5. Lee got Nat, or second on Nat King Cole. New York Dolls, 25-25, 30. Back to the sealed $9.99. Les Paul and Mary Ford, Brazil. That's sealed for $9.99. Les Paul and Mary Ford, Brazil, $9.99. Tony Orlando and Dawn, Skybird. Sealed, $9.99. Roy Orbison, In Dreams, his greatest hits. That's a great price at $9.99. That's sealed. That has Pretty Woman on it with hype. The Eddie Albert album, star of the CBS television network show, Green Acres. New York Dolls is at 33 with Michael Butler. Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass, Music for Pleasure. and Paul Anka. That cover is done by Andy Warhol. I don't see that one as often. Cover by Andy Warhol, $9.99. Okay, so New York Dolls was at 33. Michael bid first, and then T.O. And Elvis Costello was a final call for 10 to Anthony Correa. Elvis Costello, final call for 10. We're referring to these two 45s right here. Okay, and then looks like Larry Smith was first on the Roy Orbison, then Tracy Songer, then Michael Butler, then Bobby B, then R.K. Tucker. Peter, Paul, and Mary. There wasn't a Peter, Paul, and Mary. This was Les Paul and Mary Ford. Les Paul, Mary Ford, not Peter, Paul, Mary. Larry on Herb Albert, then Donna, and then Debbie on Paul Anka. And then Lee, you were down the line on Roy Orbison. Okay? Continuing with these $9.99 records. Ray Charles, Ray's Moods. That's another vintage ABC Paramount record sealed for $9.99. Also for $9.99 sealed is Louis Armstrong. I'm beginning to see the light. The Turtles and the Associations, greatest hits, back to back. One side's the Turtles and one side's the Association. Batfish, Lurv, $9.99. Donna on Louis Armstrong for $9.99. The Bellamy Brothers, greatest hits, that's sealed for $9.99. Climax Blues Band has already sold, I think. No, it hasn't. Shine On, sealed. Original sealed, 1978. Debbie got the Turtles Association deal here for $9.99. Larry Smith on BB for Bellamy Brothers. Chris Bryant was second. I've almost forgot about Costello. I was waiting for more bids to come in, but that $10 bid did it. It's done. And that's sold to Anthony Correa for $10. Now the New York Dolls is at 42 with T.O. Review, and Michael says he's done. So 42 on that, and that's the final call. And let's go ahead and put up another 45. Hit a good streak there with those two. Here is the Blue Cat Trio, Red Hot. The Blue Cat Trio. $5 start on that. Who got Ray Charles? Was there a claim? What happened? H.A. Roy Orbison went to Larry Smith, then Tracy, then Michael, then Bobby, then R.K. So this goes to Larry. Then Larry put H.A. for Herb Albert. And then Donna, you were second on H.A. for Herb Albert. Debbie Winston got P.A. for Paul Anka. And then New York Dolls 36, 36, 40. Lee was next in line for Roy Orbison. Larry Smith on Ray Charles. Larry Smith got Ray Charles for $9.99. He put Ray. Then Donna, you put L.A. for Louis Armstrong. Okay, then Weymouth asked Climax. And then J.D. put L.A. Debbie Blair got the Turtles Association. Larry on BB and Chris on BB. And then Lee Steiger second on Ray Charles. And then Donna asked who got Ray. So Donna, if you claimed Ray, it didn't come through. Larry Smith was first. You might have got glitched there if you claimed it. But you did get Louis Armstrong. Okay? So, sorry you were a victim of a glitch, but that went to Larry for $9.99. And then New York Dolls is sold to T.O. for $42. Blue Cat now has bids for $5 and now $10. That's Blue Cat Trio Red Hot. Boy, we got a lot of viewers for 11:13 on Friday night. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Make sure you have followed us on Facebook. We sell vinyl here live every night. I'll be here again tomorrow doing this. We still got more sealed records coming up for $9.99. We've been pulling 45s out of a box behind me. We have a almost a unlimited inventory of 45s at this rate. We could probably do this every night like this for a year straight, and it might make a dent in them. So we're chipping away tonight, a big stack of them. And let's take this out of the sleeve and see what's next. And we have The View from Her Room plus Leaves of Spring. This is Weekend. Not The Weeknd, but Weekend on Rough Trade. It mentions Rough Trade down here. $5 start on that. Blue Cat Trio has took off. It's already at $25. Next $9.99 sealed record is Tony Bennett. Now, the record, the inner sleeve is sealed, or the inner baggie. The disc has never been touched. Ray Charles doing his thing, $9.99. Larry Smith needs to pass on the Bellamy Brothers, so that goes to Chris Bryan instead. Chris, you're going to get the Bellamy Brothers instead of Larry, if that's okay. Weekend, The View from Her Room plus Leaves of Spring is $5. Donna got Ray Charles, and Daniel said, am I doing Fred tonight? I really don't know. I've been somewhat under the weather. It comes in waves. I feel okay now, but I don't know. And I think if we are going to do Fred, I don't know if it's going to be records. It might be miscellaneous, or I might not do it all together. Or I don't plan on doing a part 2. We might just go until the timer expires tonight, okay? And then we have Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven. Elvin Bishop is sealed for $9.99. The Bostonians, Reverend Oris Mays, A Child of God, $9.99. Lee Steiger got Tony Bennett for $9.99. You were second on Ray Charles. The Box is sealed for $9.99. Bobby B got Elvin Bishop. Anybody on this Weekend record, The View from Her Room and Leaves of Spring, $5 start. The Blue Cat Trio is a final call to Bobby B for $25. If anybody else wants to back in on that, let me know. The Box, Secrets Out. There's another box for $9.99. Another box. And then the Box Tops. So we got an artist called The Box, and there's the Box Tops. By the way, this is partially, there's a big tear of the shrink missing on that one. And then another Ray Charles. Which, is this sealed? This isn't sealed. Ray Charles isn't sealed. Or is it? The baggies are sealed. No? LP never played. Look at center hole. Well, I mean, you can't. Maybe. It's in really nice condition. I don't think this is really sealed, but I think what somebody's trying to say is they don't believe it's ever been played. That's not the same as sealed. Saying maybe it's never been played, but I see what they're saying. The spindle, there's like a piece of the vinyl that's attached into the spindle. And I don't know if Big Bob put that on there. Is that your writing, Mr. Big Bob? But I think what he's trying, or somebody was trying to say, is that's never been on a spindle before. Otherwise, that would have been broken off. It looks like it's literally attached. It looks like a fragment of vinyl, and it's attached to the spindle where it didn't get cut good. So I think what they're trying to say is it's no way it's never been played, or that wouldn't have been attached like that. Who knows? I think it's going to be really clean. Okay, and then we have Donna gets that. And then Chris Knapp on Box. So Chris Knapp, did you want the Box or the Box Tops? Mike Owen wants all 3 of the Box if you don't. Weekend has a bid for 5. And Lee, you were second on Ray Charles. Now, I paused to sell Blue Cat. And there's a new bid for $26. So Bobby B, you just got outbid on Blue Cat, but you do have Weekend for 5, and I'm about to sell it to you. So, yeah, Bob's saying that record's never been played. I see what you're talking about there. I love your little clues here. And then Chris Knapp, let me know if you want all three of the box or which one, or if you want the box tops. And then we'll very quickly read through all those again. And I got to make sure Bobby B doesn't want back in on the Blue Cat Trio. Chris Knapp wants the box tops, so that's owed to Chris Knapp. That means that means Mike Owen. Mike Owen gets 1, 2, 3 all here of the box. So these must have been from Big Bob's collection. A little stash here of sealed stuff. And most of these were $10, $20 records. And some we could have auctioned, but that was the best way to do it right there. We've sold almost an entire crate full of them. And I'm going to read through them very quickly this time, one more time, starting from the oldest. Just a quick read through because some people may have missed some stuff because we've been going through them for about a half hour. And this is the final call. These are all sealed records for $9.99. So Weekend is sold to Bobby B for $5. Rick Berrien gets the Blue Cat. I keep wanting to say Blue Cat Trio for $26. Here's our next auction. This is White Animals. White Animals. This is a little dingy. It's got lots of dust on it. You will have to clean some of these, but I mean, you can see they're nice. Just be careful. Get some of this dust off. It's not dingy. It's dusty. The White Animals, Don't Care, and Boots Again and Again and Again. White Animals, $5 start, and we've went through another handful. So let me grab some more, and let's keep going there. And the next one we have is, I know this band, The Kinks. Oh, man, there's no record in it. Never mind. How about, I know him too. I'll skip him. How about the Indigo Gozers? The Indigo Zeros. Maybe. The Indigo Zeros. Black vinyl. Has a sticker, maybe, or just an insert. It's a sticker. Got a sticker, another sticker. The Indigo Zeros, a $5 start. All right. And White Animals. Here's what's left for $9.99. Harry Owens and his Royal Hawaiians, Voice of the Trade Winds. Anthony Phillips, Sides. These are all sealed for $9.99. Limbo Rock, Billy Strange. Live for Life soundtrack. Herb Peterson, Lonesome Feeling. Carl Mann, Sun Story Volume 6. Ballads of the King, Johnny Mann Singers. He's in Charge. Gerald Gardner, author of the bestseller Who's in Charge. That's like a comedy political spoof record from the Kennedy era. Glenn Miller. This is some sort of music of Glenn Miller. The Indigo Zeros, 5 Now 6. Sing Along with Mitch Miller. James Montgomery Band, First Time Out. Arthur Murray's Music for Dancing. Peter Nero, Exo Chimichilico. Ray Price. James Davidson wants the Billy Strange for $9.99. Indigo's at 7. Woody Herman's Greatest Hits. Pavarotti doing Oh Holy Night. It's a Wonderful World, the pair extraordinaire. Zeros is at 80. Eddie Howard, Golden Hits. If you're just hopping on, this is a sealed crate. Everything in here is $9.99. Oh, man, we just sold something good on Discogs. I just looked down on my phone, and I saw a PayPal notification for Hippocampus. Is that one I listed last night? I put a bunch of stuff on Discogs last night. Hippocampus, $200. Nice. Demos 1 and 2. We just sold that for $199.99. Nice. Hippocampus, Demos 1 and 2. We have next is Hawaii Calls, The Invitations. Sammy Johns, Chevy Van. George Jones, Melba Montgomery. Living Legend, 24 tracks by the Everly Brothers. Another Everly Brothers reunion concert. Eddie Fisher, Will You Show the Beatles Again? No Beatles in here. No Beatles records in here. Tennessee Ernie Ford, Crystal Gale, Jay Giles Band, Concealed Weapons, that's a single. Morton Gold and his orchestra, Moon, Wind, and Stars. Sean Phillips, Bobby Darin and Johnny Mercer, Jimmy Dean, and then Easterhouse. Let me pause there. JD put LL or II or something like that. Living Legend maybe for the Everly Brothers. Maybe that's LL. Nobody bid on White Animals. It's a $5 buy it now. And Indigo Zeros is a final call to Teresa for $9. Bing Crosby's Greatest Hits. Mike Love. Brilliant Colors. Carmen. Timothy Clover, The Cambridge Concept. Les Paul, Mary Ford. Tony Orlando and Dawn. Eddie Albert Album. Batfish Lorve. Climax Blues Band. And the Bostonians, presented by Reverend Orvis Mays, a child of God. Living Legends for JD. Mason wants Bing Crosby's Greatest Hits for $9.99. Looks like Indigo Zeros is sold to Teresa for $9. Thank you. That's sold to you for $9. And then we have our next auction. And our next auction, these are $5 starts, straight from the New Orleans collection. All this tonight is from the New Orleans collection. It must have took a lot of time to accumulate all this stuff. I mean, golly, all this underground stuff. Crawl Space, Lunar Effin' Eclipse. And the Moose Heart Faith. Maybe numbered here, 11 of 60. $5 start on that. $5 start on that. And then we have, I've got some more from that band, so let's skip that and do this one. The Ubangis, Ubangis, Ubangis. $5 start. Give me some LPs. Most of the New Orleans LPs are sold. And most of these artists didn't have LPs. Most of these bands probably never did even have an album. They probably only had 1, 2, or maybe a handful of singles. And that's it. Some of these really obscure garage and some of this stuff here. They probably never, most of these artists probably didn't have albums. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 40 sealed records in there. If anybody wants the rest of them at half off, 40 sealed records, $200. If anybody wants a bundle deal on the rest of those sealed titles, I'll do them half off if you buy the rest of them. $200. That would be $5 a piece. Sealed bundle. Where's my bundle people at? Sealed bundle. $200 on the rest of those sealed records. That's because you'd be buying them all at $200. Let me know if anybody wants them. I'm going to take them off the table. The Ubangis. Thank you. The Ubangis. Chris, what you need to do, you need to get you a turntable, and a vintage one. They don't make them anymore. They hadn't been in production. You need to get one that loads up like 10 in a row where you can play 10 singles in a row. But here's the problem. It's really bad for the vinyl. If they could figure out a way where you could load 10 singles in some kind of new contraption here in 2025, because a lot of people want them where you can load up about 10 and 12 in a row on those, okay? And that's, Chris, would be all over these 45s. White Animal sold for $5. I'll do Herbert Montgomery for $10. I will, let me wait because somebody may be about to buy all these. The other night we did a big bundle deal and it took somebody about 5 minutes to think about it. So let me set these off to the side. I'm going to try to keep all 40 of them together there and keep them all $10. All right. because somebody might be saying, Chad, go ahead and give me those. I don't want to break any of them up right now since I've priced them. Yeah, I actually had a lady, a customer. I had a lady, she was wanting one of those forever. She's like, I love listening to records in the mornings when I'm cooking breakfast or whatever. She said, I love playing my old 45s. And she said, I remember having one as a kid. You could load like 5 and it would play them all, it would stack them and play them. And I finally found her one. I just went ahead and bought one on eBay. Of course, when it got here, it wasn't working, even though they said it worked. And then I think John fixed it. But it's just so mechanical, they break so easily. But there's not a good way to do it unless they could put a pad in between them. If they could put a pad in between them or something, but that would be best. But there's so much mechanical parts. It's like a jukebox. Jukeboxes, as y'all know, they break very easily. There's you can get them up and working, and they'll work for a year. But if you play them a lot, the arms, the old mechanics, they got to pick the record up and do all that, and then sometimes that messes them up. But yeah, somebody needs to sit down and design something where you can load up, several records in a row. People would love that, but sounds like a lot of mechanics and expensiveness. Is Baitfish still available? Was that a sealed record? It wasn't a 45. Batfish. Yes, Batfish is still available. The only way I'll break anything out of that bundle deal is if you buy them individually right now. And then, Dale, I'll see what happens later. Okay, Dale, on your offer. I would love to sell the rest of those to somebody. All right, let's find another crate to go through and see what we're going to do. I'd like to keep selling vinyl and at least fill up another crate. And then we may just start bringing some of this new Fred stuff over here and going through it for the last hour or so. I will say I probably need to conserve some energy. There's a box over here that says Dad's Rare Books from my bedroom bookcase. That sounds pretty good. Dad's Rare Books. That's Fred's Rare Books. That looks interesting. We got all kinds of Fred Goodwin stuff over here. I actually might start going through this stuff right now. I'm so curious. My brain, I've walked over here 10 times and looked through this stuff. But let's knock out a few more LPs. Let's do a few more LPs, okay? John said, Chad, I'll do it on the bundle. Okay. Well, let me pull out Batfish for Mike, if that's okay for you, since he asked before you claimed, and I'll knock $5 off, okay? And since they were 5 each, and we'll make it $195 for 39. If you're good with that, then just let me know. And I had a feeling somebody would do the bundle, and I had John on my mind when he did that. So let's sell Batfish, and then let's sell the rest to John Kaiser. Right? So this is sold for $9.99 to Mike Owen. And then let me get some sticky notes, and thank you, John. You get the rest. Let's just mark all those in a bundle for $195, and the rest of those sealed records are sold to John Kaiser. All right, nice pickup there. All sealed records. Now, let's update these 45 auctions. And even if I'm going through Fred Miscellaneous, let's keep putting up these 45 auctions, because I know those buyers are going to be on all night long, aren't y'all? Y'all don't want to miss any of this stuff. So what happened over here? Let's go ahead and end these, actually. This is sold to Teresa for $5. This is sold to Teresa for $5. And some of this Fred stuff over here could be really cool. It could be posters, prints, and I would love to sell y'all a bunch of it. And nobody bid on this one, right? Nobody bid on this one. $5 buy it now for, I still don't really know who it is. But $5 buy it now. Does that classify as an air horn? We actually sold 2 full crates. We did. That was an air horn. Thank you for the reminder. We've already had one tonight. Let's do another one for Friday night. This might wake some people up too. I'm not even gonna warn you. Hope you're paying attention. All right. So, here is I just plugged the generator up. All right. The Voodoo Love Gods. Voodoo Love Gods. Bad Seed, Dance of Death, and King on the Road. $5 start on this. All the New Orleans 45s will be sold here individually, $5 starts, or late at night individually as we look them up. And we have enough to sell for 30 years. The Barracudas, also a $5 start. I'll say that, and we'll end up flying through these things, and in a couple months I'll be like, well, this is the last of these, but I doubt it. I think we got enough for a while. All right, let's find one more really good crate of vinyl, knock it out, and then I'm ready to go through some miscellaneous stuff over here that just came off the trailer, because Tanner is kind of pushing me to move on these books. He said, we got to move on these books. And I listen to Tanner's advice very well. He is my right-hand man here. He's basically operations manager. And if he tells me we got to move on these books fast, then I better start doing something with them. They take up the equivalent of an 18-foot box trailer in our warehouse, so we better move on them. How about we do another recent, since it's Friday night, I try to find a half-off bin here, and we just knock this thing out, or maybe a half-off. I don't know if it's going to be recent. Let's see what I've got laying over here. This has got a little bit of everything in it. Check condition. Yeah, I mean, let's do it. This may be the last crate of LPs for the night, and I think we're ready to do these at half off and just clear them out. And what a great crate. I mean, this should get emptied. I mean, there could be some left over. Okay, metal books. I doubt it. Fred wasn't a fan of metal. He was a fan of Roy Rogers, which is probably nearly the opposite of metal. We have Voodoo and the Barracudas, and Voodoo's at 10 and Barracudas is at 7. All right, here we have it, and let's go through these. The $5.45 was sold to Rick Berryend, okay? Rick got that, and then Robert, make sure we put this in a sleeve because these inserts all go together. Okay, and then the unsold 45s are Disappears 2008, Divided, SS20 with Sky Saxon, and Sundome. Those are all for $5. All right, this crate, once again, should not be half off. It's Friday night, and y'all have caught me sick, and my mind is not what it should be. Session at Riverside, a 1957 mono, VG condition, $5. Yardbird Suite, Herbie Mann. Yardbird Suite, VG Plus, $15. Herbie Mann, look at that, 1957 Herbie. That's before he started showing his chest off. Deep Purple, Mark I and Mark II. EX, $14. Deep Purple. The Supergroups. VG Plus, $5. And yes, Close to the Edge. That should never be in a half-off bin. $7.50. Who or what is a Fred? Fred Goodwin was a local record collector in Murfreesboro. I've been buying and selling his records, movie posters, autographs, Hollywood memorabilia, and artifacts for the last 6 years. We have officially bought everything left in his estate. It's took me 5 and 6 years off and on selling and buying, and collectively, if you had everything back, it would fill up like 10 semi-tractor trailer trucks full. I mean, it would be incredible if you had it all locked together, and this stuff was stored in buildings and garages and houses and cabinets and attics. I mean, it's just the posters, filing cabinets, posters and records. When you start stacking movie posters, you know, and then all of a sudden you've got like 800 stacks this big, it adds up to be a lot of stuff. So we've been selling it for years. The Fred Goodwin collection, one of the biggest ever. I doubt there's anything else like that out there in existence. That much stuff unresearched, ungone through. Nobody's touched it. Nobody's looked through it. And we still go through it every night here. Same thing. Nobody's looked at it. Nobody's touched it. Nobody's pulled anything out. Barracudas, 5. Voodoo's 8. Voodoo 7. Voodoo 10. Barracuda 7. Barracuda's 8. Voodoo 12. Donna Turner, first on session. This is sold to Donna Turner for $5. Adam Bernardi was second. Donna Turner first on Herbie Mann. J.D. Conklin third on session. Sky Society second on session. Next on Herbie Mann. Gary Wellman on HM. Herbie Mann. Barracudas 10. Gary Wellman first on Deep Purple. Brian DeLeon second on Deep Purple. Mike Torrey's next on Deep Purple. Donna first on Supergroups. John Kaiser first on Yes, then Dale, then Debbie, then JD, then Mike. Did you ever get any horror movie posters? They're all sold. We've been selling those the last couple years. The Stanky Brown Group, VG Plus, $5. Stanky Brown Group, VG Plus, $5. Ronnie Hawkins, Mr. Dynamo, EX Condition, now $18.50, and original 60 US stereo, $18.50. So final call. The Barracudas is at Tim with Tim Volness, and Teresa has Voodoo for $12. Final call on those two. Next is Gary Wellman on Stanky, Brian on Ronnie. All the horror posters are gone. We've sold hundreds of them. They're all gone. There's no telling how many we had if you look back. Deep Purple, the Mark II, VG Plus $10. Could there be more? Oh, yeah. Like, could we find a horror movie poster going through a Fred box tomorrow? Sure thing. Absolutely. Do I know where they're at? Not at all. Michael Stanley Band, EX, $9. EX, $9. Rick said he would give $15 for the remaining 45. Sold to Rick Berrien. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 for $15 to Rick Berrien. Next is John Mayall, Blues Jazz Fusion, VG 650. Craig bought about 50 of the horror posters. Oh yeah, we had some amazing horror posters. And I bet I can come up with some more. I mean, I'm looking in another room across the way, and there's probably 500 posters right there. So we just don't have enough time in the day. As y'all know, there's never enough time in the day here. We could live stream 24/7. Okay? Next was Tom Sullivan on Deep Purple. This is sold to Tom Sullivan. Tim Volness bid $14 on Voodoo. New bid on Voodoo for $14. Paul Gilpin on Blues. I'm not for sure what that was, but it's not available. Donna Turner on John Mayall, then Gary Wellman, then Michael Butler, then Mary Miles, then Debbie Winstead, and JD next on Deep Purple. Now, we can go ahead and sell the Barracudas, though. The Barracudas is sold to Tim Volness for $10, and now Voodoo has a bid for $16. Jazz Blues. That was John Mayall. Then you were first. My bad. You threw me off guard there. So this is actually sold to Paul Gilpin. And then Donna, then Gary, then Michael, then Mary, then Debbie. Okay? Then JD. Michael Stanley, only thing not left in here. I told y'all we'd probably wipe this thing out. EX, $17.99, so that's $9. 2 LP. Stage Pass, Michael Stanley Band. Frank Sinatra, romantic songs from the early years. Sinatra is $5. Wow, the Stones, a 68 OG, now just 20 bucks. We had this marked VG Plus $39.99, now 20 bucks. Chicago, the Blues today, a 68 US stereo, VG Plus $12.50. VG Plus $12.50. Greg and Dwayne Allman, EX $11.50 in shrink. Let's pause right there to put up a new 45. And let me grab a fresh stack. And we have, hey, I know this band. I get excited when it's a band that I know. The Split Enz. Take a look at that record. Look how cool that is. The Split Enz. Laser Etched. History Never Repeats. Shark Attack. And What's the Matter with You? Laser Etched music notes on it. Split Enz is a $5 start. Split Enz is a $5 start, and the Voodoo is still getting bids. It's at $18. Tom Sullivan on Frank Sinatra. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. Bobby B got the Stones. Debbie Winstead was second, then John Kaiser. Bobby B on Chicago, then Donna. Papa next on BB. Gary Wellman on CB, which was Chicago Blues. Tom Sullivan got the Allman Brothers. And then possibly Gary second, then Michael, then Gary, then Mary. And then Split Enz has bids for 5, 5, 5, 6, 10, 6. Split Enz is at 10. The Voodoo Love Gods is at 18 with Tim Boldness. Teresa, you've been outbid. So let me know if you want back in. Poor Michael Stanley Band. Thank you, Tracy. Sold to Tracy. Frank Zappa's Lumpy Gravy. Wow, half off of 80 makes it 40. VG $79.99. And this is a 68 promo. A 68 yellow promo. Now $40. Big discount on that one. Also, I've been informed by multiple people there's some like flooding warnings for Saturday, tomorrow, and Sunday here in Lebanon. It's not going to affect the sales, but if it does, it's because we have to get here and get stuff up off the floors. But like, I'm friends with a weatherman. We actually sponsor his channel, Upper Cumberland Weather, Anthony Taylor. His brother Jake works here. And he's a meteorologist, and he's like, I need to let you know, there's a really good chance you're going to have some flooding at your store. And I was like, great. There is way too much stuff on these floors, so I'm going to probably have to stay here like Saturday and Sunday really late, which I do anyway. And if for some reason it starts getting bad, I may have to like get stuff up off the floors here. So I hope not, but I've been told, like, everybody's like, Chad, it's about the flood. And I'm like, let's not say that, because it has flooded before here. Like, we had 18 inches of water inside of this store about 5 years ago. So we just want bad. We don't want bad omens, though, okay? Delbert McClinton. This is $10. Back to the half off. And Curtis Jones, now resident in Europe. Curtis Jones is $10. Okay, so the last thing I said was Voodoo Love Gods was a final call to Tim Voldis for 18. And then Split Enz got a new bid for 15, then 18, then 22. John Kaiser gets the great deal on the Zappa there. And then Split Enz 23, 20 Enz 25. It's Bay, fresh, second on the Zappa. Split Enz at 25. Michael's out. Tom Sullivan on Delbert McClinton. And Curtis Jones sold to Gary Wellman. Y'all are going to end up cleaning this bin out, it looks like. We have filled up a full crate over here. Let's go ahead and put up some more stuff. And let me grab a new empty crate. Okay? Let's keep this streak going. I like it. We're going to have our third air horn of the night. I have a strong feeling. Let's keep going. New bid on both auctions. Voodoo 22 and Split Ends 26. Chuck Berry. Talk about an instant seller. $10. An 80s French reissue. $10 on Chuck Berry. We sold one of these earlier tonight. Here's another one. Dave Allen the Man. Blues. $7.50. International artist label. John Hammond. Can't Beat the Kid. John Hammond. $10. Can't Beat the Kid. Roy Clark and Gatemouth Brown. $7.50. And O.V. Wright. We're Still Together. OV's now just $15. No condition notes on these. Okay? The Voodoo Love Dolls, Teresa's out. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Tim for $22. And let's look at Split Ends again. Split Ends is History Never Repeats, Shark Attack, and What's the Matter with You? And I think a lot of people have interest in it because it's a really cool laser etching on that. Sweet. Love that. And I have the high bid on Split Ends at $27. And Debbie is done. Final call to Mike Owen. We pulled DB. And then the first thing I had here was Chuck Berry. And then a CJ. What was CJ? That was... Was that something I've already pulled? Hold on a second. I know we had DB for Michael. That was Delbert, which, yeah, and then CJ was Curtis Jones. Okay. And that means that Debbie was first on Chuck Berry. Donna. Donna Turner first on Chuck Berry. Bobby B was second. J.D. Conklin third. Donna Turner first on O.V. Wright. Tom Sullivan on Roy Clark. Farmer was second. And Rick Berrien on Dave Allen. That just leaves John Hammond. Time for a new auction. Split Ends is on the clock. Mike Owen 27. Next is another group that I recognize. The Flying Lizards. This is going to go up for a $5 start. It's TV and Tube. $5 start on that. That's how I found Coletco from Upper Cumberland Weather. Great. Maybe our ads work. Advertising works. Yes, I proudly support Anthony. He focuses on one area of Middle Tennessee and does weather. You know, because like if you watch the Nashville station, they try to cover severe weather everywhere. But like if you're in the Upper Cumberland region, he focuses and he goes live like it's his job. He's got sponsors. I sponsor them. He's got people who, you know, that's his job. And he's got a whole studio at his house now. Green screen, cameras. I mean, it's a full production. And he goes live during severe weather and gives people updates. Gary Wellman gets John Hammond. We are right by a creek that flash floods really bad. And it used to back up and it would flood. And the last time the big flood came through, they tunneled it out and cleaned it out. And it's been really good since then. So, Records Galore. This is a compilation. Records Galore. Bo Diddley, Dave Baby Cortez. It's $12.50, no condition notes. $12.50, no condition notes on that. Source Point, John Hammond. John Hammond, again, no condition notes on this, $12.50. Okay, let's go ahead and sell Split Ends for $27 to Mike Owen. The Flying Lizards is a $5 start. That's called TV. No bid yet, going once, going twice. Next is 9 Below Zero. I know them too. Why Don't You Try Me? Boy, this thing's dusty. Oh my gosh. It's just dirty. There's nothing wrong with it. It's got like dust, and if y'all have bought some of these from me before, you know, these have been carried around forever, and there's like, you can see like fragments coming out of this. So there's like stuff on it. There's nothing wrong with the vinyl though, other than it being dirty. $5 start on that. Okay. And then Donna Turner wants Records. And then Rod was second, and Gary got Source Point. This crate's getting cleaned out. Half off sticker. Do Something Crazy. Linda Sheets. 1986 US, $5. If these don't get bids pretty quick, I'll go ahead and move on. Flying Lizards, a 9 below 0, $5 starts. Canned Heat, nice. This is Canned Heat live at Topacana Corral, VG plus $10. Pig Meat Markham, here come the judge. Here come the judge, $5 on Pig Meat Markham. Nice, The Doors with hop sticker, a 68 Monarch, half off, now just $25. That's criminal. That is criminal. With the Hello I Love You hop sticker, that's worth $25 by itself. Return of Volunteer Baseball. I did not catch that. Honestly, I didn't know they started back tonight. I'll admit I'm a Tennessee Vols fan, but I just keep up with football. I can't keep up with... Actually, I bandwagoned baseball when I thought they could win a national championship, and I started watching the tournament. And up until that point, I hadn't watched a single game. Seth, he goes to games. He goes to basketball games, baseball games. I'm like, dude, I actually have a life. But I watch it when I can, which is replays. I obviously never catch a basketball game live, and I never get to watch a baseball game live because I'm right here every night. Rod Bryan on Crazy. That's sold to Rod Bryan for $5. Michael Butler on Canned Heat. John Kaiser second. Brian DeLeon got The Doors. And then John Kaiser, then Tom, then Michael, and then Thomas. All right, these are $5 buy it nows. Flying Lizards, a 9 below 0. $5 buy it nows on those. You can pick those up. And here's our next auctions. And I see... Ooh, cool. I know this is going to get a bid. And let's go ahead and do this one too. We have Elvis Costello. I was going to make sure. I was like, that looks just like him. Yeah, Elvis Costello. And this is My Funny Valentine. Hey, it's Valentine's Day. And Oliver's Army. Elvis Costello, $5. And the Beer Bellies. The Beer Bellies. And this is also a $5 start. 4 beers, more please. All right, and then 9 below 0 is sold to Debbie for $5, and that leaves the Flying Lizards. Let's keep going. We're going to empty this crate. I have a strong feeling. Lloyd Cole and the Commotions, Mainstream. EX, $8.50. EX. Mason Prophet. Last night I had the strangest dream. VG plus $5. We have the Cinders, 7 long super singles. Or 7 song super single. That's VG plus $12.50. And John Hammond Footwork. John Hammond's VG plus $7.50. XTC Go To. XTC is $11.50. XTC Go To. Elvis Costello got bids for 10, 5, 5. Tim Boldness wants both 45s. 9 below 0 already sold, but I can give you the Flying Lizards. I'll give you the Flying Lizards. Chris Knapp on LC, and that was for Lloyd Cole. That sold to Chris Knapp. Gary Wellman got Mason Prophet. Thomas Clark next on Lloyd Cole. Tom Sullivan on the Cinders. Elvis Costello got another $5 bid. Michael Butler got XTC. Gary Wellman got John Hammond. Chris Knapp second on XTC. Adam Bernardi third on XTC. Teresa second on the Cinders. Thomas and Craig next on XTC. So there's been a lot of Costello bids, but they're all out of order. Michael Butler was the first bidder at 10, and he still has it for 10. And I'm going to go ahead and roll this one for a $5 buy it now so we can put up some new stuff. The Beer Bellies is a $5 buy it now. I didn't leave that one up very long, but it doesn't look like no one's going to bid. So that's a $5 buy it now. Poor Pig Meat Markham. Let's show 2 more records, and I have another single going up. Nice. ELO and Shrink and Hop sticker. Now just $14, half off of $27.99. Wow. Wow. And then another Lloyd Cole and the Commotions. That's VG $5. Or excuse me, VG plus VG plus $5. All right. I'm looking through our next auctions. Boy, this cover's weird. All right. This is Flying Saucer Twist. Norton Sound. Banshee, Jerry Lee Trio, Tom Carter and the Ramrods. Flying Saucer Twist. $5 start on that. Michael Butler, you do get Elvis Costello for $10. Leslie Wickline does get the Pygmeek Markham for $5. Brian DeLeon quick on ELO, then Rod, then Chris, then Debbie. Chris was first on Lloyd Cole. Tim Voldness gets Beer Belly for $5. T.O. was second, and Justin, you were next on ELO. Flying Saucer Twist is a $5 start. And next is, what is this? It's on an envelope. Wow, this has never been, it's, this got mailed to somebody, and it never got opened. And it's from the UK. Let's open it. Let's open it and auction it. This could be very interesting. It costs 26 British pounds, it looks like. It looks like 26 pounds. That's a, you know what, like 30, that's like 30 US dollars. Where's my box cutter at? What could this be? It has a Louisiana address, New Orleans address. Maybe it's no FX. We're about to find out. It's not opened, is it? No, it's not opened. Maybe it's like, you never know what this could be. This is the Gants. Never Again. The Gants, Never Again. Tribute to the Gants. Kleenex Girl Wonder. Wolfie, Outrageous Cherry of Montreal. Notice, all songs were recorded only for the Gants tribute single, but one LP's bonus 7-inch single and one Japanese CD have featured part of the single song without permission. The Gants is a $5 start. The Gants is a $5 start. And the Gants came from London. It came from London, and they declared the value as, it looks like 26, which I'm assuming is pounds. So, sold it sealed. I wouldn't do that. We did that earlier with those mystery records. Okay, boy, we've almost sold. We're down to like 5 records in here. Here we go. Y'all, we're going to have an air horn, no doubt. McKenna Mendelssohn Mainline. VG. Oh my gosh. VG $5. Maybe they did have some kind of chemical in it. VG $5. Barry Goldberg. Barry Goldberg and Friends. VG Plus $7.50. Barry Goldberg and Friends. Cross Currents. Danny Cobb and Stephen Grossman. VG Plus $7.50. Long John's Blues. Long John Baldry. VG Plus $7.50. And B.B. King. VG Plus $9. Y'all don't let me down. We're close. We're close. All right. Great neck adjustment right then. Oh, that felt good. Donna on GB for Barry Goldberg and on BB. Boy, Donna is quick. Fast fingers. BG and BB. Paul next on BB. Rod next on BB. Gary on Long John. Tom next on BB. George next on GB, Barry Goldberg. And then JD next on BB and Gary Wellman. All right, so who wants Cross Currents, Danny Cobb and Stefan Grossman? That's on the Cotillion label. A 69 US VG Plus 750. And who wants McKenna Mendelssohn Mainline? Stink. That's blues, isn't it? VG $5, or at least blues rock. 2 records, and we got an air horn. Just go ahead and claim them. By the way, the Gantz is at $8 with JK, and Flying Saucers is at $8 with Tim Voldness. So, Craig, you just got outbid on Flying Saucer, I think. Yep. And then the Gantz is at $8 with JK. Both auctions back there at $8. I'm not going anywhere till somebody buys these. So, we could just have a staring contest, I guess. We'll just stand here and look at these 2 records till somebody buys them. Who's going to buy them? Come on. You know you want to. You know you want to. Just do it. All right. $7.50. It's got to be $7.50. It's got to be. It's a half off crate. No more, no less. Danny Cobb is one of the country's top rock guitarists, was the founder and leader of the Blues Project. He is deeply rooted in blues, rock, and jazz. Danny has recently put together a new band with strong jazz emphasis. There you go. I was about to say, that's got to be like blues rock with Danny Cobb, and that is so to Michael Butler. Who got Mainline? You did. George Burleson got MMM, and then Donna was second. And now we have an air horn. We sold another completely empty crate. And 3 other times, this is the 3rd one of the night, and 3 other times tonight we were close. We were very close a couple other times to doing that, just like a few records. All right. We have Flying Saucer Twist at 11 with Tim Voldness. And the Gantz got to 9 with Adam Bernardi, which JK, you got outbid. And JK, let me know if you want back in. And how much was McKenna Mendelssohn Mainline? It was $5. $5. Okay. Now the Gantz are at 10. Let me see what I've got stacked right over here. Give me 1 second. There's no telling what I'm about to do. I'm a loose cannon. Sometimes I do things and people's like, wow, I cannot believe he just did that. And that's the way we like to keep it. I've had people say, oh my gosh, I can't believe you just did that. Tonight's newest new vinyl rivals, super quickly. Tonight's newest new vinyl rivals, in case you missed them. New and sealed, Rush Presto, back in stock, remastered, back in print for the first time in years. I've got 3 Rush left for $33.99. Gorillaz is a 2 LP, self-titled Gorillaz, $39.99. The Big Lebowski, $34.99. 1 left, the soundtrack, The Big Lebowski. Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia, $44.99. 2 LP, unofficial, Dark Side of the Moon Live and Echoes, Philadelphia. Chris Cornell, Higher Truth, Gatefold, 2 LP, new and sealed, $39.99. Michael Rudolph on Gorillaz, so to Michael Rudolph. We have the Gantz, officially a final call for $15 to JK, and the Flying Saucer Twist. Let's sell this to Tim Voldness, I believe. Yep, Tim Voldness got that for $11. Our next single going up for auction right now is this record right here. It's called I Have No Idea. It is called, what is this? And this is called I Have No Idea. Let me figure out what this is. We have Sky, Sunlight, Saxon of the Seeds, Pushing Too Hard. We have Sky, Sunlight, Saxon, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. It's inside of a sleeve. Sky, Sunlight, Saxon of the Seeds, Pushing Too Hard, number 224 of 300. Pink vinyl, a $5 start. That means the Gantz are officially sold straight out of the envelope from London, and now we officially are going to sell this to JK for $15. We do not do Record Store Day. We also have Muse, Black Holes and Revelations. Muse is $33.99. Led Zeppelin, Live in Dallas, 1975. Led Zeppelin, this is Live in Dallas, $29.99. Also, we have Muse Absolution for $39.99. Gangstar, Hard to Earn. Gangstar is a 2 LP, $39.99. Rush, Counterparts, long out of print and out of stock. Here they are, $39.99. We have 3 Counterparts left. Sabbath Volume 4 is $33. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, $33.99. And then Pink Floyd, Mono is $33.99. We don't participate in Record Store Day. We've been applying for 6 years and never been approved. So we just don't do Record Store Day. I've been told we sell too much online and we sell too much. So they don't approve us because we sell majority of our stuff online and we sell too much. That's just what I was told. I was like, whoa, that's a weird one. The too much. I mean, if those labels found that out, they'd probably be like, what? I've never heard of anybody turning down retail for too much. Could you imagine if people told Walmart that? Y'all sell way too many Samsung TVs. Way too many Samsungs. You can't sell them anymore. That'd be like, what? The Husbands. This is called What the Fug is the Frug. The Husbands. And the B-side is The Hustler. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. And Rush, Hold Your Fire, $34.99. Remastered. Cro-Mags. Cro-Mags is The Age of Coral, limited edition smoke-colored vinyl. Cro-Mags is $36.99. So back up the top, we had Sky at 5, 5, 8, and 9, and Husbands is at 5, okay? And here's what's left in here. This is all new and sealed. We had Cro-Mags. We had Rush, Hold Your Fire, Pink Floyd. We had Nickelback. We had Black Sabbath. We had Rush. We had Gangstar, we had Muse, we had Led Zeppelin, we had Muse, we had Chris Cornell, we had Pink Floyd, we had The Big Lebowski, we had Rush, and then I have just a few more titles to condense, and I think All 4 crates are now into 1 crate, unless there was another crate. Oh, yeah, there was 1 more crate. Never mind. I'll go ahead and move these over here. I got REM's Greatest Hits, the best of REM, $46.99. And then Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, is $39. Memoirs of a Madman is $39.99. Ozzy, that's a Greatest Hits 2 LP. And then the very popular box sets, I got Pink Floyd Pulse, and I've got Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy. So Pink Floyd Pulse is $119.99. That's the 4 LP box with a 52-page hardback book. And we also have a Gorillaz record, Michael Rudolph. I got Gorillaz Demon Days. And that's $44.99. And then I was trying to get over here to Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy so I could show you Melancholy. And there's Melancholy, and Melancholy's $119.99. The very first Pink Floyd is a live concert from Philadelphia, 1973. It's a 2 LP where they're doing the complete album, Dark Side of the Moon, and other tracks, Echoes, and one other track, Echoes. I have one, boy, I forgot about this because I had this copy of this Ozzy record on top of it, and I forgot. I have another rare record to show y'all tonight that I never did get to. It's kind of like a buy it now best offer deal. I didn't figure I would auction it, but I would love to sell to somebody. This is the very first Jimmy Reed record. This is his very first record, 1953. This is Jimmy Reed, High and Lonesome, and Roll and Roomba. And it's actually not badly priced whatsoever at $399.99. $399.99. That's Jimmy Reed on Chance Records, VJ 53-104. Jimmy Reed, CH1142. That is his first release. Jimmy Reed, $399.99. Rare 78. Rare 78. So up here at the top, we have Sky was at 9. And then Husbands 5, 7, 5, 8, 10. Sky 11, 12. Husbands 14. Husbands 19. Husbands 11. Sky 12. And Husbands 15. All right, so Husbands is at $15. And Sky Sunlight is at $12. And Gorillaz is $44.99. Okay, so that crate had Gorillaz, REM, Ozzy, Cro-Mags. We had Rush. We had Pink Floyd. We had Nickelback, Black Sabbath, Rush, Gangstar, Muse, Led Zeppelin bootleg. We had Muse, we had Chris Cornell, the Pink Floyd bootleg, and then Big Lebowski and Rush, okay? Those are all still available. That's all new and sealed, and then that is all available. Michael said that was the very first one you bought from us. I knew I'd sold you at least one Gorillaz. I need to get a list of what the other ones you need so I can order them. And now, this right here was the rest of tonight's newest new vinyl. So, all 4 crates of tonight's new vinyl is now into 1 crate. The Pink Floyd bootleg 2 LP. The 2 LP bootleg from Philadelphia is $44. The very incredible Pink Floyd Pulse box set. The Pulse box set is $119.99. Of course, this is an official release. That is the very epic Pulse box set. Y'all maybe remember those back during the day. The CD had that flashing light on it. The CD box set comes with a big hardback book, one of our best-selling box sets. And then also I had Typo Negative, Life is Killing Me. That's $69.99, a 3 LP. This is new for Friday. Rick Springfield. Rick Springfield is $36.99, limited edition clear vinyl. Limited edition clear vinyl. The other Typo Negative is Slow, Deep, and Hard. That is on green and black marble vinyl for $39.99. Excuse me, Megadeth is $39.99. Euthanasia picture disc, we got several of those. Ozzy Montreal is red vinyl. That's live Ozzy with Randy Rhoads, and that should be Montreal, Canada, 81. And then we have Bleeding Through 9. This is $33.99. And then Coffin Storm. Coffin Storm is $33.99. Big restock of Dream Theater, Images and Words on clear vinyl for $33. And then Hole, Courtney Love, Live Through This. Hole is $34.99. And then White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000. White Zombie's $39.99. All right, so the husbands, JK has it for 16. Tim Voldness, you're out. And then Sky was the final call. Tim Voldness had that for 13. So, Tim, you have this for 13, final call, but you're out on the husbands, okay? And I think the actual, well, not the actual, we know what the reason for Record Store Day, but I think they kind of research you. And I think some of the people that make the decisions got on here and they saw what we did. And they see kind of the turnout we have, and we sell mostly online. But what they don't look into is that we have a record store, like an actual store here, that if we did Record Store Day, a ton of people that don't want to go into Nashville. I've said this before, so everybody east of Nashville, I'm the only record store. I'm in Lebanon, about 30 minutes east of Nashville. Everybody in Lebanon and Mount Juliet would want to come here so they don't have to go into Nashville. And because, I mean, you know, some of those, just getting into Nashville is already a headache. You know, I mean, everybody tries to avoid Nashville if you can. So, unless you live there, then you can't avoid it. So, but I can't speak to them. I would love to explain that to them. So, but after you go down I-40 out of Nashville, we're the next record store that's like a legit store. And we're open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's not like we have don't have a storefront. But we do sell a lot of vinyl here, and a majority of our sales are here. But my argument is we are a lot of people's local record store that buys online, you know. We are a local record store for a lot of people just through Facebook. So it's not like we would just list these things online. It's not like you're taking the shopping. A lot of people are shopping from their house. They can't get out. I know we sell a lot of people that just don't go out in public. Kind of like me. I don't go out in public. I go here every day. If I have to shop, it's going to have to be online. I don't go into stores. If I was probably in my lifestyle, I would be shopping online with CollectCo. So, there's a lot of Record Store Day options in Nashville. There's a lot of record stores in Nashville, but and they're all approved. But I think because of our volume and our live turnout, we get declined. So, but I'm okay with that. Like I said, it's never been. We don't have to have it financially. I'm doing it more so for y'all. It's not like it's hurting us not having it, but I would love to have it, no doubt. But it's not like it's going to shut us down or anything. So, but I would love to have it more for our customers. I need to have it for y'all and for all of our locals. So, but we just do on those days, we usually just have big sales here. We usually put stuff on sale and have great auctions, and we just have a big party. And because if you hadn't heard already, you don't make a lot of money on those titles. They really police what you can mark them for. So if they say it costs $27 and you have to price it for $31 or $30, you have to mark it for that. And they say they kind of police it pretty tough. So it really don't make sense to sell it online, because if you're just making $3 a record and you have that much cost in it, you're actually losing money. If you're selling something online and you're only marking it up $3, you're not making anything. You're not making $3, that's for sure. You're making $0. Okay, next record or next trick. Let's go through some Fred. Let's go through some Fred stuff, okay? Let's go through some Fred stuff, okay? I don't know if it's going to be records or what it's going to be, but let's see what we have. How many, my Facebook counter is not working. How many do we have on Facebook right now for 12:30? Wow, it's late, 12:30 already. There's 102 on YouTube. Has everybody hit the like button? Let's go through Fred stuff for the next hour. I think I'm done with vinyl tonight, but there could be some records pop up over here in Fred. So please don't get off, and you could see some really cool stuff you didn't think you would be interested in. And yeah, let's get some new auctions up. And so we've got about 100. We've got about 167 viewers right now. Great. That's great for 12:30. I'm sure y'all are ready to see some stuff. So here we go. Are these done? I hope they are. I'm selling them. Husbands is sold for 15. Husbands is sold for 17 to Tim Voldness. And Sky is sold to Tim Voldness for 15. He got both of those, okay? Those are done. One more time. Does anybody want to make an offer on Jimmy Reed? $400. Does anybody want to make an offer on Charles Brown for $475? I would love to sell those tonight. Two very rare records, very desirable and collectible records. Let's get those sold. Let's put up some new 45s. And the Fred stuff could be no telling what, literally. We could hit, I'm just going to bring piles of stuff over here. There's loose documents. There's loose posters. There's loose 45s. And we got to start going through it and sorting it. And instead of me saying good night, and doing it off air, I'd rather go through it right now in case y'all want to buy something. I'll sell it to you. And let me take this gigantic stack of sold 45s back here to the back so we can put them in order. And let's see here. Adam Bernardi wants the Pink Floyd Sound of Philadelphia. Okay, that was from right over here. This is sold to Adam Bernardi. So that Pink Floyd sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list for next week, let me know. And here we go. And now the next 45s, still going to roll these for $5 starts. We have Ghetto Ways. And if you're bidding, just keep bidding. And if you're done bidding, just say out. And we'll be able to get through maybe this entire box in one night. That would be great. We've got about that many. We've got about as many left as we sold already tonight in 6 hours. So we got a lot. Tanny Girls, MOV, I'm moving on. Ghetto Ways. Most of these I won't know what they are, but I'll try my best to explain them. $5 on that. And I'm trying to go through stuff here in sleeves. We have High Voltage, 4 on the Floor EP. High Voltage, 4 on the Floor EP. $5 start on that. All right, let's go get a stack of stuff. And it could be, I mean, seriously, anything. Let's see what's going on with... High Voltage has a bid for 5, going once, going twice. All right, let's see here. Here's a print, a photo of MGM stars from 1953 or 1943. MGM stars, as in James Stewart and Spencer Tracy. And you get my point there. Let's see. Let's lay this stuff over here so you can still see the 45s. Some sort of Roy Rogers advertising poster. Exciting re-releases of Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboy. 100th anniversary. Wow, and that was 25 years ago. If you see something you want a price on, just say, Chad, how much was whatever, okay? We have some sort of sketch of what appears to be Roy Rogers. This is a poster of what appears to be possibly like a Native American small Indian girl. This is a back of a poster frame. Let's see here. We have prints of reproduced by Kukula Productions. Old Goldfield Hotel, Nevada. Now on display at Clark County Southern Nevada Museum. Some sort of Nevada-related locomotive print. And we have a big stack of these. Looks like they're perhaps vintage. I got a bunch of them here. I got maybe 50. There's a bunch of them. Oh, there's a couple more. There's, looks like a Stagecoach, Overland Mail Company. See anything here you're like, Chad, I need a price on that. Some of this stuff will be shipped flat or rolled in a tube. Here's some sort of poster of Clark Gable. Another poster of Clark Gable. There is, what's their names? All right, and let me pause right here so we can sell the auctions. Here is a poster of Marilyn Monroe. It's kind of wrinkled at the bottom, 1989. Ghetto Ways was a no bid. Ghetto Ways was a no bid if anybody wants that for $5. And High Voltage is at $6. George Burleson, you got outbid. High Voltage is at $6, so let me know if you want back in. Ghetto Ways was a $5 buy it now. And we have, the next single is the Els Trons. The Els Trons, ELSTRONS. $5 start on that. The Railroad Print, Bobby V gets Ghetto for $5. The Railroad Print, we'll have to ship that rolled in a tube. It would be $35. $35 shipped, rolled in tube. And here's some more of them. And there's another one of a Stagecoach. Now, here's how this works. I'll try to keep track if you've bought something rolled, or let me know if you've already bought something that's going to have to be shipped rolled this week. And then that way, the next price on your next rolled item will probably be a lot cheaper, okay? Because once we get one item in a tube, we can put more items in there cheaper for you. So that's how that works. So kind of the first rolled item you buy, and I try to keep up with it myself. And then if you buy something else, I'll probably make it a lot cheaper. Okay? Or I'll try to price it as cheap as possible. Here is a map of the lost city of Atlantis. No, this is a map of U.S. Jet, Navy, the original plans for the invasion of Normandy signed by General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Now, what is this? This is George Washington's original map. No, seriously, what is this? This is Benjamin Franklin's original sketch of Philadelphia. This is the United States Air Force Jet Navy Navigation. That looks like Spain. This is North Africa. Right? Some sort of European map, Navy map. Year 62. I mean, it has the word jet on it, so that dates it some way. All right, where are we on these 45s? Are we done? I don't know, this was kind of folded a little weird. Of course, it's a map. I'll just lay it back over here. Okay, and then the Eltrons is a $5 buy it now. High Voltage is at $8 with Bobby B. Who else was bidding? George. George, you're out on High Voltage. I have photos of cowboys and cowgirls contestants in a World Championship rodeo from 1955. That's a print Fred used to sell a bunch of. There is Shirley Temple, I believe. Yeah, Laurel and Hardy. Laurel and Hardy was the other guys. I almost said Abbott and Costello, but Laurel and Hardy. There's a print of Roy Rogers. There's a print of John Wayne. There's a print of Roy Rogers. There's a print of John Wayne. Here's a sign advertising the Roy Rogers Film Festival. Another sign advertising the Roy Rogers Film Festival. Another sign advertising the Roy Rogers Film Festival. There's the Three Stooges. There's Clark Gable. There's the Three Stooges. There's Laurel and Hardy again. Fred really liked them. There's a picture of Clark Gable. Here is a movie poster. Rainbow Over Texas, Roy Rogers. That's a reissue. And then we have this picture of WSMM Grand Ole Opry. Grand Ole Opry poster. All of them backstage, it looks like there, or maybe off stage. And then we had Confederate Soldiers reunion at Rutherford County Fairgrounds. Okay, so what happened on High Voltage? This is sold to Bobby B for $8. The Trons was sold to for $5 to Kelly W or Robert W. Same household. Then Kelly, and then Bobby was second. The Three Stooges, Trons is a buy it now. Nobody bid on it. It was sold to Robert W. technically. The Three Stooges would be $35 shipped. $35 shipped. Next singles are Black Glove, Loveland, and The Dirty Robbers, I Told You So. Black Glove, Loveland, and The Dirty Robbers, I Told You So. $5 starts on those. Those are now up for bids. All right. There's that. Let me put that right there. All right, let's go grab something else. Very interesting. I see a great box of perhaps books here, but it looks like we're about to come up on some posters. Actual legit movie posters here. So this is a legit movie poster. Country Boy, Randy Boone. It's a window card. It's not a movie poster. It's a window card, but it was made to be displayed at a theater. I've got two of those. Those are originals. $5 starts on those. Final call before I make them a quick bite now. Broken Arrow, Return of Bad Men, The Cisco Kid, The Last Roundup. These look like old magazine advertisements for movies. The Fighting CBs and The Flying Tigers. Those are John Wayne movies. That's trash. There's more MGM Stars. That's trash. We have a packet here of something. Looks like movie posters. There's an original country music on Broadway. Bobby B's in on 5 on I Told You So. Here's a Sons of the Pioneers poster, Sons of the Pioneer poster. And there's a nice piece of cardboard. And then we have more train prints. I've got a bunch of those. And then that's a cool picture of Sinatra. Sinatra poster. And then we had Clark Gables. I got a bunch of Clark Gables here. And yeah, and James Dean. More of these kind of posters here. James Dean, Clark Gable, and I think John Wayne. Broken Arrow. You're talking about one of those magazine ads, right? Let's find that there. Let's see here. These I'll do for $4.99. All right, $4.99. Broken Arrow, Return of the Bad Men, Cisco Kid, The Last Roundup. Jimmy Davis, and Flying Tigers. Okay. Bobby B has the high bid on both. I'm about to sell them. How do you think that print, like notwithstanding, but how low does it feel? Oh, that is, most of this stuff was probably made between the mid-90s. These new prints, if I say it's a new print, between the mid-90s and the last 10 years. Fred had a lot of these that he would print and sell at conventions and antique stores. A lot of this stuff he wholesaled. These prints, he would make them and sell them to like antique malls. That's how I originally met him. He stopped by here and was wholesaling me prints and posters of movies and stuff, like reproduction ones. And a lot of this he would buy up in thousands, like reams of thousands of them, you know, wholesale. So probably made anywhere between the mid-90s when he first started doing a lot of this, or probably no later than, you know, 2015. So it's probably a 10 to 20-year-old print. These are both sold to Bobby B for $5 each, and George Burleson gets Broken Arrow for $4.99. I'm going to put that down in the crate. Actually, I'll put it right there. That's sold to George Burleson. Okay, let's grab a box of books. Let's change it up a little bit. Let's grab a box of books, and first I'm going to introduce two more 45s. We have something very interesting looking here. Actually, no, that one's stuck inside of it, so let's skip that. And let's do crystallized movements and the Boss Mustangs. The Boss Mustangs is on orange vinyl, $5 start, and crystallized movements on red vinyl. Those are $5 starts. Let's go through a box of books, and I think this one's going to have some good titles in it. Probably going to have to bring up my phone for this, and some of these I may have to try my best to go ahead and price on the fly, so I'm not going through these things 2 or 3 times, because we've got literally hundreds, or we've literally got thousands. So I may go ahead and mark some of these on the fly, like literally put a price gun sticker on some of them. That way I can take them up front if y'all don't buy them tonight. That way people can start shopping for them tomorrow. All right. So let me literally get my price gun and let's knock some of this stuff out. Both auctions have $5 bids, going once, going twice. This is Great Western Stars, James Robert Parrish. Now what I've got to do is make sure some of this stuff isn't signed. This box said it was in his closet, and he had a lot of books, signed first editions, and you know, this obviously is not much. It's just a paperback. But yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and just like mark some of this stuff now. For example, if anybody wants this, it's $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and get my pricing gun keyed up over here. And I'm going to go ahead and mark some of these. So $6.99, and this is Great Western Stars, paperback. Tom Mix, Clint Eastwood is on here. James Robert Parrish, that's 1976. Texas, a bicentennial history. And then we had My Life to the Destroyers, Abercrombie. Looks like an old library book from San Antonio. My Life to the Destroyers, Captain L.A. Abercrombie, 1944. Hunting for Hunting Gold. Hunting for Hidden Gold, Franklin W. Dixon. It Ain't Over, Yogi Berra. We had Doc Holliday by John Myers. Originally 1955. This is obviously not from 1955. That looks pretty cool though. W.D. Mooney, Master Headmaster. W.D. Mooney, Master Headmaster. Some of these that have barcodes will really help me out a lot. I don't see much on this as far as sold, but there are some actives here. Tennessee Military Institute, Colquitt, Battleground Academy. This is obviously about Tennessee and surrounding areas. The Mooney School, Harriman, Tennessee. Middle Tennessee State. That's probably why Fred bought this. This is the authors from Middle Tennessee State, which is Murfreesboro, which I'm sure Fred had something to do with. So we're going to make this $9.99. $9.99 on the Headmaster Master. Rutherford for Real. Anybody from Murfreesboro? There's some cool Murfreesboro books here. This is called Rutherford for Real. It was originally $20 new. None on eBay right now. Some of these local kind of short print books are pretty desirable. Rutherford for Real. I'm going to mark that one $14.99. I mean, it was $20 new, not available on eBay. I need to go ahead and open up Amazon, though, too. Let me check Amazon. And then we're about to wrap up these auctions. So I may not be calling out bids too many times. So I would make sure if you have a bid you want to place on the auction, you're following the chat pretty close. Okay. Yeah, this isn't on Amazon either. $14.99 on that. These are always pretty cool. These are the ones like they sell at like Walgreens and stuff. Postcard History Series, Murfreesboro. I'm going to go ahead and just mark that $14.99. It was $19.99 new. Images of America, Murfreesboro. Same thing. That was $20 new. I'm going to go ahead and mark that $14.99. And Middle Tennessee State University. I'm going to go ahead and mark that one. There's some local stuff there. All right, so who has the high bid? Let's see what we have here. The Boss Mustangs and Crystallized Movements. So Crystal sold to Debbie for $7. And no one bid on Boss? I don't think so. No, nobody bid on Boss. $5. $5 on that. Nobody bid on Boss Martians. Or Boss Mustangs, excuse me. Boss Mustangs. All right, let's put some more up right quick. Ooh, this one looks weird. And this one looks weird. On stuff that looks like this. Bobby B got the Boss Mustangs for $5. We have the Primadoral Undermined. The Primadoral Undermined. Sephiric Mandalas from the Eclipsed Eye, $5 start. And Other Side. Other Side. Rockadelic Records. $5 start on that. Let me go ahead and see what's going on over here with... This is... Doc Holliday, John Myers. See if we can find a comp on this. That's a pretty cool book. I'm going to mark that one $9.99. Doc Holliday, $9.99. And then, what was the last few here? We had It Ain't Over, Yogi. This had a barcode on it. I don't expect this one to be much, but I'm going to check it right quick. And I'm going to mark Yogi, $6.99. I like how it has his baseball cards on it. It's got his baseball cards on the front there. And these here, I'm going to skip over those for right now. And let's go ahead and set these. So there's some local books, and then Great Western Stars, Doc Holliday book, and Yogi Berra book. And those were all like 14 and then 9. Was that about military school in Lebanon that Greg and Dwayne attended? That is West Point Military Academy. That's here in Lebanon. West Point. And West Point is not mentioned on here. Dwayne and Greg Allman went to a military academy here in Lebanon called West Point for a short time. West Point Military Academy, Dwayne and Greg Allman, as in the Allman Brothers. Yes, they used to hang out here in Lebanon. And to my knowledge, this book does not cover that. All right, what happened on these? Robert's in on both auctions on $5. The Primador Undermine and the other side. Robert has both of those for $5. He has both of these back here for $5. We got the Creation of King Kong paperback. The Creation of King Kong paperback. The Man Who Bit Snakes, J.D. Harden. Walt, Mickey, and Me, Paul Peterson. Ex-Mouseketeer. Memphis Since Crump. Memphis Since Crump. R.J. Reynolds. That's who he worked for. Somebody asked me the other day. He worked for R.J. Reynolds. Fred worked for R.J. Reynolds. That's who he worked for. Good one. R.F. Sales. There he is. R.F. as in Fred. Fred Goodwin. Telephone directory for R.J. Reynolds. That's who he worked for. I think I said Philip Morris the other day. Philip Morris was the cigarette company. Creation of King Kong. Let me go back to that one then. Castle Heights. Did I say West Point? I said West Point, didn't I? Castle Heights. Did I say West Point? West Point's in Castle Heights. Did I say West Point? I think I did. Everybody's probably like, Chad, you are so wrong. Castle Heights. Yeah. Which all the buildings are still here. They use them for government, whatever. Michael, let's see, 15, 12, 12. How about $9.99? $9.99 on the Creation of King Kong vintage paperback, which has got to be what, mid-70s, early 70s? What is this from? 1976. 1976. Making It in Any Organization. The Vigilantes of Montana. Does have a barcode on the back. I love it when they have barcodes. It makes it so much easier to look up. Wow, no other bids on these auctions. Let me look up this book right quick, and then I'm going to go ahead and sell these. Kind of surprised, but let's do it. And trying to pull up my barcode scanner here. This is a lot faster when I'm doing this on a laptop. Just like anything, it helps if I can look them up right quick. I'm going to go ahead and mark that $9.99. Love all these history books. They're always very popular. Looks like Fred was reading it. And R.J. Reynolds. Was that a cigarette company too? Oh, okay. That's where I got that from. I was saying Philip Morris. So there's cigarettes too. Tobacco. That's what I thought. I knew it was a tobacco company. Wow. I knew it was something tobacco. Okay. This is sold to Michael for $9.99. Thank you. Let's put that inside the crate, actually. And then, Robert, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. I'm going to save these both for $5 and $5. Thank you, Robert. Now, let's grab two more back here. We're going to be doing this. We'll be live tonight doing this for until probably the feed expires, the 8-hour mark. Which, what time did I go live? I went live, I think, at 5:30. So we'll be here for about another 30, 40 minutes. My health is held up. I figured I'd make it. Preachers That Lie. Sticky Feet Records. It says if you pay more than $3, you're stupid. Preachers That Lie. Let's do that for a $5 start. It's got a dog-eared, but I'm working on fixing it. And then we have the Fabulous Jades. The Jades. Which looks like it's a 60s group. $5 start on that. Custer. Custer biography. I'm going to mark that for $9.99. And then we had Quantrill and his Civil War guerrillas. Quantrill and his Civil War guerrillas. Okay, there's those. Those are $5 starts. Let me grab some other stuff. I don't know what it's about to be, but it's about to be something. What did I do with the books that I just priced earlier? I'm trying to keep all this separate here. Here they are. All right. And let's see what else we have over here. We might change it up a little bit now. We're like 5% through this first box. Here's a stack of 45s. I doubt we have any punk, but I do see some cool looking stuff. How about we go through these? I feel like most of y'all are record buyers. Let's change it up just a little. I mean, who knows what's in here? We can have some very good fun. We love having fun. Ooh, I see some SUN. I see several SUNs. If you hear an artist you're interested in, let me know. Let's go through a stack of 45s. $5 start on those, final call. Here's books that I've shown but didn't price, so let me put those right here behind me. And let's see what this stack of 45s is, okay? And if you see something you want, let me know. We got Bobby V. Bobby V, I Can't Say Goodbye, and Please Don't Ask About Barbara. We have Jackie Wilson, I Get the Sweetest Feeling, and Nothing But Heartaches. The Moments, Hurts on Me, Baby, All I Have. Bill Doggett, Soft, and Bill Doggett, Hot Ginger. Flip Wilson. Flip Wilson. R.B. Greaves, Big Bad City, and Take a Little Marie, or excuse me, Take a Letter Marie. Joe Tex, What in the World? I've Got a Better Little Bit to Do. Ernie Fields Orchestra, Christopher Columbus. Ernie Fields Orchestra, In the Mood. The Rays, Silhouettes, and Daddy Cool. The Teen Queens, Eddie My Love, and Just Goofed. Bobby Bland, Don't Cry No More, and St. James Infirmary. Booker T and the MGs, Soul Limbo, and Heads or Tails. Barbara Lynn, Let Her Knock Herself Out, Don't Spread It Around. And then Four Nights Sing, and that's an EP. All right, let me pause there. So Preachers That Lie is a $5 buy it now, and The Fabulous Jades is a $5 buy it now. Let's keep the streak going, not leave any of those behind. And let me put up two more. Everybody's gotten really quiet on me all of a sudden. Really quiet on me all of a sudden. Very quiet on me all of a sudden. We have Meteor, the Bob Shack Stompers. The Bob Shack Stompers. Meteor, $5. Chrome Spiders, Black Butterfly, and the Whip Hand. Chrome Spiders, $5. James Davison gets the Jades for $5. How much is the Booker T single? Booker T was right here. Debbie Winston second on the Jades. Booker T's right here. It is in VG Plus condition, $5. $5, George Burleson. All right, there's definitely going to be some interest in these. Johnny Cash, Thanks a Lot. Luther Played the Boogie. Johnny Cash, There You Go, Train of Love. Johnny Cash, You're the Nearest Thing to Heaven. The Ways of a Woman in Love. Johnny Cash, No, Jerry Lee Lewis, Good Golly, Miss Molly, and I Can't Trust Me in Your Arms Anymore. Johnny Cash, Life Goes On, and Oh Lonesome Me. And then we got Hank Ballard and his Midnighters, My Sun Is Going Down, and Sloop and Slide. And that's a very clean copy. George Burleson sold on Booker T for $5. We have a bid on the Stompers for $5. Stompers Meteor. That's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah. That's the same thing. Johnny Cash Bundle, T.O. first. This one's early here. There you go. These are not bad whatsoever. All original Sun label. All VG Plus or better. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 for $28. $7 each. $7 each on those. I'll put those right there. Okay, and then we have the Diamonds. And then we got Elvis. I Got Stung. And One Night, Elvis in the original RCA Company sleeve. Bill Haley, Mambo Rock and Birth of the Boogie. Jerry Lee Lewis, Whole Lot of Shaking Going On. Nice. Nice. Whole Lot of Shaking Going On. T.O. sold on the Johnny. Put those in for $7 each. So the Stompers is at 8. Nobody on Chrome Spiders, right? $5 on Chrome Spiders. Looks like Bobby's going to get the Stompers for 8. Debbie Winston Elvis. Debbie Elvis in the company sleeve. $6.99. Uh-oh. Johnny Cash. Bout of a Teenage Queen. Boy, I bet Fred had that one for a long time. He wrote his name on that one. I bet he had that one for years. Bout of a Teenage Queen and Big River. That's a good one. Here is a Johnny Cash EP. Those are very tough to find. These Johnny Cash EPs. Hey, Good Looking. I Could Never Be Ashamed. Those are, that's the Hank Williams songs. Yeah, that's where he covered Hank Williams. That's the EP. Here's a different artist on Sun, Billy Adams. I don't know that one as well. Billy Adams on Sun. Let's put that one there. And we have, let me show one more. Jerry McCain and his Upstarts. And Nick, and that's Trying to Please and My Next Door Neighbor. Okay, so Debbie sold on Elvis for $6.99. That sold to Debbie for $6.99. First thing we have is Adam Chrome Spiders. Here's what I'm going to do, Adam. I'm going to go ahead and sell you Chrome Spiders for $5. And I'm going to sell this to Bobby B for $8. And then next is the Jerry Lee. George, do you want a certain one or both? Let me know if you want a Whole Lot of Shaking, or what's the A side of this? I think the Good Golly Miss Molly, or both. I'll leave those in pending. Next is Cash EP for Michael Golston, the Cash EP. Let me check on that and Billy Adams right quick. I don't get that one very often at all. I know some of these other ones, but this is a pretty early one here. Let me check on this right quick. Let's do a quick Discogs comp on this. And let me put up some new singles for auction. This is Johnny Cash, and this is EP 34, which is Johnny Cash Sings Hank. The disc is not bad whatsoever. Let me just click on one of the variants. Yeah, it's not bad whatsoever. I'm going to say $9.99 on that. $9.99 on that, and that's for Michael Golston, then Debbie, then T.O. Now, T.O. also has dibs on this. So, T.O., let me see what happens on that, and then I'll price you that one. And then, Daniel, let me look up Billy Adams for you. BILLYADAMS. And this is Sun 389. This is Betty and Dupree is the A side. Betty and Dupree, 64 Rockabilly. There's 2 versions. 5 for sale. None sold. That's weird. And then here's another one. 38 for, this is the more common one. Here we go. This is the version. I'll do this for $6.99. $6.99 on that. $6.99 on Billy Adams. And then Michael Golston said sold on the Cash EP for $9.99. Okay. George Burleson, how about I do both of these for $15? Whole Lot of Shaking and Good Golly Miss Molly. I'll do both of those for $15. $7.50, $7.50 if you're buying both. So T.O., you have dibs on this Cash, which is Big River and Ballad of a Teenage. It's in like VG condition. I'll do it for $6.99. And then let me get a price on McCain here for Daniel. This is Jerry McCain. And this is a promo of My Next Door Neighbor. I don't know if there's a promo. Let me see here. It's an interesting. I don't want to play it. There's not a promo on Discogs. Wow. There's not a promo for this, is there? Trying to please. Yeah. No promo on Discogs. Wow. Why did this one? Okay, this one sold for 70 and 50. And then what's this one here? 50. This is a good record. Unfortunately, this is, well, it needs a cleaning. That's pretty amazing. I mean, it's already a good record and there's no promo. Let me go to PopSock for the promo. This is Jerry McCain. What is the A-side technically? Is My Next Door Neighbor. My Next Door. Found a good one here. All right, so PopSock pulls off eBay sold results from many years ago. There's a promo, 2011. So stock 120, stock 89. Promo from 2011, 92, 67. That's more recent there, 67 and 65. This looks like it's going to play like VG. It needs a really good cleaning though. I would say this is, I can't believe there's not an entry on Discogs. Let's say it's conservatively VG minus, and I'm going to say $34.99, which should be a great price on that. $34.99 on that. Now, T.O. sold on Big River for $6.99, and then George Burleson got these two for $15, okay? There's that, and now let's put up a couple more to auction right quick. The next two to auction back here from the whatchamacallit, the New Orleans collection. Here we go. Here are the Hell Devils. The Hell Devils, which is it looks like it's numbered on a sticker back here, 99 of 666. It's a 245 deal. $5 start on that. And Bobby Fuller 4, I Fought the Law and Others. Bobby Fuller, I Fought the Law and Others on yellow vinyl, $5 on that. Jerry McCain. Well, I can feel a lot because it's really dirty. I mean, it is a very dirty record. It hadn't been cleaned. I mean, you can literally see dirt on it. So that's why I was saying VG. I don't think it has fillable marks, though. I don't think it's going to skip. It's definitely going to do some popping. I think after it's cleaned it really well, it could go VG. If I get it back in here. And then the Billy Adams was $6.99, and it's VG plus. Maybe VG. Okay. 35 and 7. Okay, and then finish up the stack, we have Bells of Joy on red vinyl. Wow. I might check that one right quick. We got Elvis. Blue River, and Tell Me Why. We got Elvis, Heartbreak Hotel, and I Was the One. We have Elvis, Heartbreak Hotel, and I Was the One. This one has a Holden's trading stamp on the label. Elvis, I Was the One, and Heartbreak Hotel. John Lennon, Imagine. And B.B. King. What an interesting label on Kent there. Really low grade, very low grade, but I've never seen that Kent label. I don't know if I've seen that before. So the Hell Devils has bids for 5, Bobby Fuller 5, Hell Devils 6, Hell Devils 8, Bobby Fuller's at 8, and Debbie Elvis. We have Elvis Bundle. Debbie, I'm assuming you're good with duplicates then on Heartbreak Hotel. There's 1 Heartbreak, 2 Heartbreak, 3 Heartbreak, and then a Tell Me Why. And if you're wanting duplicates, these are VG Plus, G, VG, VG, $20 for the 4, $5 each. The Billy Adams was VG Plus. VG Plus. Imagine is $6.99. It's actually EX. It needs to be put in a sleeve, which we will do. Let me check BB King. I'm just curious of the year and what this is here. This is let's go back to old Discogs. This is BB King, and this is Days of Old. And this is 307 from Kent. Here's the entry. And there's no label like this. There's no label quite like this one. I think this is like a promo, but it's not listed on Discogs. That's what the stock copy looks like. It's 1958. Let me see. I mean, I don't think it's going to be that big of a jump in price. There's a black label. It's pretty low grade, though. It's like G. I'll sell it for $5. If it was nice, I would probably ask 4 times that much or 5 times that much. If it was nice, probably 6 times that much. If it was like near mint minus, probably a lot more than that even. I probably could keep going up. But in that kind of condition, $5. Okay? Fuller 13. So George Burleson sold on John Lennon for $6.99. And then these Elvis are sold for $5 each to Debbie. Now, update on the Hell Devils. The Hell Devils is at 8 with Adam Bullock. I'm about to sell it. And Bobby Fuller's at 13. Robert W., you're out. I want to look this one up here on colored vinyl, the Bells of Joy. I think it's gospel, but I'm curious when I see an old record like that on colored vinyl. Bells of Joy. That's It Will Soon Be Over. Red, there it is. Red wax. One for sale, 1661 in the Netherlands. And then one sold 4 years ago in G condition. And then another one in G condition. That's the thing about these old records. These old 50s. And, if I ever say they're non-check condition, they're going to be at a premium of a price. Just like this Jerry McCain. Most people don't want stuff in G and VG minus, but if this was like unplayed, it would be, what, $125? So, most of these are just, they weren't really stored in sleeves and they're just worn out. But that's not a bad record. There's none in the United States. But let's keep going here. And when I come back, I'm going to sell some auctions, it looks like. Let me go ahead and... That was a fun little stack there. Let me see what else that box can produce. Oh, man, more Sun. I don't know if I have any in this handful, but I saw more Sun. All right, we have Carl Perkins. Carl Perkins on the Dolly label, a promo. Dolly, weird. Carl Perkins. We got Blue Moon of Kentucky. And That's All Right, which is obviously Elvis. That's weird. It don't have a name. It don't say Elvis. That's weird. I'm assuming that's him. I'll have to check that. That's obviously not an original, but the Channels, or the Channels, not the Chantels, the Channels, a promo. And we have Brenda and the Tabulations. So, yeah, obviously an Elvis reissue. I've only ever had four. I've only ever had 3 or 4 legit Elvis Sun singles, which, as y'all know, is a grail for people. That's his rarest release. Well, I don't know about, is it his rarest, I guess? Definitely the most desirable. I don't know. There's a lot of expensive Elvis records out there, but that's, of course, what everybody tends to want. All right, let's sell some so we can put some more stuff up. Bobby Fuller is sold to Bobby B. Bobby gets Bobby for $13. And the Hell Devils is sold for $8. And that was to Adam Bullock. And Debbie just bid $9. Dang, I thought you were done, Debbie. I just sold it. That's Orion. Okay, that's Orion. I was about to say that it doesn't say Elvis on there. That's why it's the masked Elvis impersonator. That's Orion. I had a feeling. I was like, why doesn't it have a name? So that's Orion. Thank you, Michael. So that's not Elvis. Boy, look at this one. Johnny Powers and Jungle Tigers live in Tokyo with Godzilla there on the cover. Johnny Powers and Jungle Tigers, a $5 start. And then we have another interesting looking here, the percolators. Yeah, because it looks like a coffee percolator in orbit. The percolator's in orbit. $5 start on that. All right, and then Elvis. So Michael and George, I don't think y'all want this. If you do, I'll sell it for $5. It's not actually Elvis. And then the Channels price, let's check on that. Looks like we hit some of Fred's personal 45s here, his personal collection. Looks like a really good stash of stuff. Fred's a wicked collector. A lot of stuff here over the years accumulated. This is I've Got My Eyes on You promo. Last sold was August for $63.39. And then that was a VG Plus copy. A VG sold for $39. This is actually not bad whatsoever. It needs cleaning, but it will go at least VG Plus. So let's kind of split the difference there. 40, 60. I'll do a little bit less. I'll say $45 on this 45 here. That's a pretty good one there. $45 on that one, Bobby. The Channels, it's a promo. $45. And currently in the United States, there's 7. And their G Plus is $32. And then they're 91, 75, 95, 75, 100, and 75. So unless you want that G Plus one for $38 with shipping, this is not bad, $45. Maybe more than what you thought, but if you do want it, it's $45. Who asked first about Orion? Who asked first about Orion? It was asked first by Michael Golston, and he said he would take it for $5, okay? Orion is sold. Next is Tyrone Davis. Tyrone Davis, Undying Love. Bill Doggett. Bill Doggett. Hank Ballard. Yeah, the first on Orion was Michael Golston. He was first. Michael Golston was first. He put Elvis. That's what I thought it was. And then George, you were second. Michael Golston was first. The Spiders. Buster Brown. Joe Simon. The Skyliners. The Dales. Hank Ballard. Junior Walker and the All-Stars. D. Clark. Chris Bartley on Vandu. I said I'd take it Orion or Elvis. Yes, Michael said he would too. Michael Golson said even if it's Orion, he said the same thing. But he was first, so it has to go to him. That's not good whatsoever. I was curious, though. Rufus Thomas on Stacks. Buddy Holly. Buddy Holly. Heartbeat and Well All Right. Little Junior Parker. The Monotones. Bo Diddley. The ink spots. Look how much writing is on this. Ever since the original recording of Melody of Love was issued to the record-buying public in the early 40s, the rendition has become a standard favorite. The ink spots recorded the song for King, and it was released in March of 1954. Because of the splendid reaction to the recording, the song has become a nationwide hit with every company covering the song. The Ink Spots, Melody of Love. Melody of Love was re-recorded by the Ink Spots recently, this time using a saxophone as the background instrument in order that it would become closely resemble the original Wayne King recording. Wow, that's a lot of information on those. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen one of those with that kind of information. All right, where are we on these 40? Johnny Power and the Percolators. It looks like Craig still has John. It looks like Craig still has Johnny Powers for 7. He went out on the Percolators because Tim Voldness has that for 7. And now Tim has Johnny for 8. So now, Craig, you're out on Johnny. And Tim, though, you lead on that. Justin on the Spiders, and then Rufus. And let's go back a few then. The Spiders was right here. Should be on this one if I can get to it. No, that was Chris. Where was the Spiders at? Let's see, Buddy must have been before that. Let's see, D. Clark, Hank Ballard, Skyliners, Dales, Joe Simon. It was a red label. Yeah, Spiders. Let me double check this one right quick. Spiders, and this is 5366. Witchcraft, is it true? This is in like. Is this styrene? No, this is vinyl. I'll do that for $5, Justin. It's in about VG condition. The Carl Perkins promo is My Old Hometown. Nope, I misspelled Carl. I mean, I think this is a reissue. 1960. Well, maybe not. It's a 67 promo, $6.99. And then George Burleson, Rufus. Walking the Dog. That's also $6.99. It's like VG. All right, these are done because Craig went out. So I think Tim got both. Tim got the Percolators for 8, and he got Johnny for 8. Yeah, he got both of these for $8 each. Those are sold to Bobby B. And Adam just bid 8 on the percolators. It was at 7. Adam, I just sold that one. I'm sorry. I thought it was just between them two, and I've already sold it. Actually, he had it for 7. Yeah, he had the percolators for 7, and he had Johnny for 8. My bad on that. So those are pending. Give me 1 second, because I'm about to put up some more singles. I may have pulled the trigger on those just too quick. I always try to make sure everybody's done bidding, but if I don't see anybody bidding, I'll go ahead and sell them. All right. Not Bobby B. Tim Voldness. My bad. Tim Voldness got Johnny for 8, and he got the percolators for 7. Tim Voldness. Not Bobby B. Tim Voldness. This is the Moose Heart Faith. Moose Heart Faith. March of the Mind Parasite. $5 start. And, oh, that's another Moose Heart Faith. All right, let's skip that one. Don't want to do those back to back. Here is the Bebops. Nope, that's missing a disc. Okay, let me start a new stack then. Coming up next is Sandy Ford Flying Saucers. Out of This World. $5 start on that. All right, here's this stack, and I'm going to go grab another one right quick. Bo Diddley and Bo Diddley. I'll probably bundle all those together and auction them if no one buys them tonight. So we had Rufus for $6.99. That's sold to George Burleson. Carl Perkins was asked about Bobby B. Bobby B, $6.99 on that. And then Justin, the Spiders is $5 if you want those. Let's keep going. Let me grab another handful of this Fred Goodwin. I didn't know we'd be doing 45s. I thought I was going to get into posters and books, but it's turned into a 45 party. Nothing wrong with that, huh? Let's see what else we have here. Interesting stuff. I love going through 45, especially stuff that's been boxed up since like 1983 and never been gone through before. Harold Dorman, and there's another Billy Riley, or there is a Billy Riley. Those are good ones there. I think they are. Billy Riley, $2.89. And then Harold Dorman, there's some more not Johnny Cash, Jerry Lee Lewis artists. I always check them if they're not Johnny Cash or Jerry Lee Lewis. Thomas Wayne, Buddy Holly, Laverne Baker, Elvis has left the building. That's J.D. Summer. Elvis, I Was the One. Elvis, Help Me. Elvis, Raised on Rock with a big hole through the sleeve. And Ruth Brown. All right, let me pause there. And let me move this stack of unissued stuff here, or unsold stuff there. And Bo Diddley, there were several actually. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's Thomas Wayne. There's those two. I'll show you the last two. I think there was more in the stack, but there's those two. And let me set these over here. All right, and that gives me, so we got Bo Diddley, Walking and Talking, and Crawdad. We'll call it VG. And 500% More Man. And Let the Kid Dance. We'll sell both of those for $15. Sandy has a bid for 5. Craig has it, final call. Let's do Riley and Doorman for Daniel. Let's do Harold Dorman first. Harold Dorman is like VG minus, no feelers. Lots of scuffing. You know, some of these visually, y'all know how 45s are. You look at them, it's like, man, but, you know, they don't skip or anything. I'll Stick By You is the A side. I'll Stick By You is the A side. There's that version, and then there's this version. We'll make that one $6.99. $6.99 on that. And then we had Billy Riley, Baby Please Don't Go. Is anybody out there trying to buy every Sun 45 ever issued? Michael Manning, Daniel Rosen. I think some people try. It's a lifetime work. This is 1956. This is Trouble Bound. No, this is Sun 245. This is Sun 289. We need Sun. No, this is the wrong one. We need Billy Riley. This is Sun 289. Wouldn't you know? 1958. Only one version here. Okay, so weird. The last one sold is $5, which is the lowest one's ever sold for. Some of them have sold for $75.95. There was one in fair condition. That was the $5 one, fair. And then VG Plus 60. So fair $5, VG Plus 60, near mint 63, and then near mint 75, and then near mint 70, and then G Plus 15. So you see how condition's important on stuff like this. It's got some scuffing here. It's in VG. It's got a needle drop there. It's in VG condition. To kind of average that out then, this needs to be $19.99. $19.99 on Billy Riley. Harold Dorman was $6.99. Billy Adams was $6.99. So Billy 6, Harold 6, and the other Billy was $19.99. Okay? Now Regina said, take Elvis. Regina, I'll do these for, I don't know if I actually priced them. Boy, that's a beautiful disc, just a messed up sleeve. And there's two. We'll do those same as the other ones. $20, $5 each. George Burleson did want the two Bo Diddleys for $15. Okay, and then next is, I just priced those, and coming up right now is Elvis All Shook Up in very bad condition. And then we have Carl Perkins, That's All Right. Carl Perkins, That's All Right, Sun 274. The Beatles, She Loves You, with a really cool sticker. Beatles record belongs to Beatlemaniac. Look at that sticker on there. Beatles record belongs to Beatlemaniac, named Tommy, named Johnny Blanchard. Okay, and then we had, okay, so we got Sandy Ford, which is at 17, a battle between Bobby and Tim. Did anybody bid on the Moose Heart Faith? If not, it's a $5 buy it now, and I don't think they did. So $5 buy it now on that. We have another Elvis, which is I've Lost You, and the next step is Love. Junior's Farm, Paul McCartney, clean copy. Let's Go, down to Junior's Farm, which is kind of written about Lebanon, I guess. Here is Let 'Em In, typically. Silly Love Songs. That's a Speed of Sound, Silly Long Songs. Gene Vincent. Janice Martin. School Bells. the Harp Tones, the Beatles, Quick Time Out, Sandy Ford 12, 14, 15, 17, 18. Bobby B gets Moose Heart Faith for $5. Robert on the Please Don't Go 45. Please don't go 45, please. Now, where did you see that at? What is the Please Don't Go 45? And then these are Soda Regina. That's the next comment. Those are Soda Regina 5, 5, 5, and 5. Sandy's at 19. Bobby B's done. And Facebook's gone. All right. I'm glad Bobby B set out because that might have been the last auction of the night. Tim Voldness got Sandy Ford for $19. And he wants the 45, the Baby Please Don't Go 45. Oh, yeah, that was the Billy Riley. Okay. And that's $19.99. Gotcha. $19.99. That's sold to Robert W. All right, and then finishing up this stack, we have the Marigolds. We have the Melodiers. We have Lee Andrews. Starlight Encores, the Hungarian Rhapsody number 2. Cool Water, Sons of the Pioneers. Sons of the Pioneers, 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 Sons of the Pioneers. And then we got Marty Robbins and Merle Haggard. What's the Beatles 45? A lot of people don't know. Facebook just crashed probably. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're on the tail end of the show. One, I was thinking about ending tonight at like 10 o'clock anyways because I was pretty under the weather earlier tonight with an allergy attack. But I think as the night went on, I fought through it. I feel pretty good right now. But I need to go home and rest so I'm tip-top for tomorrow because I'll have Paul back tomorrow. I'll have John back tomorrow. And we'll be full show. And I plan on going late tomorrow and starting a part 2. Before I do anything, the last comment was okay, so we're probably done with auctions, and here's the last couple comments. Michael Golston asked about Carl Perkins, and I'm assuming you were curious about That's All Right. And then we sold that one to Robert, and then Richie Lander asked about the Beatles 45s. These are all Sons of the Pioneers here. And then Richie Lander asked about the Beatles 45s. There were several. We had, well, including Paul McCartney, we had Silly Love Songs and Junior's Farm. And then we had She Loves You on Swan. And then on Tolly, we had P.S. I Love You and Twist and Shout and There's a Place and Love Me Do. So let me know if you want a price on a certain one or all of them. We'll finish up with these last few requests. And then Bobby B, what was the Mellow 45? That we had Lee Andrews, and then we had the Melodiers, and then we had the Marigolds. This is the Melodiers, Melodears. That's on Gone. I think I've had that one before. Well, probably at some point or another I've had all of these. I mean, there's no telling how many 45s we've went through since I've been doing this. Oh my gosh. This is Char Rock and Summer Romance, which is a 1958 rock and roll single. I'll do that for $5 if you want it. And let's go ahead and look these up. These can get very confusing here, the Tollies. Love You Do, Love Me Do on Tolly. So Tolly's an interesting thing. Richie asked first. He has dibs. Let's go ahead and check these. Tolly's a... yeah, well, I know when I start on Facebook, we got 8 hours on Facebook. And then when that expires, it's over. 633189. That's the matrix. These can become very confusing here. Not that one. And then there's box, no box. There's box, no box. There's rights, there's no rights. Publishing credits. Monarch Pressing, black, no square, catalog number, publishing, side A. Okay, this is an actual 64 Monarch original here for Tolly. Last sold $12. That was near mint, January of this year, actually. This one's not bad. I'm going to call it conservatively VG Plus. That's an actual 64 Monarch there. We'll make that. And these sound really good. I've heard these Tolly Monarchs can sound really good, actually. We'll make that one. So, Richie, let me price them, and then we'll see what they add up to be. I'll say $9.99 on that one. This one may be one of these boots. This one don't look right, but let's check it. It may be, but some of these can get pretty confusing. Okay. And then we got Beatles. And this is 633193. This has the box. Is this a Monarch as well? Let's see all versions. Nope, that's purple. This isn't purple. This is... Twist and Shout. It's obviously the A side. I bet it's that one there. We'll say this one's VG, maybe VG Plus as well. $9.99 on that. So essentially $9.99. And then I know the McCartneys. These are I'll do these for $6.99 and $6.99. So 7, 7, 10, and 10. Okay, the next comment was Bobby B says he'll take the Melodiers for $5. That's sold to Bobby B for $5. And then what was the Marty Robbins? The Marty Robbins was the cowboy in the Continental suit and Man Walks Among Us, and it is near mint minus. That's a beautiful single. $5 on Marty Robbins. And then I was supposed to give a price on Carl Perkins too, right? Not That's All Right. It's called That's Right. I got Elvis on my mind. The A-side's actually Forever Yours, 1957. 1957 Forever Yours. This is also $9.99. It's a pretty nice VG Plus. Okay, and then of all the 45s tonight from New Orleans, only one didn't sell. Preachers That Lie, if anybody wants that for $5. Preachers That Lie, and that's the only 45 that didn't sell. Tim Voldis is sold on Marty Robbins for $5. That's sold to Tim for $5. And we're just waiting to type a few loose ends here. Now over here where I'm getting these, this is like a third of the box where I'm getting these. So we'll do more tomorrow. And it looks like there's some cool stuff coming up. So we'll do more of those tomorrow. I don't know if my mic cut out. We'll do more of those tomorrow. Some interesting stuff coming up. And he said he'll take the 2 Tollys. Thank you. So sell these to Richie Lander for $9.99 and $9.99. And then there's just the Carl Perkins pending, I think, for Michael. And he wants a remaining Sun bundle. We can do that. All right. Well, I had priced this one for $10. And then I think I priced this one for $6.99 and $6.99. Is there any more in here? That's it. So I probably want to keep that one at 10, but I'll do 5 and 5, and I'll make it an even 20. Adam Bullock gets Preachers That Don't Lie for 5. And I'll do essentially 5, 5, and 10 on those. Make that an even 20. Man, what a night. Gosh, it's already 1:45. Whew. Like it. When I first started sneezing and coughing, when I first started, I was like, man, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I was looking over here at my sold crates, which I kind of have a goal every night, and I'm like, man, are we going to be able to get to 8 o'clock tonight or 9 o'clock? And then 9 o'clock got here, then it was 10, and then 10 turns into 11, then it was midnight, and then we've been doing this. We've been doing this for almost 2 hours, this miscellaneous 45s, and time really flies doing this. Oh my gosh, going through 45s and posters. And I think I'm going to go home and eat my salmon. I've got salmon and broccoli from Publix to put in the stuffing. Whew, I'm tired. And I've got a little piece of pie from Edwards. Y'all know those Edwards cream pies? They're frozen. I've got one of those to eat. And I'm very hungry. And these are sold to Michael Golston for 20. And we've sold a ton of albums tonight, but also a ton of 45s. And how about we do it again tomorrow? I love going through 45s. We'll keep auctioning this stuff like this until we run out, which means we'll never run out. And everybody come back tomorrow. We're going to stop there. And we'll pause tomorrow and take a break. That way we can go till 2, 2:30 or later on that. 25 on the channels. Sold. I'm going to sell it to you rather than cleaning it, listing it, and waiting for it to sell on Discogs. Sold to Bobby B for 25. Well, we sold one book, but I didn't go through that many. And we sold one miscellaneous item. Richie Lander, do you want the last 2 McCartney singles for $10? I'll do them for 5 and 5 if you're still watching, sir. 5 and 5. They're clean. I love Junior's Farm. That's one of my favorite. Is Sally G the big B-side? Yeah, Sally G. That's also about Nashville. Junior's Farm is about Junior's Farm when McCartney lived here in Lebanon, Tennessee, on Curly Putnam's farm. He rented a house and stayed here just outside of Lebanon. And then Sally G, it's a kind of about Nashville, pretty much. Of course, we all know Silly Love Songs. What's the B-side to that? Cook of the House on the B-side for Silly Love Songs. And I think everything that I priced, we sold. Everything that everybody was interested in. I'm going to go back through the other stuff and do some bundling. And we had some Bill Haley's, Buddy Holly's. People love that stuff, especially in bundle auctions. I don't know if Richie Lander's still watching or not to say yes or no. But either way, I'm going to say my first goodbye. And man, y'all have knocked out almost the whole box over here of New Orleans stuff. And please come back tomorrow starting at 5 o'clock. We'll do even more. And yeah, we've almost emptied a whole box over here. What the heck is this? There's some kind of book in the bottom of the box. It looks like it's a Velvet Underground book. I'll show that tomorrow. Chicken soup. I'm going to eat the first thing I'm going to eat is my salmon and broccoli. It's very good. A nice Diet Coke, and I'm ready to lay down. I'm going to take lots of medication and hopefully be 100% tomorrow. I don't think I have COVID. I think I had an allergy attack, honestly. I think this stuff from Fred's is really dusty and some of it's really moldy. And it really triggers me. Mold triggers me really bad, just like grass. And if I walk outside when someone's mowing the grass, I almost have to be hospitalized. Now, that's an exaggeration, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, I start sneezing, face swells up, coughing, eyes are bloodshot. Okay, everybody, thanks for watching, and I am pretty much closing everything out and heading to my house, and I may even come back early in the morning. So, George Burleson takes 2 paws for 10. All right. Those are our last sale of the night. George Burleson. Glad you found us over here on YouTube, George. Facebook gives us 8 hours, and then the stream ends. I try to let everybody know, but if it gets cut off on Facebook, it's because we've went for 8 hours. And then we have to reset. So some nights I've been stopped. Actually, every night this week I've stopped and restarted, but I really wasn't going to go that late tonight. I was going to stop early, and here we are. We're at max time again. So those are done. Now that's the last sale. There'll be plenty more opportunities tomorrow. Fred has an incredible amount of 45s over here. So thanks, everybody, and books. Good night, and we're going to stop right there. Thanks for joining us. See y'all tomorrow.